That was why armies definitely couldn't be underestimated. The power of numbers was a type of power in and of itself. And as for that amazingly beautiful Koph, the veiled female demon, Soul Society named her Sakura Female Demon. She was assessed at which evil demon danger level. Her individual combat strength was stronger, and she had the ability to buff the Sakura samurai in a large radius. This made her even more dangerous than the commanders and kings in the Sakura samurai army. Sakura female demons were listed as a top priority target to kill off. Apart from these two demons, there were also Sakura tree demons, Sakura mist demons, Sakura snake demons, Sakura martial demons, Sakura Traiant demons, and other such demons that Seiji and his friends hadn't met before. Out of all these demons, the Traiant demon was listed as the most dangerous of all at the Demon King level. Not only were these Traiants gigantic, they had incredible individual combat strength and were capable of majorly buffing the defenses of all other spiritual monsters. In video game terms, these Traiant demons possessed incredibly powerful defense buffing auras. As long as one of these Traiants appeared, all other spiritual monsters would basically have their HP bars triple or more. Seiji learned that a total of 7 such Traiant monsters had appeared during the first fight in Realm of Cherry Blossoms Inner World number 1. 3 of them had even appeared together. These Traiant demons had been incredibly difficult for Soul Society's team to deal with. Luckily, Soul Society's logistical support managed to send a magical mecha into Inner World number 1. This fully outfitted mecha used its explosive attacks against the Traiants, and was able to destroy 2 Traiants in a short period of time. That was the only reason why Soul Society's team hadn't lost. Soul Society didn't offer any detailed combat reports of what happened. However, it was basically impossible for Soul Society to restrict its members from posting what they wanted on their forums, so there was much attention and talk about that extremely powerful mecha. Many Soul Society forum users were guessing at the mecha's specific abilities, pilot, materials used to create it, method used to create it, who the creator was, its price, and so on. They were all astonished at its power, and everyone was certain that this was an absolutely top-class magical mecha which was highly likely to be one of Soul Society's ace cards. Amazing, that was all Seiji could think after reading all the posts. He really wanted to personally see such a mecha. Of course, he wanted even more to possess a mecha of his own. But right now, that was nothing more than a dream of his. Rather than obtaining such a top-level magical mecha, he figured it was more practical to figure out how he could obtain a regular metal mecha first. Seiji also recalled how he witnessed Yui previously descending in front of him in her personal mecha. Could that magic mecha's pilot actually have been his older sister? Many people on the forums were guessing at the identity of the mecha's pilot. Some people indeed guessed it was Yui Haruta, the Chilan girl. If that was really the case, could his older sister get any cooler? Meanwhile, Natsuya contacted him, and mentioned that it had been surprisingly easy for her to join Soul Society. When she asked Soul Society for help with her family so that she could join, it took a mere 10 minutes before Soul Society replied, telling her that a higher-up had talked to her father, the master of the Yorihana family. She was told that her joining Soul Society would have zero problems whatsoever and that she was welcome to become a member. The scion was quite shocked to hear this. After this, she wanted to know which specific higher-up had talked to her father about it, but Soul Society didn't tell her, only saying that she didn't need to pay it any mind. However, Natsuya really minded. Just who had convinced her father in such a short period of time? Natsuya felt that it might have been Yui Haruta. But that would have been too fast even for Yui. Seiji felt that Natsuya being invited to Soul Society had nothing to do with Yui, but even if it was connected to Yui, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. That was because he felt that he barely had any influence over Yui. If Yui had really been the person who invited Natsuya to Soul Society, that must have been because Natsuya's power was worthy of the invitation. In Seiji's opinion, it absolutely wouldn't have been because Natsuya was her younger brother's girlfriend. No matter what it was a good thing that Natsuya had been able to join Soul Society easier than thought. With Natsuya's abilities, Seiji was confident that she would be able to excellently perform her duties for Soul Society. Seiji was quite curious what her specific duties would be, and how Soul Society worked from the inside. However, he also knew that these would be considered secret, so he didn't pry. Later that afternoon, at Natsuya's mansion. Apart from Shika and Shinobu, every single member of the Night Order had gathered here. They were all prepared to train in Kazuko's domain. Hisashi brought along a maid outfit that had been personally tailored to fit Hoshi. It could be seen that the maid outfit was of truly excellent quality. Wear this, Knight of Light. With something flashing in his eyeglasses, the blonde-haired mafia otaku handed the maid outfit to the beautiful boy. After you put this on, you will truly become the light itself. Senpai, Hoshi turned towards Seiji. Seiji closed his eyes and pretended that he was meditating, as if he was shutting off the outside world. Yukari, Mika, Mayuzumi, Kazuko, Kid, Keiho, and even the real maid Mai standing by the side all had expectant looks on their faces. Hoshi felt immense pressure from all the female attention on him. And, the only person he could ask help from was currently meditating, Pretend. Hoshi felt quite helpless. Come, Knight of Light. Accept this glorious outfit. Hoshi was rendered speechless. Since he felt everyone's expectations, Hoshi finally acceded to the request. He took the maid outfit and went inside a room to change his clothes. Mika and everyone else all took out their cell phones. Yukari and Hisashi even brought out high-res digital cameras. These two exchanged knowing looks after seeing that both of them had brought similar equipment. They recognized each other as masters of appreciating arrow, and even started feeling like they had something in common as they started chatting about this subject. Mayuzumi requested that they send her a copy of their pictures, and both happily agreed. This was indeed just like the atmosphere at a photography convention party. Seiji opened his eyes slightly to check on the situation, and then quickly returned to pretending to meditate. After a while, an incredibly cute maid walked into the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737 Young Master, what service would you like today? Chapter 737 Young Master, what service would you like today? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Hoshi wasn't actually all that against wearing female clothing. He had already previous shocked Seiji by wearing female clothing and pretending to confess to him. Hoshi had also dressed as a girl for his class's gender bender coffee cafe, not to mention he volunteered himself to be the trap model for the dating sim Seiji was working on. He had only resisted wearing the maid attire because he felt embarrassed. Although he wasn't all that against wearing female clothing, he still wasn't the type who would wear it at every chance he got. He was still male, after all. In the end, it was mainly because Hisashi was the one who requested it. Hoshi's reaction would have surely been different if Seiji had requested it. At any rate, the beautiful boy finally put on the maid outfit and showed himself in front of everyone and their expectations. He felt embarrassed and was blushing red. This miniskirt maid outfit fitted him perfectly. He wore a white veil and black lace stockings, showing off a mesmerizing territory of skin between the smooth stockings and free-flowing skirt. Hoshi appeared cute and pure, and gave off an indescribable allure. Everyone could be heard inhaling cold breaths, and then click click click. Yukari and Hisashi, the two arrow appreciators, were the first to immediately start snapping pictures with their digital cameras. The shutters were clicked at such a fast pace that everyone could detect their fanaticism. Mika and the others' eyes all lit up as well. They kept taking pictures with their cell phones while praising Hoshi's appearance. So beautiful. So cute, the maid outfit looks absolutely perfect on him. It's impossible to tell that he's a boy. But he also gives off a special impression that a girl wouldn't. The girls chattered while taking pictures from various angles. They had Hoshi make various poses, and even requested that he model together with the real maid, Mai. Sure, just send me a copy of the pictures afterward. Mai smiled, and agreed to pose together with Hoshi. The real and trap maid stood together and bowed together, along with making other such formal poses that were all recorded by everyone's cell phones and cameras. Seiji found it impossible to continue pretending to meditate. He also couldn't help but take out his cell phone and snap pictures. Mai glanced over at Seiji and indicated non-verbally towards Hoshi before walking over towards Seiji. Hoshi instantly understood, and walked next to Seiji as well. All cell phones and cameras were now focused on the three of them together. Seiji instantly started panicking as he didn't know what the smiling maid senpai and junior maid wanted to do. "Young master, what service would you like today?" Mai basically draped herself all over his arm and started whispering into his ear while caressing his chest. She intentionally used such a suggestive pose and expression while speaking. "Young master, feel free to order any service you wish." Hoshi's face reddened as he imitated Mai. Seiji felt like he was about to explode. His brain was going numb and his body was trembling. Blood was welling up within him, and he didn't know what kind of expression he had anymore. Asterisk click 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 click, asterisk there was a flurry of camera and cell phone shutter sounds. The beautiful maid and the cute maid were making such suggestive poses around the handsome young master. This was a scene that everyone absolutely had to record. As for what happened after that, Seiji couldn't remember clearly. Or perhaps he just didn't want to remember. He never expected that he would become personally involved. Seiji didn't want to talk about or remember how he felt about it all. Nor did he want to look at any of the pictures of what happened. Seiji wanted to pretend that none of it ever happened. But that was impossible. Mai smiled happily, Hoshi had a satisfied expression, and everyone all reacted in different ways. This was quite a fun photography part for everyone. After everyone had their fun, it was now time for serious business. Seiji started a strategy conference and arranged formations and tactics for everyone. Hisashi became rather excited when Seiji mentioned what Mayuzumi's ability was. Hisashi strongly requested that Peach-sensei should summon Idelia right here and now for him to see. Seiji stopped this as he felt that another photography party would occur if Idelia was summoned now. It would be better left for later instead. After the strategy conference, everyone changed into combat equipment and finished their preparations before stepping into the spellcasting room. Kazuko opened up her domain, causing a black crack to appear on the ground. The crack opened up into a normal oval shape with red patterns inside. Everyone entered, and saw snow-white cherry blossoms falling everywhere, together with gigantic blossoming cherry blossom trees. This was Keiho's first time entering an inner world. She managed to stay calm due to what she'd heard at the strategic conference and her experiences in the dream world. It was the same for when she first witnessed Mika's transformation. Although Keiho was surprised, she didn't let it show on her face. However, the otaku in Keiho couldn't help but have her expression flicker when she saw Idelia, the half-demon ice girl from Honey Candy Girl, materializing in front of everyone. Hisashi and Hoshi were also rather astonished to see Idelia for real. If it wasn't for being mentally prepared already, the blonde-haired mafia otaku surely would have kneeled in worship. Lia! Goddess Peach, passionate tears flowed from Hisashi. It's really Lia. Aunt Mayuzumi is really amazing. Hoshi's eyes lit up as well. Amami-sensei is truly amazing to be able to summon her own manga character. Keiho exclaimed in her mind as well. She was truly moved to see a living Idelia in the flesh. Having a 2D character come into the 3D world, even if Idelia didn't have any intelligence or a will of her own, was something truly amazing. Although Idelia didn't have a soul, Mayuzumi controlled her perfectly so that Idelia acted just like a real human being. Perhaps if Mayuzumi's ability became stronger in the future, Idelia would be able to truly move and think for herself. While Hoshi, Hisashi, and Keiho were busy exclaiming, countless flower petals whirled and started forming numerous red humanoid monsters, the Sakura Samurai Demons. "Let's start battling. Do as we arranged," Seiji shouted. Mika and Idalia fought at the forefront as the tanks. Hisashi, Hoshi, and Yukari fought from mid-range. Mayuzumi and Keiho stayed at the rear. Kid and Seiji roamed around the battlefield, acting independently. All the Night Order members started using their abilities against the Sakura Samurai's attack. Mika and some of the others had already experienced fighting in the realm of cherry blossoms. Hisashi, Hoshi, and Keiho also performed quite well for their first time here. Keiho summoned a swarm of red insects to sweep away enemy monsters. Her calmness and smooth actions made it impossible to tell that this was her first real battle. Evidently, this was because of her experiences in the dream world. Keiho wasn't actually an awakened, so she couldn't absorb the experience mist. However, her bonded insect demon Kome could do so in her stead. Every time the insects killed a Sakura Samurai, the insects would then absorb all of the experience mist. The only way for the insects not to absorb all the experience was to only weaken the spiritual monsters without killing them so that others could get the last hit. Still, it would be too difficult to control such a large number of insects with such precision. And even if it were possible, it wouldn't be fair to ask Keiho and Kome to take less experience. It would be best to have everyone fight together. The insect swarm could still be used as a large-scale AoE attack when it was necessary to cut down the number of enemy monsters. This wouldn't waste the experience mist, unlike Seiji's fire, which wouldn't benefit him. Everyone fought successfully and killed off a large number of Sakura Samurai demons. The Night Order's teamwork constantly improved, and the fighting wasn't difficult at all. A powerful one is coming. Kazuko, who was floating above Seiji, warned that a boss was coming. A large amount of fallen cherry blossom petals started glowing red as they gathered together and transformed into a giant black tree. The tree's roots resembled tentacles, while the branches were shaped like human hands. Blood-red runes resembling demon faces appeared on the tree bark as the tree bloomed with bright red cherry blossoms. The tree then let a strange screeching sound. This was the Sakura tree demon. It was assessed at evil demon danger level, same as the Sakura female demon Seiji fought previously. Although this tree demon didn't have a large-scale buff effect like the female demon, making it less dangerous, it was just as strong as the female demon. The tree demon's weaknesses were fire and thunder element. Seiji instantly recalled the relevant information. The Night Order could deal with such a monster, but the problem was Kazuko. 5 of them is too many. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, 75% chance of problems appearing. Chapter 738, 75% chance of problems appearing. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. 5 tree demons instantly appeared while shooting out large amounts of bright red flowers at everyone. Each flower petal had more attack power than an arrow at full speed. They were so dense that it was impossible to avoid. Thankfully, Seiji cast his turtle armor barrier in time to protect everyone. This is out of my control. 4 of them appeared on their own. Kazuko swiftly informed Seiji. I can sense that there's something different about the 4 that appeared on their own. What's different about them? I don't know, I just have such a feeling. How did they get here? I don't know that, either. Alright then, so there was an unexpected situation. Still, this was within overall expectations. After all, during the 4 previous times that Seiji went to train in the domain, unexpected problems had popped up 3 out of 4 times. In summary, based on his limited past experience, the odds of something unexpected happening were at 75%. Seiji had already warned everyone during the strategy conference, so they were all mentally prepared. The tree demons bombarded everyone with flower petals in a vicious barrage. Retreat! Seiji shielded his allies and had everyone swiftly retreat. The tree demons chased after them by moving with their tentacle-like roots. However, the tree demons were relatively slow-moving. Seiji's group soon put some distance between them. These spiritual monsters have the weakness of needing 1 minute of recovery time to create more petals after they're finished shooting, Seiji explained to everyone. We need to kill them in that 1 minute of reloading time. If they moved too far away, the tree demons would stop shooting, which was why they needed to stay within a certain distance to lure the tree demons' attacks. The bright red petals they shot would pass right through the Sakura samurai demons without harming them. As Seiji's group retreated, they still had to constantly deal with attacking Sakura samurais. At this moment, something abnormal appeared. A seemingly perfectly ordinary Sakura samurai dropped a small dark red object after it was defeated and transformed into experience mist. What's this? Yukari grabbed the object with a spiderweb strand and brought it to her hand. This object was about the size of her finger. It was cool to the touch, and had a smooth surface like a round stone. Black and red intersecting runes could be seen flashing upon the object. When Yukari looked at this object, she felt a mysterious urge to eat it as if she was a little kid who saw a delicious candy. Yet, this was obviously no candy, nor was Yukari a young child. She immediately restrained this strange urge, and reported it to Seiji while showing him the object. Seiji took the mysterious object. At this moment, his system suddenly gave him a notification, with words appearing before him. You have received an inner world crystal for the first time. You have now activated the Spirit House Crystal Exchange function. You may use crystals to open the door to your spirit house, construct rooms, or exchange for furniture. Seiji instantly widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing this. This object, this inner world crystal, had the same function as his system's points. He immediately wanted to open his system and check out more details, but this obviously wasn't the time. He still didn't know what exactly this crystal was, but it was obviously something good and an important resource. This was something that his dating sim system actually wanted, and it could be used in place of points to exchange for the Spirit House's special items. This is an inner world crystal, something quite useful. He explained to Yukari and the others that if they saw any spiritual monsters dropping such an object, they should grab these objects. Of course, he reminded them to pay attention to personal safety first. Everyone agreed to do so. Kazuko, do you know why this appeared? Seiji asked the rather unreliable master of this domain. I don't know, but I can sense that the 4 additional tree demons have a similar aura to this item, Kazuko replied. A similar aura, does that mean that they'll drop this item if I defeat them? Perhaps so. The extra 4 tree demons were bosses that would drop loot. Seiji's eyes instantly lit up. After training in this dungeon-like inner world domain for so long, he finally met spiritual monsters that would drop loot. This was so wonderful. He really wanted to stay calm, but was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. He was truly short on points these days, primarily because of everything he needed to purchase and upgrade for his spirit house. But now, he learned that there was a new resource he could use with the same function as points. Of course he would be excited. As long as he could obtain these crystals, he would be willing to kill 4 vicious demon-level monsters, not to mention these tree demons were only evil demons. Dating sim system, be thankful for the new function that I gave you. Seiji, I suppose I should thank you indeed. While imagining the above-mentioned conversation in his mind, Seiji started radiating a powerful battle aura. He looked directly at the 4 extra tree demons that he found so annoying earlier. He now felt like they were 4 walking treasure chests. If the tree demons had human senses, they would surely feel a chill right now. But, unfortunately for them, they had no such senses, and they also lacked intelligence. The tree demons only kept shooting their flower petals, using up all their ammunition. Mika and the others noticed that a few of the Sakura samurais were dropping similar crystals upon defeat. As Seiji requested, everyone started picking the crystals up. The tree demons then used up all their flower petals and stopped moving. Their bodies began to glow red as they swiftly regrew more bright red flowers. Everyone, attack! Seiji took this opportunity to have his whole group attack. The Night Order members were all well prepared, and simultaneously attacked their pre-arranged targets. Mika and Hisashi. Yukari and Idelia, Mayuzumi. Hoshi and Keiho. These three small squads each attacked one tree demon. Keed stalled a fourth tree demon, while Seiji dealt with the final one. Seiji started off with numerous fireballs, then used his evolved demon suppression bell to crush it. He then immediately went to support Keed. After he and Keed killed the second tree demon, the other three squads all successfully defeated their targets as well. Hisashi stunned the tree demon with his thunder magic. Mika used her dimension-shattering jade spell to kill it quite easily. Yukari used spiderweb, and Idelia used ice to combo and crowd control the tree monster. The two girls then used their ultimate skills in unison to destroy it. Hoshi shot many sharp elven arrows into the tree demon's body, riddling it with many holes. Keiho then had her insects enter the tree demon's body and destroy it from inside. All 5 boss monsters were destroyed in their 1 minute of weakness. 4 of these tree demons dropped large dark red crystals the size of a fist. These crystals were far larger than the tiny finger-sized crystals that the Sakura Samurai dropped. Apart from the larger size, these crystals also glowed brighter. For large crystals, and Mika and the others had gathered 7 smaller crystals. Seiji wanted to try using the crystals immediately, but he felt that it was too much of a waste to stop fighting right now. Perhaps he would gain even more if he kept fighting. And so, he collected all the crystals from everyone and put them in his pockets before continuing to fight by everyone's side. The second wave's boss monsters were general-level Sakura Samurais. Compared to the normal samurai monsters, these general-ranked monsters wore black armor and rode red demonic horses. They appeared quite mighty and imposing. When these generals appeared, thousands of regular Sakura Samurai appeared with them, forming military formations, reaching the army level. This scene astonished Seiji and the others. Although everyone had seen war scenes in movies before, personally seeing such a scene was something else entirely. Not to mention, this army had been created out of the countless white cherry blossoms falling like snow. It was quite an impressive visual effect. Everyone, this is war. Seiji's blood boiled as he lifted his sword and shouted in Shinibu fashion. Before he even finished speaking, a black arrow storm shot right in everyone's direction. Seiji activated his barrier and blocked the arrows. There are thousands of enemies here, while there are only 9 of us. But, this is no reason to retreat, because we're much stronger than they are. Seiji lifted his sword which glimmered brightly. Knights, charge after me. Right after he said this, Seiji's tall figure rushed first into the enemy formation. He really appeared like a warrior daring to challenge an army that was thousands strong, as if he was completely unstoppable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739 One shouldn't eat things randomly picked from the ground. Chapter 739 One shouldn't eat things randomly picked from the ground. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji felt that he had a huge advantage, so he auto-attacked, and was forced to type GG, that didn't happen at all. The Sakura Samurai army looked impressive, but that was all there was to it. They were only strong because of numbers, yet numbers were their only strength. The general samurai demons were several times stronger than the regular Sakura Samurai, but the generals were still much weaker than the tree demons. For the Night Order members, these generals simply required a few extra hits to take down. After quite some time, the Night Order successfully destroyed the entire army. 8 of the generals in the army dropped crystals that were twice as large as ordinary crystals dropped by the small fry. The shininess was about the same. Apart from the generals, a total of 5 ordinary Sakura Samurai dropped crystals, fewer than last time. In the third wave, the general-level samurais became nothing more than the small fry. Since the average mob enemies became more difficult, the Knight Order had a much more difficult time. Upon reaching the final boss battle, a king-level samurai demon appeared. The king demon had a similar physical appearance to the general demon. It was just that the king's demon horse was equipped with horse armor, and the king's body size was a bit larger and he gave off a stronger aura. The king was also glowing faintly red. Numerous general-level demons appeared next to him as if they were his bodyguards. A sea of countless ordinary Sakura samurai demons appeared as well, forming an army that was more than 3 times stronger than the second wave. This time, Seiji didn't shout while charging hot-bloodedly. "It's time to use that move." Seiji intentionally spoke such a classical line while looking at Keiho. Keiho indicated non-verbally that she was ready. Mana exchange. Seiji used their contracted connection to send mana to his spirit-branded retainer. On. Keiho instantly felt a thick and warm sensation entering her body. She couldn't help but moan because it felt too comfortable. Her face flushed red as she did her best to bear it. She used the mana she received to activate Komei's power. Everyone saw her beginning to glow red as blood-red runes appeared in her eyes. A large number of colorful beams of light reached out from her back, instantly extending for more than 10 meters, and forming a gigantic pair of beautiful rainbow wings. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and had a stunning aura about her. Her appearance astounded everyone except for Seiji, who had seen it before. Keiho then extended her palms, causing the blood-red runes within her eyes to glow. A dense shadowy insect swarm suddenly materialized, and speedily expanded into a dark red cloud while heading directly towards the Sakura samurai army. The samurai demons seemed to sense danger as they suddenly attacked. But it was too late. The shadowy insect swarm suddenly materialized completely, and became much clearer. These physical insects overwhelmed the demons like a torrential flood. This was the power of numbers being overwhelmed by an even greater power of numbers. To sum it up simply, the insect swarm instantly destroyed the Sakura samurai demon army. However, Mika and the others were all shocked at the visual impact of what just happened. Thousands and thousands of spiritual demons had instantly been devoured by the insect swarm. Even though everyone knew that the insects were their allies, they still felt scared. These were still insects, after all. The scene wasn't pretty to behold at all, especially for all the girls. They could only try to get accustomed to it. Seiji had Keiho destroy all the ordinary Sakura samurai demons with her insects, leaving only the generals and the king for everyone else to deal with. "How do you feel?" "All right." The blood-red runes within her eyes faded as the rainbow wings disappeared. Apart from feeling slightly tired, Keiho didn't feel anything else off at all. This meant that Komei was being quite obedient, which was a good thing. This time, 9 of the generals dropped crystals, while 10 ordinary Sakura samurai dropped crystals. The king didn't drop any crystals at all. And then, the fourth wave, the boss monsters of this wave included multiple Sakura samurai armies together with many tree demons. Seiji supported Keiho with his mana once more to release a powerful swarm of insects that got rid of all the ordinary Sakura samurai demons. This left only the generals, kings, and tree demons behind for everyone else. 2 kings dropped crystals during this wave, and these crystals were 3 times the size of ordinary crystals, along with being slightly shinier. Only 3 of the tree demons dropped crystals this time. Just like the previous wave, 9 generals dropped crystals, while 15 crystals were obtained from ordinary Sakura samurais. After killing off this wave of monsters, everyone successfully powered up. This training session ended here. Seiji's companions improved their power and gained experience. They all learned new techniques or improved at using their current techniques. All of these were a great harvest. However, Seiji felt that the greatest harvest of all this time was the inner world crystals. These crystals were only dropped by the spiritual monsters that weren't under Kazuko's control. Kazuko didn't know why these monsters had appeared even though she didn't summon them. Neither was she able to increase nor decrease their numbers. She could sense that they were different from the ordinary experience mist providing monsters, but her senses were limited. And she was unable to sense ordinary samurai loot-dropping monsters. Basically, their appearance was random, and Kazuko could only sense them on a limited scale. It would seem that Kazuko's control over her domain had decreased, but Seiji felt that she had actually leveled up instead. Previously, no such loot-dropping monsters had appeared in her domain. Now, they could appear, which was obviously a good thing. Although the loot-dropping monsters were only appearing at random, he felt that Kazuko would level up her ability even further in the future, making it possible to control and summon such monsters. It was highly likely that Kazuko's domain's powers had leveled up due to the realm of Cherry Blossom's influence. He didn't know if she would level up her powers even more in the future, but he was looking forward to it. As for these crystals, he figured that there were more usages to them apart from using them as a point substitute in his system. Yukari wasn't the only one who wanted to eat them. Hisashi and Kid also mentioned that they felt a strong urge to eat these crystals. Mika, Hoshi, and Keiho all said that they had a small urge to eat these crystals. Mayuzumi said that she didn't feel anything at all. Seiji felt that this had to do with their differing methods of absorbing the experience mist. Yukari, Hisashi, and Kid all had to personally absorb experience mist. Mika absorbed experience mist through Mashiro, Hoshi absorbed experience mist through his summoned spirit eagles and his elven emblem on his hand, while Keiho had Kome and Mayuzumi had Idealia. Those who personally absorbed experience felt the strongest urges to eat these crystals. Those with spirits living within themselves had weaker urges to eat these crystals. Mayuzumi, who had an outside summoned spirit, felt nothing at all. Seiji felt like this was a reasonable hypothesis. As for Seiji himself, although he didn't feel any desire to eat these crystals, the mysterious system possessing him wanted to eat them, as these crystals could be used in place of points. So, technically, this also counted as wanting to eat them? He decided to have Keiho ask Kome about the crystals. He learned that Kome indeed wanted to eat these crystals as well, but the insect demon didn't know anything about the crystals. It simply felt an instinctive desire to eat them upon seeing the crystals, just like Yukari and the others. Seiji decided to ask his bonded spirit Yomi about the crystals. From what I can tell, these crystals can be beneficial for spiritual power. However, it's quite possible that there are hidden downsides. I don't recommend directly eating them. One shouldn't eat things randomly picked off the ground. That sounded quite reasonable to Seiji. However, his dating sim system wouldn't get an upset stomach, because his system didn't even have a stomach. Haha. System, hey. Seiji, just joking. He figured that there would be no harm in using the crystals to upgrade his spirit house. He would try to obtain more information on these crystals in the future. Everyone had given the crystals they gathered to him. Seiji took all the crystals into his room for privacy before opening up his system. He saw that there was now a pay with crystals option in his system's function of opening the door to his spirit house. One crystal would be used up to open the door each time. What exactly counted as one crystal, with all the different sizes and qualities? There was no specific explanation. Seiji then checked the spirit house rooms, and saw that they all now had the additional option of being constructed for crystals instead of points. The bathroom option, which had required 299 points, would cost 12 crystals to construct. Shower, bedroom, and other such 369-point rooms required 22 crystals to construct. Opening the door to the spirit house required a payment of 33 points each time. With that 33:1 conversion rate, the bathroom's crystal construction cost would actually be the equivalent of 396 points. The shower and other such rooms would thus cost 726 points. Seiji's cheeks twitched after he finished his calculations. This was such a pitfall his system had given him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740 Really difficult to accept. Chapter 740 Really difficult to accept. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji had thought that these crystals were an excellent benefit the system had given him. He'd never expected that they were worth even less than his points. System, of course it's still a benefit for you, but this is how the price is. Besides, I won't have an upset stomach. Picks nose while saying this. Seiji, that was just a small joke, don't hold a grudge over it. It was the same for all the furniture options in the system. With the conversion rate of 33:1, it was quite a bad deal. Seiji wanted to protest, but the system had an absolute monopoly, so protesting would be useless. He could only hope that the one crystal unit wasn't too much. He chose the bathroom option and confirmed that he wished to use 12 crystals to construct one for his spirit house. A narrow gray crack instantly formed in midair. The crack then opened up into an oval shape that began to glow. The inner world crystals illuminated by the glow swiftly transformed into a dark red liquid that flew into the gray oval. Seiji could only watch as the crystals everyone gathered after so much hard work disappeared so quickly. He hoped that at least half would still remain. After only a few seconds, the oval closed itself, and the crack disappeared. The system informed him, bathroom currently under construction. Completion progress, 0%. Seiji felt that the remaining crystals were at an acceptable number. In total, he had received 37 crystals from ordinary Sakura samurai demons, 26 slightly larger crystals from the generals, 2 crystals from the kings, and 7 large crystals from the tree demons. The bathroom's construction of 12 crystals used up every single small crystal from the Sakura samurai demons, and a very small portion of 1 crystal from the tree demons. Seiji then chose to construct a warehouse for the price of 22 crystals. The gray crack appeared once more, and absorbed the crystals through its glowing oval. This time, it absorbed 3 and a piece of the tree demon's crystals, leaving roughly 3.5 tree demon large crystals behind. Seiji did an approximate calculation and found that there were roughly 25 crystals remaining according to his system's standards. He could construct 1 more room, exchange for some furniture, or save the crystals for opening the door. The blue warehouse was like his personal dimensional storage that he could open up by itself. The price for opening the warehouse door was only 8 points, but the crystal cost was the same as the 33-point door opening requirement for the spirit house, 1 crystal. It was truly such a terrible deal. Although that was the case, if he could obtain this many crystals with each training session in the domain, he would be able to upgrade his entire spirit house after only a few grinding sessions. Yet, Seiji felt that this was improbable. The loot-dropping monsters would only appear randomly. There was no guarantee that he would receive crystals every time he came to the domain. Neither was there any guarantee for the amount of crystals. Still, he wanted to try. He didn't ask his Night Order members to continue fighting. Instead, he went into the domain by himself for some grinding. As a result, he didn't obtain a single crystal after the first wave. He obtained 1 crystal after the second wave. He obtained 0 crystals from the third wave. He obtained 2 crystals from the fourth wave. His grand total of crystals obtained, 3. Seiji's cheeks twitched as he looked at the measly 3 small crystals in his hand. This probably didn't even count for a single crystal according to his system's unit for crystal. Do you still want to grind? Kazuko floated in midair while looking at him. No. He decided to leave the grinding at that for today. After Natsuya returned, Seiji told her about what happened and showed her the crystals. These are called Inner World Crystals. Soul Society is currently collecting them, Natsuya told him. I've heard that they're an important resource. However, it's considered top secret what they're used for. My ranking isn't high enough to know about their use. I can guess what they're using these for, because these crystals are highly useful to me as well, Seiji told her honestly. Natsuya revealed a surprised expression when she heard this. Seiji smiled. I'm capable of using these crystals to open up an alternate dimension. Basically, a personal inner world domain belonging only to me. Your personal domain, Natsuya widened her eyes. It's different from Kazuko's domain because my domain is a safe and stable dimension with no monsters in it at all, Seiji explained. I need as many crystals as possible to upgrade this domain of mine. I'm guessing that Soul Society requires these crystals to do something similar, which is why these have become an important resource. The scion paused in astonishment. Seiji possessed an alternate dimension domain, a safe and stable inner world location with no monsters at all. Natsuya knew what it meant to be in possession of such a location. It was no exaggeration that such a location could become the foundational base for any faction or organization. Seiji was actually capable of creating and upgrading such an alternate dimension. Natsuya didn't doubt his words at all, but she found this really difficult to accept. Was it really that difficult? This was Seiji Haruta. The scion recalled all the astonishing feats her boyfriend had pulled off in the past, helping her to swiftly calm down and accept this as reality. By now, even if Seiji stated that he was capable of creating a spaceship, she would probably be able to accept it. Just how did he do it? Although she wanted to ask, she felt like asking would be meaningless. How many crystals do you need to fully develop your dimension? Natsuya asked a question that she felt was more meaningful. I've already completed part of it. I'll be able to basically complete it if I can obtain as many crystals as I did today for a few more times. But, the more crystals I can obtain, the more upgrades I can make, Seiji responded. He had already completed part of his dimension. Natsuya was astonished yet again. The completed portion. Can I go in and take a look? Of course. But, opening the door to my dimension will cost a small amount of crystals each time. It's a bit wasteful to just go in and look, and I haven't finished setting it up inside yet. How about I invite you in once it's suitable for staying long periods of time in? Seiji smiled. Oh, Natsuya didn't know what to say after this. Although she already felt that Seiji and his Night Order were the future, at this moment, Natsuya started feeling like she had still underestimated this group, or this new faction's development potential. Later that night, Seiji contacted his younger sister Hana. Hana responded with "I'm currently in a game" and an emoticon of "wait a moment." And so, Seiji started playing the mobile game Puppets Frontline on his cell phone. I'm up 44. Don't get close to me, I'm not interested in you at all. He drew yet another 5-star SSR puppet right after he logged in. She was a beautiful blonde-haired girl with huge breasts. She also had an assault rifle, and was wearing a one-piece dress that revealed a great deal of cleavage while she spoke in an icy tsundere tone. Seiji added this SSR to his SSR squadron in the game. He now had enough SSRs for a full team of only SSRs. He then began to attack the game's events. When he was fighting the event boss, the blonde large-breasted girl was the first to be defeated. Her dress became torn and she moaned as she collapsed on the ground while covering her nearly completely exposed voluptuous breasts with her hands. Her face was flushed red and she appeared quite seductive. At this moment, Hana sent him the message of "We can talk now." Seiji responded with "I'm playing a game." Hana sent an emoticon of slapping the table in impatience. Seiji responded with an emoticon of "relax, calm down." Hana responded with an emoticon of flipping the table. After Seiji cleared the event and defeated the boss, he sent his puppet girls to be fixed in game as quickly as possible. He then accepted Hana's video chat offer. What the hell game were you playing? The cat-eared hat girl appeared on his screen and immediately questioned him. Seiji showed her his cell phone screen and told her it was Puppets Frontline. Such a low-level game. If you want to play a strategy game, try this one. Hana sounded condescending as she sent him a link. Seiji clicked the link out of curiosity. He saw that it was an advertisement for another game. An independent sandbox game from Huaxia, with Xianxia as the main topic. The player shall take on the role of a cultivator with a mission. A randomly created Xianxia world. Every world will be completely unique, and every game will be a brand new adventure. There are several dozen cultivating sects and thousands of skills and techniques, along with thousands of NPCs with their own lives. The content is abundant and exquisite, and includes cultivating, exploring, communicating, fighting, management, and crafting. Excellently reviewed and majorly popular in Huaxia, with more than 1 million copies sold. Now, a Sakura Island edition of this game is coming. The renowned game, Bright Heaven Scroll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741. Of course, because I'm a hero from another world. Chapter 741, of course, because I'm a hero from another world. It seemed like a nice game. Seiji decided to check it out later. He told Hana about what happened today, and asked her to help him obtain information on inner world crystals. Although Seiji had the option of contacting Yui and asking about the crystals, he felt that his older sister wouldn't tell him something considered top secret by Soul Society. And he only asked Hana because he figured it couldn't hurt to ask. You developed your own alternate dimension. How were you capable of such a thing? Hana couldn't help but ask. Of course, because I'm a hero from another world, with powers over space and time. Seiji made a pretentious pose. Hana was rendered speechless. I shouldn't have asked such a question. She thought to herself. Currently, the cat-eared hat girl was feeling similar emotions to Natsuya from earlier. If the two met each other and talked, they would surely have many comments to make about Seiji. She promised to do what she could to obtain information. Of course, whether she succeeded or not would be another matter entirely. After chatting with Hana for a while, Seiji ended the video chat. He then immediately went to the game Bright Heaven Scrolls website and purchased the digital version of the game, starting to download it. This game wasn't very large, so it downloaded rather quickly. Seiji immediately installed the game, and started playing it from the tutorial. Since this was a small game in file size, of course the scenes were all drawn in 2D. This was fine, but the issue was that the character art and background art weren't exactly high quality, either. Seiji withstood his urge to comment, and continued playing. Gradually, he started experiencing the abundant content of the game, just as the advertisement said. This game had an incredibly deep story fully immersed in the xianxia genre. With how deep the game was, it was quite easy for any player to get absorbed in it after the beginning. However, the game also had evident shortcomings. The biggest shortcoming was obviously the artwork. It was understandable if it was only 2D, but the character art needed to at least be higher in quality. The music could also stand improving, and the interface could be simplified. There were also too many unnecessary actions that could be simplified. Although this game was published by an independent publisher rather than a major studio, so it was all understandable, this game's allure would surely improve even more if these areas were improved. After playing for a while, Seiji sent his opinions of Bright Heaven Scroll to Hana, and recommended this game to Hoshi and Hisashi as well. He then wanted to close the game and do something else, but felt like he still wanted to play. I'll close the game after I catch one more fairy. With such a way of thinking, he continued to play. Thus, Seiji spent an all-nighter playing this game. Such a thing didn't happen. However, such a thing really might have happened if it wasn't for Shika reminding him to go to sleep. Even though he had only wanted to catch one more fairy, he unknowingly got addicted to the game. Sheesh. The more he exclaimed over it, the more Seiji felt that it was a pity about Bright Heaven Scroll's current shortcomings. If only this game could improve on its artwork and other areas, it would become even more popular for sure. You make this game sound so interesting. Why don't I try playing it as well? Chiaki smiled while walking next to him. Seiji was currently out on a date with Chiaki. She wore a blue and white strap one-piece dress with a small jacket on top. She also wore white stockings with sandals, giving her a girl-next-door appearance. However, the tender skin she showed under her neck along with the mesmerizing absolute territory between her dress and stockings seemed so tempting and alluring. Seiji's eyes had lit up the moment he saw her, feeling like his spirits perked up. It was already like this for her boyfriend who had gotten accustomed to Chiaki's beauty. Of course, men on the street were attracted even more, and even many women's eyes paused on Chiaki. Seeing how naturally Chiaki was clinging onto his arm now, Seiji couldn't help but recall that incident where he pretended to be her boyfriend. Seiji also recalled a certain beautiful girl with light blue hair and a quiet aura of beauty about her. However, he instantly stopped himself from thinking about her, because he felt that he shouldn't be thinking about Chiaki's ex-girlfriend. Be patient when you start the game at first. You should find it fun after a while. Still, it's normal if you can't enjoy the game, since this game's a little difficult. Seiji continued talking about the game, picking the interesting parts to talk about. He then naturally steered the conversation to other topics. The two of them had fun chatting and joking around with each other. Time passed quickly for them as they arrived at the business district's movie theater. They had agreed upon a movie to watch for today's date. Seiji purchased a pair of movie tickets and some popcorn, and then entered the theater with Chiaki. This movie's title was Silver. It was a highly praised historical fiction movie. The movie started right away with a fierce battle where a barbarian army was invading the city. If the city was lost, the residents would surely be slaughtered as the barbarians pillaged the city. The defending army was resisting with everything they had, but was almost about to lose. In this moment of danger, the handsome and heroic second prince led reinforcements to save the city. He fought together with his soldiers right on the front lines, and succeeded in defeating the vicious barbarians, saving the city. The second prince was venerated by his soldiers and citizens alike. He had countless supporters in the country due to his heroic bravery and kind personality. He was far more supported than the rather average first prince for the position of crown prince. However, the camera revealed that this incredibly popular second prince entered a secret room and kneeled before a person that looked identical to him. It turned out that the other person was the real second prince, while the second prince who appeared in battle was nothing more than a body substitute whose real name was Silver. The real second prince wanted combat achievements, but didn't dare to personally go on the battlefield. That was why he found a body double that looked just like him, and trained Silver to fight in his stead. The real second prince left the secret room to go join the celebration party and enjoy all the attention, while the real hero who'd risked his life in danger stayed behind in the secret room all by himself, only having the cold walls as his company. Such days continued for quite a while. Silver fought heroically in front of everyone, but couldn't take any credit for it. He began to doubt his very meaning in life. He fell in love with a gentle and considerate maidservant, but was unable to express his feelings. He struggled between his loyalty to the second prince and his own desire to express himself. Support for the second prince to become the crown prince, taking the first prince's position, became ever stronger. The fissure between the two princes' factions kept deepening as they fought for influence. The first prince noticed that something seemed off about the second prince's behavior, and tried to discover the second prince's secret. Naturally, the second prince tried his very best to keep Silver a secret. Silver felt enormous pressure from all of this. He was able to overcome many dangers thanks to his sharp mind and quick reactions, but a tragedy was still destined to occur. The maidservant that he loved saw something that she shouldn't have. The second prince killed her off to keep his secret. The girl that Silver loved died right in front of him. He felt tremendous anger and sadness, and finally started hating the second prince. Meanwhile, the second prince's wife was also under significant pressure from knowing about the second prince and Silver's secret. After receiving a beating from the second prince over a small matter, she suddenly discovered that she didn't love this man with a noble bloodline at all. Instead, she loved the other fake second prince who didn't have a noble bloodline, but seemed far more like a real prince. And so, she made a difficult decision. She confessed her love to Silver, and proposed a certain plan. Silver agreed to her plan as he wanted revenge on the second prince. Perhaps he had no other choice at all. The second prince's wife used her hidden forces to assist Silver in either convincing or killing off all the others who knew Silver's secret. One person who knew was an old general with many combat accolades. Since Silver was unable to convince this general who was absolutely loyal to the kingdom, Silver was forced to pull his sword. After a fierce fight, he finally ended up killing the kingdom's hero general who had been both a friend and a teacher to him. Silver was uncertain whether it was his swordsmanship that won out in the end, or if the old general chose to intentionally die under his blade. Silver sunk into a state of confusion. But no matter what, blood couldn't be shed for no reason. Finally, Silver had a direct confrontation with the second prince. He viciously beat the second prince into the ground with a look of hatred in his eyes. The second prince cried and begged for mercy, yet Silver wasn't moved at all. While looking directly into the second prince's eyes, Silver slowly stabbed a chopstick right through the prince's eyes, with a cold and icy expression, just like the real second prince. From then on, the person known as Silver no longer existed. There was only a heroic and courageous man who loved his wife and had the soldiers' and citizens' support as he became the crown prince instead of the first prince. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, I'd be fine even if I died right now. Chapter 742, I'd be fine even if I died right now. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The movie Silver had excellent visuals, special effects, fighting scenes, and storyline. It deserved its wonderful reviews. Seiji felt that this was quite an enjoyable movie. He especially felt that the story knew just how far to take its more impactful scenes. None of the scenes seemed overboard, and the lines were well said as well. It was also due to the actors' skilled acting that the audience became immersed. The movie's story about sense of self, truth, and lies indeed moved him. However, he had pondered upon such subjects many times already, and by now, there was no need for him to think more on this topic. It was Chiaki instead who seemed quite contemplative after the movie. Just like the main character of that movie, if a person lives his complete life pretending to be someone else, just who is he, then? Chiaki asked. That was the final question posed by the movie. The body substitute killed the prince and took his place. Silver would get to spend the rest of his life with the prince's identity. He would also have to act exactly the same as the prince to keep the act up. In that case, was Silver still himself? Some people would say that this was the body double's success, the highest realm that one could achieve. Some would say that this was the body double's failure, a complete loss of one's sense of self. Seiji's answer was, I think that this question can only be answered by the person in question. What you mean is, he is who he thinks he is? Chiaki blinked. Yeah. Seiji nodded. That's just idealism. Chiaki pointed at him. This type of question is about idealism to begin with. By the way, what do you think the answer is? I think, he's still a fake. Chiaki paused for a moment. Even if you completely disguise yourself as another person, a fake is still a fake. So, you think that he's still himself, except that he'll have to act for the rest of his entire life? You could say that. Being an actor for one's entire life, that's something amazing. Seiji chuckled. To act for an entire life, that's like becoming the very character you're acting as. Even if someone becomes their character, an actor is still an actor. No matter how long one acts, an actor is still an actor. Chiaki smiled. This is an objective fact. You're too much of a believer in materialism. That's not romantic enough. Wakaba-san of the drama club. It's precisely because I'm in the drama club that I need to differentiate better. You make that sound correct as well. Truth is on my side. You've already lost unscientific existence, Haruta-san. An unscientific existence, it's hard for me to counter you calling me that. According to our contract, the loser must listen to the winner's commands. I don't remember signing such a contract. You indeed signed such a contract, in my mind. There's no helping it then. What would you like for me to do, Dot? Don't act like you're too lazy to even retort. I want you to treat me to crepes. The two of them had fun touring the business district on their date. After that, they took a bus together to another planned date site, the Sky Tree Tower. This was a famous tower in Sakura Island that was more than 600 meters tall. As a popular tourist location, it also made for a great place for a date. It would have been more romantic to go there during the evening instead, but the Sky Tree Tower was currently closed during the evenings for maintenance. There was no time announced for when the Sky Tree Tower would reopen in the evenings. This tower had two observatories. One was at 350 meters high, while the other was 450 meters high. Of course, the higher observatory required one to purchase a more expensive ticket. With Seiji's current wealth, however, he didn't need to worry about such a price difference at all. Of course, he directly purchased the more expensive ticket for the 450-meter-tall observatory. When I first got acquainted with you, you were still so poor. But now, you're even richer than I am. Chiaki pretended to lament this. It's truly regrettable that I wasn't able to become your sugar mama. Don't regret such a thing, as I absolutely wouldn't have accepted having a sugar mama. Seiji made a serious expression. Is that the truth in your heart? It sounds quite nice to have a beautiful girl taking care of all my financial needs, but I'd be too embarrassed to allow it. Men. They joked around as they got on the elevator, which swiftly took them up. After exiting the elevator, they arrived at the tower's famous structure, its Sky Corridor. This was a tube-shaped corridor that circled around the tower's body. One could gaze at the city's scenery through the glass here. As the weather was clear today, Seiji could see the wonderful scenery incredibly far into the distance. This place would be even better if they changed the flooring of this corridor to reinforced transparent glass instead, Seiji suggested. That would make this into a scary place instead. That would greatly reduce the number of tourists, Chiaki retorted. It wouldn't. The shocking visual effect will give people a deeper impression and make this place even more famous, attracting more victims. Whoops, I meant attract even more tourists. You just said the word victims, didn't you? Not at all. How can any victims appear simply from walking in a glass corridor high up in the sky? It's safe and sturdy. It's also a way for men to show off their courage in front of their girlfriends, and even an excellent opportunity for some kisses and hugs. You evil person. Despite the retorts, Chiaki was standing very close to Seiji's side with a seductive expression. Seiji was also looking at her with love in his eyes. These two appeared just like a love-struck couple to everyone else. As they walked around the corridor, they looked down at the dense mass of buildings down below them, along with all the passing cars, ships on the river, all the beautiful cherry blossoms blooming on the riverside. They kept walking higher and higher in the corridor while enjoying the scenery. It felt as if they were climbing the sky itself. When they reached the highest point of the corridor, it was time to take some pictures for a memory. What pose should he make? Seiji instantly understood when he saw the look in Chiaki's eyes. He set up his selfie stick to take a picture a few seconds later. He then hugged her and kissed those luscious lips of hers, letting this sweet moment be recorded. I feel like I'd be fine even if I died right now, Chiaki sighed. Don't say something like that. Seiji glared at her. Currently the two of them were in a restaurant located on the 345th meter of the Sky Tree Tower. After they left the sky corridor, they went down to the observation deck on the 350th meter to look around, and then came here for lunch. The food was delicious, an excellent combination with the scenery from being high above. Unfortunately, it wasn't as romantic as it could be since it wasn't evening. Even so, Chiaki was highly satisfied. No saying such foolish things even if it's only a joke, do you hear me? I hear you. Chiaki acted spoiled while her heart was filled by a warm feeling. A silly smile appeared on her face as she looked directly at him. Seiji's lips also arced upwards as he raised his glass. Of course, it was only fruit juice in his glass. It would have been better if this was alcohol instead. Chiaki also raised her glass of fruit juice. I'll drink a few with you later tonight. Seiji clinked his glass against hers. For real? Well, if you don't want to, then no. Of course I want to. We absolutely must have some drinks. Chiaki's eyes lit up. She hadn't had any alcohol for a long while now. Seiji drank some fruit juice and looked at her once more with a gentle expression. Of course, he was just as satisfied as Chiaki with their date. It was always so fun being together with her. Chiaki. What is it? I like you, it's wonderful being together with you, Seiji said sincerely from his heart. Chiaki's face flushed red at this sudden confession. Her eyes became watery, as if she was drunk. Same for me, Seiji. If I had to die right now, I definitely wouldn't want to die. I'd absolutely find some way to live so that I can be together with you, and enjoy our happy life together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, Cheers to you. Chapter 743, Cheers to you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After lunch, Seiji and Chiaki went to the gift shop and bought a pair of limited edition mugs to commemorate their date. They then went to the 340th meter floor, where there were glass floors just like Seiji had wanted. Standing up from several hundred meters high to look down was indeed a heart-pounding experience. Chiaki immediately started shouting that her legs were going soft when she arrived. She kept clinging onto Seiji, and wouldn't let go. Seiji didn't know how if she was faking just to cling onto him or if she was really scared. Either way, he really enjoyed the intimate contact with her. After seeing all the scenery from the tower, Seiji and Chiaki shopped at a large mall nearby the tower. The two of them explored the mall and purchased some things before taking a taxi back to the Uehara apartments. During the taxi ride, Chiaki leaned against Seiji's body and held his hand while closing her eyes and resting. She felt quite safe while feeling his body's warmth. Yukari, Hoshi, Mika, Kid, and Keiho were training in Kazuko's domain today. Hisashi and Mayuzumi both had jobs as they were adults. It was impossible for them to come every day. Since there were two less members compared to yesterday, Seiji drew up a new formation and strategy for everyone. After the strategy conference, everyone finished their combat preparations and began battling in the domain. Seiji didn't have Kazuko lower the difficulty level of the monsters in her domain. Everyone noticeably felt more pressure since Hisashi and Mayuzumi weren't there to help them. They all knew why Seiji hadn't decreased the difficulty level of the training. Everyone did their best to make up for missing two members. Apart from not decreasing the difficulty, Seiji also intentionally helped less than the last time. He wanted his Night Order members to be pressured more. It wasn't because he wanted his companions to be injured. He wanted to stimulate their growth. If he only protected them and never let them be injured, he felt that would be no different from raising delicate flowers. Everyone understood this logic, so they had no complaints. They all gritted their teeth and did their best in battle. The effects of this were even better than expected. Yukari, Hoshi, and Kid all learned new defensive techniques. This greatly improved their defensive prowess. Kid's defensive technique was the best. Not only could her skill protect herself, she could also protect allies within a limited radius. Although, the drawback of this skill was that she would have to stay in place without moving. Even with this type of limitation, it was still a nice skill to have. Besides, it was possible that her skill wouldn't have this restriction in the future once it was leveled up. Seiji was quite happy that his companions were swiftly leveling up. He was also delighted with his harvest of inner world crystals. He obtained 29 crystals from ordinary Sakura samurais, 17 crystals from general demons, 1 crystal from a king demon, and 3 crystals from tree demons. Although it wasn't as many as yesterday, it was still a nice harvest. Just like yesterday, Seiji tried once more to sweep through all the demons by himself afterwards. As a result, he'd only obtained a single crystal from a general demon. It would seem that just like a mobile game's daily bonus, only the first sweep through the domain per day will have more crystals. Seiji came to such a conclusion. Will there be more crystals if we take a few days off? Or, will the crystal's quality or quantity increase if we increase the difficulty level of the monsters in your domain? Seiji asked Kazuko. I don't know, we can only know by experimenting. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses while floating in midair. Please be a little more reliable, master of the domain. I truly apologize for being so unreliable. Would you forgive me if I wrote sex slave on my forehead? Don't write something like that. I was just making a joke. I'm already happy that the monsters are dropping loot. I shouldn't be asking more from you. You can ask more of me, such as having me write please use as you like on my legs. I wouldn't do something like that. Afterwards, Seiji took all the crystals into his room. He put them together with the remaining crystals from yesterday, and then opened up his system to spend the crystals on some furniture options. He purchased a floor, walls, and ceiling for his spirit house. He decided to go with Sakura Island style for all the decorations. For a source of light, he chose to purchase some lamps. Tables were a necessity, but he decided to skip on cushions as tatami mats would suffice for the time being. After purchasing all these basic goods for his spirit house, he used up almost all the crystals. It was so expensive to upgrade his spirit house, but the more important part was the income. As long as he received this many crystals every day, he would eventually upgrade everything in the spirit house. Later that night, Seiji drank alcohol together with Chiaki. Chiaki had wanted to drink together in her room, but Seiji refused. With their current relationship, it was highly likely that they would do something sexual if they drank together alone in Chiaki's room. That was why Seiji insisted on drinking at his own place instead. In order not to be a bad influence to the elementary school student, he asked Ki to babysit Rio at her place. Mika wouldn't be coming over tonight. Shika was staying in her own room. But if they did anything too noticeable, it was certain that she would appear. You're actually using Kagura-chan to stop yourself, honestly. Although I feel bad about it, it needs to be like this. I don't have confidence that I'll be able to restrain myself after drinking. As long as you want to, you'll surely be able to restrain yourself, just like that time. Don't pretend to be an idiot. Things are already different. You know how it is. He. Chiaki and Seiji raised their glasses. Cheers. Cheers. Their wine glasses clinked as the wine sloshed inside. Imbibing wonderful wine and inhaling the scent was one of the joys in life. So wonderful, Chiaki sighed, sounding like a middle-aged alcoholic man. You sound like a middle-aged alcoholic man. Seiji directly told her this. That's so terrible. I'm an unparalleled young and beautiful maiden. Unparalleled? That sounds so lonely. I'm a youthful and eternal beautiful maiden. There is no eternity, child. I'm forever a 17-year-old beautiful maiden. Nobody can remain 17 years old forever, but there will forever be someone 17 years old on the planet. Paha, where did you get those quotes from? I don't remember. The two of them casually chatted, poured wine, drank wine, and chatted as they drank. Do you still feel that you're being spied on? Has there been any change? Seiji asked after they polished off a bottle of wine. It's fine, there's no need to pay it any mind. Chiaki waved her hand. Your expression doesn't say that it's nothing at all. Seiji looked directly at her. The situation hasn't changed, has it? Although it hasn't improved, the feeling of being spied on hasn't worsened either. Maybe it will go away by itself after a while, such as when that realm of cherry blossoms or whatever finally finishes. Chiaki slightly shook her wine glass. Its full name is Spirit World No. 1, Realm of Cherry Blossoms. Seiji paused for a moment. It might be possible that you're coming under influence of the realm of cherry blossoms. But, I feel like the abnormal feeling you're having occurred even before the cherry blossom phenomenon. It might really just be my mistaken impression, but after feeling it for so long, I doubt that you have something like a mistaken impression. How about I take you to the Yorihana family's hospital for a mystical inspection? That won't be necessary. No, it's necessary. Seiji took a serious tone. Thank you. Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes. Why are you thanking me? You're clearly preparing to deal with the threat against the city, but you're still taking the time to worry about my small matter. This is no small matter. It's an important matter affecting my girlfriend. I'm just one of your several girlfriends. Seiji instantly glared at her after hearing this. I'm sorry, Chiaki realized that she said something she shouldn't have as she lowered her head and apologized. Seeing her like this, Seiji softened his glance and then pulled her into his arms, gently hugging her. I'm sorry, Chiaki apologized again. Don't say that. In the end, it's my fault, Seiji stated softly. Indeed, you are one of several girlfriends. But please don't forget, I really care about you and am worried about you. Yeah, Chiaki's eyes became watery as she rested in his arms, with a gentle expression like that of a kitten. She felt so blissful because she succeeded in acting spoiled. At this moment, Seiji recalled what he'd told her the last time they drank together, causing him to smile. Even if I'm busy with saving the world, I'll always make time for you. Come, cheers, to you, and to this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, They weren't on the big screen. Chapter 744, They weren't on the big screen. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After they finished drinking, Seiji carried Chiaki back to her bed in her apartment room, and had her sleep there. When he returned home, his cell phone suddenly rang. He checked the caller ID and saw that it was from an unfamiliar number. He accepted the call anyways. Hey, Haruta bro, a happy-sounding voice spoke in the phone. It was Itsuki Kamitani. Seiji frowned slightly as he recalled the figure of the silver-haired boy who liked to wear black clothing. What business do you have with me, Kamitani-san? As Seiji talked on the phone, he swiftly went towards his study. Please don't be so hasty. I only wanted to offer you some fun. I don't want others to get involved. Kamitani's voice sounded like it had an implied meaning. Seiji stopped in his footsteps. But, he quickly went to his study and sat down in front of his computer. What type of game did you want to play with me? Don't have such a cold tone. Aren't you quite bored these days? Soul Society has already gathered enough participants for the second major battle in the realm of cherry blossoms. But, you weren't invited. I'm not bored at all. Ha, don't deny it. Your older sister and others are about to have a major battle, while you're left on the sidelines with nobody paying attention to you. How pitiful. Stop saying such useless things. What do you want? Don't be so tense. I really am trying to offer you some fun so that you can have a more exciting life. I'm not trying to be enemies with you. I'd be quite happy if you stopped bothering me, Kamitani-san. No need to use honorifics with me. That makes us sound so distant. You can just call me Kamitani, or even address me by my name, Itsuki. Thank you for being so friendly, Kamitani. No need to be so reserved. That sounds much better. Now, if only you would stop being so on guard against me. I apologize, it's impossible not to be on guard against you. That really hurts. I'm clearly so proactive and friendly. I believe that we may have different understandings of what the word friendly means. Don't retort so seriously. I think that you retorted like this before? Kamitani pretended to be forgetful. Forget it. Let us discuss the topic of heroes. Kamitani then changed the topic. My bro Haruta, what type of image do you think of when you hear the word hero? Seiji remains silent. For me, my first mental image would be a male wearing cool clothing and wearing a mask, with a gigantic monster right before him. Kamitani continued speaking without waiting for Seiji's reply. Cool and powerful individuals that fight giant monsters. That's what my concept of a hero is. Yet, there are many people that fit that definition, but I don't feel that they are heroes. Why is that? After careful consideration, I discovered the reason, which is, they weren't on the big screen. Kamitani said this with great conviction. Screen? Seiji didn't quite follow. That's right, the big screen. Kamitani spoke quite seriously. Because they weren't on the big screen, not many people saw them, so they didn't feel like heroes. Seiji was rendered speechless. He wanted to retort, but didn't know how. Cool appearance, powerful abilities, and fighting giant monsters. And, being on the big screen so that many people can see them. That's what a hero is. Kamitani concluded. I want to see real heroes, not fictional ones. And you are a perfect candidate to be a hero, my bro Haruta. So this was what Kamitani wanted. Seiji narrowed his eyes. I'll create the monster, and also arrange the filming. You just have to play the part of the hero. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Kamitani spoke passionately. He sounded exactly as if he was talking to a friend about a fun game that you should come and play as well. What purpose do you have with all this? Of course, because it's fun. Don't joke around. Creating chaos at such a time might have severe consequences. Are you certain that you can handle them? Seiji questioned. Thank you for your concern, but there's no problem, Kamitani replied happily. I'm not concerned about you at all. Since you call yourself friendly, how about telling the truth? Everything I've told you was the truth. I would never believe that. I'm hanging up now. Wait a moment. Actually, this matter is related to the ecstasy mystical drug. You should know what that is. Ecstasy. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. I only know that it's a strange drug created by your messenger's organization. Just what exactly is it used for? To conquer the world. You shouldn't ask questions that you know you obviously won't receive the answer to, my bro Haruta. Kamitani chuckled. But what I can tell you is that after the realm of Cherry Blossom's inner world number 1 is unsealed, it's highly likely that ecstasy users will mutate and transform into monsters. We of the Messengers organization want to recover them, but we lack personnel due to the issue with the realm of Cherry Blossoms. An evil organization that lacks personnel. Ha, very funny. So, you want me to act as your janitor? Seiji spoke in a heavy tone. You could say that. Filming this whole process is to leave behind a record. Of course, the most important reason is because I think it would be fun, Kamitani stated casually. Why? As in, why should I do this for you? I contacted you of my own volition. Like I said, it's because I wanted to offer you some fun, and I protected you and your women from the Messengers organization. You should at least owe me this favor. Seiji fell silent for a moment before speaking. I don't know if you're telling the truth or not here. But if so, thank you, Seiji spoke in a calm tone. Now, I want to ask, the fact that you're paying so much attention and taking care of me, it's actually all because of my older sister, is that correct? Kamitani chuckled on the other end of the phone. She is indeed an important reason. But, as I said, you are an interesting existence, Seiji Haruta, Kamitani spoke in a meaningful tone. I want to see what you'll become in the future. I believe that your older sister is of the same opinion as me here. I hope that you'll keep my interest in you. I shall do my best not to disappoint my sister. But, I don't care if I disappoint you, Kamitani-kun. That's a nice way of addressing me as well. My bro Haruta, become a hero. I'm not a hero. I don't want to work for free. Do you want money or a new woman? I'm not interested in either. Then how about an important piece of information? This is regarding one of your women. Who? A sharp glint appeared in Seiji's eyes. I'll only tell you if you agree to act as a hero. This is a valuable piece of information. I agree. Aren't you agreeing too easily? Hurry and tell me. It's not a good thing to value your women so much, my bro Haruta. Shut up. I'll tell you first which woman this information is about. As for the information itself, I'll tell you after you complete your task for me so that you don't have any distractions. Kamitani then told him a name. After the phone call ended, Seiji immediately called Yui. However, he was unable to get through to Yui's cell phone. So, he immediately called Natsuya instead, and told her about what had just happened. Do you believe what he says? Natsuya asked after hearing the situation. Of course I'm suspicious. I want to tell Yui about it, and hear what she has to say. But, I can't get in contact with her right now. Seiji sighed. Natsuya fell silent for a moment. You absolutely have to be careful, she warned him. I will be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, What exactly is ecstasy? Chapter 745, What exactly is ecstasy? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The next morning. The skies were overcast, just as if it was about to rain. Seiji walked out of his apartment and walked to a black luxury car parked nearby. He opened the car door and got on the car. After saying good morning, he began telling Yui about his conversation with Kamitani from yesterday. Yui closed her eyes and listened quietly. After he finished talking, she still remained quiet. Seiji knew that she was thinking, so he didn't say anything more, and quietly waited. Since you've already promised him, then do as he says. After some consideration, Yui spoke up. Can Itsuki Kamitani be trusted? Seiji asked doubtingly. Not at all. It's just that right now, he has no need to lie to you. A person like him probably would lie just because he thinks it's fun. Indeed, but this time, he's not lying, but. Is it because if he lies one time, it'll be more difficult to be believed in the future? You could say that. Is it really alright to let him do as he pleases? Right now, I don't have the time to worry about him. Is it that you don't have the time, or that you're intentionally leaving him alone? Seiji looked directly at Yui. Yui opened her eyes and glanced at him. Seiji felt like he understood something from her glance. But, he still had questions, even more than before. He swiftly thought over what question he could ask now. And thus, he chose to ask. What exactly is the ecstasy mystical drug? This was a mysterious drug that had been spread on a large scale to ordinary people. It could cause those who took the drug to mutate into monsters. Although this drug was also affected by the realm of cherry blossoms, it was also evident that this drug was incredibly dangerous. Why was it being allowed to spread further and further? Was the Messenger's organization so powerful that this illicit mystical drug couldn't be stopped? Even if it was impossible to stop, a dangerous drug like this should be suppressed as much as possible. But Seiji couldn't see that it was being suppressed at all. What secret was hidden behind this drug? Something flashed in Yui's eyes. Are you certain that you want to know? Right after she said this, Seiji's system suddenly gave him some conversation options. A. I'm not that certain. I'm just curious. B. I'm certain. C. If you can't say it, then I don't need to know. The best choice seemed like A. Indicating that he was merely curious, but that he didn't want to get involved too deeply, seemed most appropriate for his current status and position. But, sometimes, rather than obeying one's role, it was also critical to take the first step of one's own volition. I'm certain, Seiji responded adamantly. Yui took a deep look at his face. In exchange for telling you this information, I need you to do something for me in the future. Are you willing? Do something for her? Seiji didn't know what she wanted, but he was certain it wouldn't be for something as simple as cosplaying. What would you like me to do? Seiji inquired. Some dirty work. It's rather risky, but with high rewards as well. But as long as you don't get your companions involved, they'll be safe. What if I get them involved? Then they'll be under the same amount of risk. However, all the benefits will go to you, unless you choose to share with them. Both siblings remained silent for a moment. When you refer to dirty work, do you mean killing someone? Seiji asked calmly. Yui didn't respond. It seemed likely to Seiji that she wanted him to kill someone for her. Even if that wasn't the case, it would be work of a similar nature. This was the true darkness in the world. Seiji was quite clear that not everything in the world was bright and wonderful. But, did he really need to step into the darkness at this time? Remaining on the relatively more light side, and only stepping into the darkness when it was absolutely necessary, seemed more like what a good person should do. Yet, this darkness had been directly placed before him. Was it really alright to turn around and pretend not to see anything? Seiji looked directly at Yui. His blood-related older sister was just as beautiful as always. But when he looked carefully, he also noticed that she seemed to be slightly fatigued. If I refuse, will you be able to find someone else to do this dirty work? Of course. Does that include yourself doing this dirty work? Yui didn't answer him once again. Yet, Seiji already knew the answer. Seiji smiled, and replied, I'm willing. You're not going to think it over, You need me to do something for you. That's enough for me. Why do you trust me like this? Yui asked. Are you certain that you want me to say it? Seiji responded with his own question and a gentle look in his eyes. Yui was rendered speechless. Her face turned slightly red and she averted her gaze. Ecstasy is actually a vaccine currently under development. Instead of verbally speaking, Yui spoke with a spell instead. A vaccine. Seiji had never expected to hear such an answer. At first, this vaccine was developed with the goal of helping ordinary people become immune to spirit world's effects. But, as the vaccine developed, other uses for it were added. The main creator of this vaccine is now a member of the Messengers. What the Messengers are doing by spreading this ecstasy drug is actually large-scale human experimentation. Although we of Soul Society have also started gathering people to research ecstasy, the development is very slow, to the point of almost being non-existent. Judging by the current situation, only the original vaccine inventor will be capable of completing ecstasy. That's why, even if we know quite clearly how dangerous this drug is to ordinary people, we can't stop its spread even though we also know that the messengers have other intentions in developing ecstasy. Seiji now understood. He nodded to show his understanding. Although ordinary people weren't obviously affected by spirit worlds yet, it was possible that in the future. No, it was definite that they would be affected, not. At such a time, it would be impossible to deal with the situation no matter how large a magical barrier was put up. Perhaps something like a zombie apocalypse would even be an understatement. In order to protect ordinary people, they needed to have resistance against spirit worlds, in other words, this vaccine called ecstasy. However, this vaccine was highly difficult to develop. Not only that, the only person who had the knowledge necessary to complete its development was a member of the messengers. This was doubtlessly a bad situation. A vaccine worked by stimulating the human body from the inside, helping the person to become resistant against the same outside force. However, ecstasy's stimulation for ordinary humans was far too strong as it would transform those who took it into monsters. It was obviously dangerous to simply allow the messengers to continue developing this type of mystical drug via large-scale human experimentation. But, if this drug was suppressed, even more lives might be affected in the future, so a difficult decision had to be made. Soul Society and the other factions all chose to ignore the ecstasy drug being spread around. As long as the messengers didn't cause a huge problem in society with ecstasy, all the spiritual ability users would tacitly allow ecstasy's production and proliferation. Although Seiji had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a heavy load on his shoulders after learning such a secret. "What dirty work do you need me to do?" he asked calmly. "None for now. Just do as Kamitani wants for the time being. Report to me afterwards." Seiji felt that there must be some time of tacit agreement between Yui and Kamitani. Although the former Soul world split into the two new factions of Soul Society and Messengers, members of these two opposing factions were still in secret contact with each other. While they fought each other, they also cooperated with each other occasionally, right? Seiji inferred all this from the secret of the ecstasy drug that Yui had told him about. Although she didn't say that much, what she didn't say also revealed a lot of information. If it weren't for Yui telling him, Seiji never would have imagined that a dangerous drug like ecstasy was actually a vaccine under development for the sake of ordinary humans. It was certain that in the future, ordinary people would be affected by spirit worlds on a large scale. If there was no measure taken to prevent this, the situation would become even worse. The future. Right now, Seiji could only faintly perceive what scary developments it might hold. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. It could even be said that humans were incredibly skilled at imagining apocalypse. But, how many people would seriously want to consider the possibility of those things happening in reality, and how it would feel to have an Armageddon befall themselves and the people they cared about? Imagining such a possible future was incredibly pressuring. After Seiji returned home, he took a deep breath. This was the aura of daily life. The air in his apartment was perfectly ordinary, with nothing abnormal. It was the air he was accustomed to. Right now, the great majority of people was living their lives as normal. Since it was morning, they would be getting out of bed, washing up, eating breakfast, reading newspapers, and having another ordinary day. They would never think that their ordinary life was just like a certain quote. The so-called ordinary lives that we lead may perhaps actually be a succession of miracles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Your Justice is Within You. Chapter 746, Your Justice is Within You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The weather was gloomy. Normally, Isamu would have chosen to stay at home and play video games. But, for some reason, Isamu felt stifled at home, and chose to go outside instead. And then, it rained. Luckily, by the time it started raining, Isamu had reached his goal, the game center, or arcade. This game center had several floors, each containing many arcade machines of various genres. Isamu would come here on occasion. Although Isamu preferred single-player games, arcade games also had their own charisma. Playing an arcade game would feel entirely different from a single-player game at home. Of course, part of it was also his childhood nostalgia. When younger, Isamu had spent much of his pocket money on arcade games. There were also other kids that played arcade games together with him, but they had all lost contact with each other. Isamu first played a new 2D fighting arcade game that came out recently. Next, he played a racing game. After that, he was about to play a shooting game when he saw to his surprise. Class president? A beautiful girl with a cold and calm expression was standing in front of the shooting arcade game. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt and blue jeans. She had dark brown short hair, half-rimmed eyeglasses, deep red eyes, and a pretty face. She was shooting at the arcade machine screen while holding the gun in a very standard two-hand posture. She shot swiftly and steadily. Clear gunshots, impacts, and enemy screams could be constantly heard from the arcade machine. Not only was Isamu surprised to see this, he also felt that this was a beautiful scene. He felt that his class president seemed so cool, as if she really knew how to use guns. This girl's name was Riho Haiju. She was the class president of Isamu's class. She had excellent grades, and was considered the reliable type. Although she rarely talked or smiled, she was still quite popular in class. Everyone viewed her as a big sister type. Isamu hadn't talked to her much before. They barely counted as acquaintances. He found it surprising that he met her here. Isamu had never heard before that class president Riho was fond of gaming. He felt that she would be more into reading novels or the like. Did she come into this game arcade center in order to avoid the rain? Isamu wanted to go over and greet her. However, she was currently in the middle of her game. Not only that, he wasn't certain if she wouldn't be displeased at seeing a classmate here. Perhaps he should silently leave without saying anything? Just as he was wondering what he should do, she noticed his attention and turned to look at him. They exchanged direct glances. Isamu felt a mysterious shiver run through him when he met her dark red eyes. Although she was beautiful, Riho had a distant expression that seemed empty and devoid, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. Isamu Saima-san. Hello. She greeted him lightly. Hello, class president. I've never expected to meet you here, haha. Isamu laughed foolishly. Riho only glanced over him before she returned her attention to the arcade screen and continued playing her game. Isamu felt rather awkward. He didn't know if he should leave or stay. He felt that something seemed off about his class president. After some hesitation, he chose to stay behind. He walked over to Riho's side, inserted a coin into the arcade machine, and started playing the shooting game together with her. Isamu then discovered that his class president was amazingly strong at this game. Her shooting was so accurate, as if she had really shot a gun before. She had near-perfect accuracy. Was she highly familiar with this game? Could it be that she often came to play it? Isamu didn't think so. If Riho came here that often, he felt that he would have met her here already long ago. He decided to ask out of curiosity. Class president, you're amazing at this game. Do you often come here to play this game? No, this is my first time playing it, Riho replied calmly. First time. Isamu felt like Riho was unintentionally bragging. He was rendered speechless. Did you come in here to avoid the rain? Yeah. I come play the games here from time to time. Isamu was unable to continue the casual conversation anymore. He thus started talking about the game they were playing. Riho listened quietly, and only responded to direct questions. They shot mobs, reloaded ammunition, and defeated bosses. The two of them skillfully beat all the levels until they finally beat the entire game and saw the ending screen. After Isamu put down the game gun, he was about to ask Class President Riho if she wanted to continue playing a different game together. At this moment, he suddenly heard a scream. Ah, grow oral. At first, the scream sounded human, but then it started sounding bestial. As everyone in the game center looked around in bewilderment, Isamu suddenly recalled the strange dream world he previously experienced. Could it be the sin masks from that dream? Could it be that sin activation was happening in real life now? Before he could think more on this, there were then multiple screams, and lots of loud noises and even more screams. Boom! Isamu and Riho looked over to see a figure viciously crashing into an arcade machine in the corner. That person crashed into the machine with such speed that the machine was demolished. The person sank into the wreckage with a distorted body that was spurting blood. It would be impossible for anyone to throw themselves at such a high speed. He had been tossed into the machine. Although everyone else in the game center was shocked and dazed at the sight, Isamu realized what was going on. No matter what was going on, whether it was sin mask activation or some other cause, a monster had appeared in the game center. What should he do? He could only escape. This wasn't the dream world. He didn't have any special powers in real life. Nor did he have weapons. Just as Isamu was thinking this, a tremendous monster appeared in his field of vision. This monster had a red body and a black bird's head. Its arms and claws were long, but its legs and feet were stubby and short. Many gray spikes protruded from all over its body, especially its back. The monster was also emitting faint red mist from its mouth. This monster appeared vicious and ugly, and gave everyone a tremendous sense of terror. People instantly started screaming and running. There were also others that collapsed on the ground, stood still where they were in a daze, or trembled all over. Isamu wanted to escape immediately. He turned around to leave. Although he felt bad about abandoning the other people present, there was truly nothing that he could do. At most, he could take the class president along with him. Wait, where was the class president? He turned around and saw to his astonishment that his class president, the girl named Riho Haiju, was actually walking towards the monster. Class president! Don't go over there! Isamu shouted loudly. Yet, Riho didn't slow down at all. Instead, she reached out to the monster with her hand. Had she gone insane? Isamu was so shocked that he didn't know what was going on anymore. The bird-head monster also reached out its hand, and gently shook the girl's hand. Such a thing didn't happen at all. This wasn't a movie filming with a Beauty and the Beast topic. What really happened was that the bird-head monster reached out with its claw and grabbed Riho, squeezing her hard. Riho screamed with incomparable pain in her voice. This was only natural. Could there be any other possible outcome when you walked towards such a monster and reached your hand out to it? Isamu couldn't understand why his class president would do such a thing. He couldn't even curse at her for being an idiot, because he was too shocked at her action. But, no matter why she did that, Isamu was quite clear on one thing. His class president was about to die. In the next minute, right in front of him. She would be squeezed to death by the monster. And, he had no way of stopping this. He was about to watch someone he knew die right in front of him, and he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Why? Because he had no power. No. I do have power. But, that wasn't a power that Isamu could use in real life. That was a power he only had in his dreams, while he was asleep. Give up. Run away now. All you can do now is protect your own life, Isamu's voice whispered to himself in his own mind. No. If you run away now, you'll live for the rest of your life regretting that you abandoned your classmate to die, another version of his own voice whispered to him. But, even if he didn't run, he couldn't save her. No, he could. As long as he used that power he possessed in the dream world, here in real life. Transform his dream into reality. Transform his ideal into reality. Isamu Saima. What is your dream? My dream is. Isamu's spirit suddenly reached a certain realm, coming into contact with something subconscious. A certain sentence suddenly re-entered his mind. It was almost as if that person had especially given him a hint, or perhaps guidance. Your justice is within yourself. I understand now, Seigo Haranokuin. Appear. Activate. My power. Isamu's spirit transformed his power into reality and shook his very soul as something arose from deep within him and transformed into an owl mask that appeared on Isamu's face. And then, there was a brilliant light. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, Because the Monster is Freaking Real. Chapter 747, Because the Monster is Freaking Real. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Isamu's mask instantly transformed into flashy red eyeglasses. A black jacket and red gloves appeared on his body, while an exquisite revolver appeared in his right hand. This was the exact same sin activation form he had in his dream. Pow. Pow. Pow, star. The moment that he transformed, Isamu instantly started shooting directly at the bird monster. 3 mystical bullets left red trails behind them as they accurately struck the monster's limbs, instantly injuring it. The monster howled, releasing Riho from its clutches. Isamu rushed over, caught his classmate, and then landed a vicious whirlwind kick on the monster's body. Isamu then made use of the reactive force to pull a distance away. The bird monster was obviously angered by this. It grabbed a nearby arcade machine and threw it directly at Isamu. Boom. Star. While still holding onto Riho, Isamu managed to dodge this attack. The arcade machine smashed into little pieces right next to them. Hurry and run. Isamu shouted at the other people who were still in a daze in the game center. He also counterattacked with his gun. The bird monster lifted its injured claw. This claw began to glow red, magically blocking the mystical bullets while speedily recovering its injuries. The bird monster grabbed another arcade machine in its other claw and tossed it at Isamu. There was another loud crashing sound as Isamu successfully dodged yet again with Riho still in his hands. Everyone screamed and scrambled to run away. Boom. Boom. Boom, star. The bird monster kept throwing arcade machines that Isamu continuously dodged with the class president in his hands. As all this happened, a man who didn't run fast enough was unluckily crushed to death by one of the flying arcade machines. Damn it! Isamu cursed out loud. He wanted to fight the monster, but that would be impossible while carrying the unconscious Riho, nor could he simply just set her aside. He kept dodging arcade machines tossed at him and ran out of the game center to the street where there was a heavy downpour of rain. At this moment, Isamu happened to spot a passing-by taxi. Stop! Isamu flagged down the taxi, swiftly opened the door, and put Riho in the back seat. Hurry and take her to the hospital. The taxi driver had an obviously confused expression. But soon, the middle-aged male taxi driver's expression changed to terror, because he saw the horrifying monster that came out of the game center. Hurry and drive. Isamu slammed the taxi car door shut and started shooting at the bird monster. The bird monster let out a red glow from its claws which blocked the mystical bullets. It then roared and charged directly at Isamu. The taxi driver sped off with Riho in the car. Only when the monster got close to Isamu did he swiftly dodge the claws and circle around to the monster's side, injuring it from close distance. The bird monster roared angrily while viciously swiping with its claws, creating more red lights. Bang! Isamu wasn't able to dodge the red light in time and was struck by it. He was knocked back a bit, but remained uninjured. However, his black jacket showed obvious signs of damage. The bird monster kept chasing the constantly dodging Isamu. The sounds of the monster's claw whistling through the air kept intermingling with gunshots, covering the sound of the pouring rain. All the bystanders on the streets were stunned at this sight. The people that were closer ran in fear. The ones who were farther away started filming the scene with their cell phones. Was this a movie? A TV show? A cosplay performance? Nobody saw any cameras anywhere. If this was a performance, that actor in the monster costume was truly doing such a good job. Even from a great distance, people felt instinctive fear and danger. Why would they feel such fear and danger? Those who escaped from the game center would answer like this: because the monster was freaking real. Bam! Isamu was struck once more by the red light emanating from the monster's claws. This was the fourth time already. His jacket was now tattered in many places. It seemed that the jacket wouldn't be able to block many more hits. Although Isamu was able to somewhat injure the monster, it wasn't enough. He was too weak. Not only that, he was already beginning to feel fatigued. Even without the problem of not being able to take many more hits, he probably wouldn't be able to move like this for much longer. The police, could he count on the police? It was definite that someone probably called the police already. But even if the police arrived, would they be able to handle this monster? No. Isamu could sense that even if the police arrived, the police would only suffer casualties. This monster couldn't be dealt with by ordinary people. Only a spiritual ability user, a powerful spiritual ability user, could handle the situation. Isamu instantly thought about that person. If only Seigo Harano was here, this type of monster would surely be dealt with swiftly. Isamu wanted to contact him, but was unable to spare the time right now. Not only could he not spare the time, Isamu felt like he almost couldn't go on anymore. The bird monster kept chasing after him. Isamu tried, but was unable to increase the distance between them. His body kept feeling heavier and heavier. He shouldn't have fought just now. He should have called for help from Seigo at the very first opportunity. It was too late to regret now. Isamu suddenly slipped, and was unable to dodge the monster's next attack. He was viciously swiped by a claw attack, causing him to fly backwards. Isamu crashed heavily into a streetlight, causing the black mystical jacket he wore to completely vanish. His gloves and gun also began to glow. This was an indicator that they were almost completely out of energy. Was he about to die? Isamu started feeling afraid as the bird monster approached. He shouldn't have fought. He shouldn't have worried about his class president. He should have run away at first opportunity. He had only fought in his dreams before, yet he thought he would be a capable fighter. That was so foolish of him. Only the truly strong were capable of dealing with such a monster, such as someone with Seigo Harano's strength. I'm about to. Aha! Don't come! Isamu started shouting loudly as he imagined the way he would die. He picked up his gun and shot furiously at the monster as tears welled up within his eyes. He felt fear, he felt regret. Yet, he still clenched his gun tightly. Justice is a heavy concept, Simakuen. Isamu once again recalled Seigo's words. Supporting justice is a good thing, but sometimes the situation isn't what you think it is. How much you can believe in justice, and how far you can persist with it, is something that only you can come up with an answer to. My own answer. Isamu furiously shot with his gun as tears streamed down his cheeks. The bird monster blocked the mystical bullets with a red light as it waved its claws. Slash! With a swipe of its claws, it cut right through the streetlight, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. However, Isamu didn't die. He used all the energy he had left to dodge this almost fatal attack at high speed. Yet, his gloves and gun had both disappeared now. His body felt incredibly heavy. He knew that he probably couldn't escape anymore. However, Isamu defiantly showed his middle finger to the bird monster. Grey whir. As if the bird monster sensed Isamu's will, it roared angrily at him. Isamu chuckled as he struggled, got up, brought out his cell phone, and made a call while running away. Even if he couldn't escape in the end, he would struggle until the very end. He conquered his own fear. He no longer felt any regret for his actions. The bird monster chased after him and swiped yet again. Shing. Star. A black-clad figure descended from the sky, slashing down with a powerful sword stroke that cut off the monster's claw. The claw fell to the side and evaporated in a puff of mist. The bird monster screamed in pain. Its other claw started glowing red and swiped viciously towards the figure before it. The black-clad figure dodged this attack and then slashed with his sword again. This seriously injured the bird monster's other claw. The bird monster screamed pitifully and retreated. Isamu saw only a black-caped, helmeted, and mysterious individual wielding a long sword. Complex yet elegant silver runes were on the cape and helmet. 2 hand-sized feather ornaments were on either side of the helmet. The handiwork was exquisite, and there was an alluring beauty to the combat equipment. This person's longsword glowed white and flashed with golden runes. Isamu had seen this exact same scene in his dream before. Hirano-kun? Isamu looked at the mysterious individual. Gra-ha-hey, dot. The bird monster roared in a loud voice as its entire body began to glow red. Both its claws speedily regenerated, and the gray spikes on its body started glowing with black electricity. Soon, the black electricity meshed with each other like a tight web, forming something resembling a suit of armor made out of lightning on its body. Isamu instantly froze over at the sight. A cold chill permeated throughout his entire body, feeling like it even penetrated through his bones, making his body difficult to move. Just about all the other bystanders felt the same chill, although the degree was different depending on the individual. Now, even the biggest skeptics could only admit that this monster had to be real. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, It Must Be Fun to Be a Hero. Chapter 748, It Must Be Fun to Be a Hero. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The monster waved both its claws, causing the electricity to gather and flash violently. Isamu realized that a powerful attack was coming. Yet, there was nothing he could do. But, there was no need for him to do anything. The caped person raised his unarmed hand. Instantly, there was a loud thud, and Isamu witnessed a golden bell materializing in midair and covering the monster's entire body. The bird monster's attack was interrupted, and it collapsed to the ground while screaming in pain. The electricity on its body was suppressed, and it was seriously injured. After seeing this scene, Isamu was almost absolutely certain this person was Seigo Harano. Isamu had previously witnessed Seigo using this exact technique to fight against enemy monsters in his dream. It had left him with a deep impression. "Ha, White Knight, is that you?" Isamu was about to reflexively address Seigo by his last name, but managed to change to using Seigo's alias at the last second. The caped person turned around and nodded at Isamu. Isamu was overjoyed at this news. He no longer had to be afraid of anything with Seigo here. At this moment, there was the sound of sirens. The police had arrived. Isamu followed the sounds and saw multiple police cars rapidly approaching through the rain. What would happen now that the police had arrived? With Seigo's current getup, he surely wouldn't want to reveal his identity to the police. Would he fight against the police? Isamu then looked at the monster. While still trapped under a golden bell of light, it could be seen transforming into mist and struggling painfully while screaming. It seemed that some more time was required to completely eradicate the monster. The police cars soon arrived and parked near the scene. The police got out of the cars and approached slowly and vigilantly, with guns fully drawn. Isamu became quite tense at this scene. Since he was only an ordinary high school student, he couldn't help but panic when faced with fully armed police. We're good people. Isamu put both his hands up in the air and shouted, "The monster is almost taken care of. Don't shoot. Don't move. Just who are you people?" A policeman shouted back. Isamu didn't know how to answer this. He looked at Seigo. The caped person, who was indeed Seiji, looked to his left. Seiji then suddenly picked Isamu up and jumped. This was a familiar sensation. Isamu was quite used to being carried by Seigo in his dream already. The police and other bystanders looked on in astonishment as the caped individual carried the teenager up and jumped in succession onto the side of buildings, jumping all the way to the rooftop and vanishing from sight. "Thank you for saving me, White Knight." In a deserted alleyway, Isamu thanked Seiji as he was put back down onto the ground. "You're welcome. Did you transform just now? How did you accomplish it?" Seiji looked at him. "It was thanks to you," Isamu told Seiji about what happened. Seiji was rendered speechless. He'd never expected that the words he previously told Isamu would have such an effect. "Thanks to you, I've also managed to become a spiritual ability user. Although my power is still weak, I can now fight for the sake of justice." Isamu clenched his fist as he spoke in a hot-blooded tone. "No, this is the result of your own efforts. You were the one who was able to tap into extraordinary powers in order to save your classmate." "That's something amazing," Seiji told him sincerely. Although Seiji felt previously that Isamu's Saima had potential, Isamu's speedy development truly astonished him. Isamu was quite happy to hear such praise. He smiled in a foolish fashion. "By the way, what was that monster? Was it a result of sin activation?" After Isamu's joy passed, he remembered to ask this question. Seiji fell silent. That monster wasn't a result of sin activation like in the dream. It was the side effect of ecstasy, but he couldn't tell a secret like that to Isamu. Not only that, Seiji was unclear on what exactly the sin activation masks were. Neither did he know if the sin activation masks and ecstasy had any connection with each other. It might be possible that the two were connected as both were projects being run by the messengers. Was it truly only because of Isamu himself that he had been able to transform in the real world? Actually, there was another possibility, that Isamu had been unknowingly influenced by that bird monster. White Knight? Isamu found it strange that Seigo was being so silent. To my knowledge, that wasn't sin activation, but I can't say what it is specifically. Seiji paused for a moment. But, sin activation might still be related to it. The evidence is that you were able to transform when you met that monster. So is it sin activation or not? Isamu was rather confused by the explanation. You can treat it so. The effects are fairly similar to sin activation. Oh. Both of them fell silent for a moment. How did you appear there? Did you know that there was a monster, so you rushed over? Isamu asked next. Don't ask too many questions. You should return home now, Seiji told him. Don't worry about the police. It will be taken care of. Return home just like this? Isamu wanted to help out, even though he knew that his power was insufficient. Still, he was unwilling to go home just like this. Tell me how I can improve my power. Isamu requested. I want to become stronger. Don't think about such a thing now. You should hurry home, take a shower, and get some good rest. I'm not tired. Don't force yourself to go on. Calm down, Saimakun, Seiji spoke in a stern tone. Isamu fell silent. You just did something for the sake of justice. You've protected your classmate as well as other people. That's a good thing. Seiji changed to a gentle tone. But, you also need to understand that you did something incredibly dangerous. If I had arrived any later, I won't say anything unnecessary. Anyways, it's also important to take care of yourself. You've already done plenty for today. You should go home now. Isamu still remained silent, but he slowly nodded his head. Isamu then walked off into the rain. After he walked swiftly for a while, he couldn't help but turn and look back. The caped figure was no longer there. Seiji stood on a rooftop and watched Isamu leave before looking in the opposite direction. A man wearing a gray jacket, gray pants, and a gray helmet was standing there while carrying a large video camera. This man had been standing on the room during Seiji and Isamu's entire conversation. Isamu hadn't noticed his presence at all. This gray-clad man's presence would have been undetectable to Seiji as well unless he used astral vision. Although Seiji could detect his presence, it was easy to forget about his existence. This man was the cameraman that Kamitani had arranged to film Seiji's deed. There were 3 cameramen in total, 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 had the same entirely gray attire. Apart from filming, they were also in charge of retrieving the defeated ecstasy-mutated monster that had been a former human. They didn't say anything unnecessary at all to Seiji. Although their words were polite, they were distant and refused to answer any questions. Seiji figured that they'd probably already reported to Kamitani about how Isamu had awakened. He would have to talk to Kamitani about this later. At this moment, a large shadow moved above Seiji and blocked the rainwater. A long rope ladder fell down and landed right next to Seiji. Seiji grabbed the rope ladder and climbed up. The gray-clad cameraman followed after him. The 2 climbed up to an entirely gray helicopter. This helicopter was completely noiseless as it stopped in midair. After the 2 people got on, it rose higher and flew towards the north, seeming like a tremendous ghost in the rain. Seiji observed the city down below from the helicopter. If this had been a scenic tour, he would have enjoyed the view. But right now, he was doing something he didn't enjoy. Hero. Isamu was the true hero. Seiji felt that he himself was nothing more than an evil organization's janitor. After looking at the scenery for a while, Seiji took out his cell phone and contacted the person in charge of all this. My bro Haruta, it must have been fun to be a hero. Kamitani's voice spoke up on the other end of the phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Stop Pretending, I've already seen through you. Chapter 749, Stop Pretending, I've already seen through you. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Not at all. Eh? How strange, you should have enjoyed being a hero, but you should already know about what happened, Kamitani-kun. Seiji didn't want to waste time chatting and went with the direct approach. Know about what? Don't pretend. I'm talking about Isamu Saima. Oh, you're talking about him. Kamitani chuckled. I didn't expect that someone would awaken their sin activation mask already. This was far faster than expected. Even though I've already expected sin activation, I was still surprised. You're far more interesting than I even imagined, my bro Haruta. What does it have to do with me? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. Don't pretend to know nothing. You've caused it, Kamitani stated in a meaningful tone. Seiji was rendered speechless. What exactly was going on? You believe that I've caused Isamu Saima's awakening? I don't believe it. It's a fact. I didn't do anything. Stop pretending, my bro Haruta. I've already seen through you. I really didn't do anything at all. Fine, it doesn't really matter if you don't want to admit it. We can just forget about it, Kamitani said in a happy tone. Seiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. He really didn't do anything at all to Isamu. Isamu's awakening had nothing to do with him. The only part that was possibly related was what Seiji had told Isamu, but could those few words really help someone to awaken? No. It wasn't only the words Seiji had told Isamu. Perhaps Kamitani also counted how Seiji had fought together with Isamu in the dream world. After recalling what Kamitani said, Seiji felt like he realized what Kamitani meant. Seiji faintly understood the deeper meaning behind why Kamitani called him an interesting existence. This was a major misunderstanding. But, was it really just a misunderstanding? What would you like me to do, my bro Haruta? Kamitani inquired. Seiji returned to his senses and swiftly thought things over. Kamitani's misunderstanding regarding himself was something beneficial. Kamitani was the lawless type who wouldn't care about any consequences. Apart from Yui, only this misunderstanding would possibly make Kamitani tread with caution. So if Kamitani had a misunderstanding about Seiji being an interesting existence, what should Seiji do here to take advantage of it? I want you to guarantee Isamu Saima's safety. Don't perform any dangerous experiments on him, Seiji said in a heavy tone. Will he really be able to mature if we leave him alone? Of course he can't be left completely alone. He still needs an appropriate amount of stimulation. How about having him become another hero? I can create an interesting scenario just for him. If you want to play around, make sure not to go overboard. Understood. I shall show you the script when it's ready, Kamitani chuckled. It would be impossible to have Kamitani leave Isamu completely alone. Seiji felt that it was wiser to protect Isamu through such a compromise. And if Isamu was able to swiftly power up afterwards, Kamitani's misunderstanding about Seiji would become even greater, meaning that Seiji would have even more influence over Kamitani. But if Isamu didn't swiftly power up, Seiji decided to simply wait and observe the situation. The rain continued until late into the night. Monsters appeared all over the city. Just about every monster caused people to die. Yet, every time, a mysterious caped and helmeted individual appeared to defeat the monster, preventing even more serious injuries and death from occurring. Some people spread high-res videos taken of this individual, which raised some attention. But, such videos were soon deleted before most people noticed. However, some sharp individuals still saved such videos before the deletion. These individuals spread the videos in their chat groups, small message forums, and so on. Something else started spreading as well. The person who spread these videos gave a nickname to the mysterious caped individual, Blackwing. As of now, the people who experienced monster attacks and knew at least that the monsters were real were currently afraid and anxious. Such people no longer felt safe in this city. They didn't trust the police to be able to handle the monster situation. But, they didn't know whom they could believe in. There was too much information on the internet to determine fake news from real news. People were tired of bad news about monsters popping up all over the place. People wanted good news that would make them feel reassured. For example, news about a hero. Not a hero from an anime or a movie. They wanted a real hero. They wanted a hero with supernatural powers that stepped up to protect everyone from the monsters since the police weren't able to do so. As for these videos about Blackwing, there was something noticeably different about some of the videos taken of him. That would be the high-def resolution of the videos. Some of the videos taken of Blackwing were obviously cell phone videos that were shaky and unclear. However, there were many videos of Blackwing that were incredibly clear and steady. Everyone could see all the little details about the monster and the caped individual. It was quite evident that these videos had been filmed with professional standard video equipment. Would such a video be real then? Fighting monsters while bringing a cameraman crew? This seemed more like a movie. Most people who saw such high-res videos felt that these videos were faked. People thought that this was yet another new movie advertisement trying to do a viral marketing campaign. However, some experts gave their opinion that there was nothing fake about the videos. Or, more accurately, they couldn't find any evidence of special effects being used. Some people even went to the purported location of some of the monster fights. These people confirmed that it indeed looked like major fights had taken place at those locations. This was indeed an intentionally created video. But did that mean that the video had to be fake? Perhaps it was real, and that Blackwing individual intentionally brought cameramen to record his exploits to spread them on the internet. Didn't that mean he was incredibly strong, enough to even bring cameramen along for a fight against monsters? In every single video, the monsters were easily dispatched by Blackwing. There wasn't a single video in which Blackwing appeared to be under any pressure. If these videos had been fake, why would the fighting scenes be so simple after spending so much money on realistic monsters and special effects? The fighting scenes should have been longer, with some cool fighting poses. Some people thought that these videos were faked. These people mentioned how the other people seen in the videos acted as if these cameras didn't exist at all. That seemed unrealistic, so the other people in the videos must have been hired extras. But some people also were of the opinion that if this video was real, it was possible that the cameraman following such a powerful individual would also be no ordinary person. Perhaps the cameraman had the ability to remain invisible and go undetected by ordinary people. People on the internet started arguing about whether these videos depicting Blackwing's monster fighting exploits were real or faked. And these arguments caused the Blackwing videos to become more popular and spread even further. Blackwing's name slowly became known within the city. Seiji didn't pay any attention to the hero videos that Kamitani sent him. He cared more about the information that Kamitani gave him as previously agreed upon. Kamitani's information was about Chiaki. Chiaki Wakaba was actually a descendant of a priest family. Priests obviously referred to those who worked with the divine, the servants of the gods. Although yin-yang masters were the strongest type of spiritual ability user in today's generation, priests had been far stronger than yin-yang masters in Sakura Island's history. Priests would obtain wondrous powers from the gods that they served. For an incredibly long period of time, priests were at the very top of Sakura Island society, ruling over all ordinary people as well as all other spiritual ability users. This state continued all the way until 70 years ago. As Seiji had learned when he'd first arrived in this dimension, the ancient civilization known as the Atlantis Empire had risen from the bottom of the ocean and attempted to conquer the entire world. Sakura Island had gotten involved in the World War as well. Various events happened due to the warfare. One major event was that the yin-yang master factions banded together and attacked the priest's faction. The result of that battle was that the yin-yang masters obtained a total victory, with the priests being completely defeated. Yin-yang masters replaced priests as the top of society. The priests and their families were cruelly killed off by the yin-yang masters. But some priests still managed to survive and leave behind descendants. Although a priest's descendant wouldn't appear any different from a normal human on the outside, a priest's descendant would still have their god's favor. The god's favor would extend down the family line to all the descendants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, The Gods Are Watching You. Chapter 750, The Gods Are Watching You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Kamitani didn't mention what the situation was like for the current priest descendants that had divine favor. But he told Seiji that this was highly valuable information. And since Seiji knew that Chiaki felt like she was constantly being watched, this was definitely valuable information. The Yorihana family's mystical hospital had already inspected Chiaki and found that everything appeared to be normal. Basically, according to the Yin-Yang Master Hospital, she appeared to be a healthy ordinary person with nothing abnormal about her. Just as Kamitani said, nothing appeared out of the ordinary with her on the surface. But as for what would actually happen, more information was needed. The next morning, the weather was clear and the air was fresh. The morning sunlight shone in through the window. After Seiji got out of bed, he immediately went to the study, turned on his computer, and went online to Soul Society's message forum. After reading the posts there, he learned that Soul Society's battle in Realm of Cherry Blossoms Inner World number 1 had been successful. The dimensional eye there had been successfully sealed for the time being. The battle was apparently more difficult than the previous one. But since Soul Society had been amply prepared, their combat strength was sufficient, and there were no problems. It was good that there were no problems. Seiji turned off the computer after checking the information. Breakfast time. Chiaki didn't come over to his place for breakfast like she usually would. Although it was also possible that she was simply being a slouch and sleeping in, Seiji was still worried about her. He immediately headed over to her apartment after he'd finished breakfast. He saw Mika when he arrived in the hallway. After they exchanged hellos, Mika heard that he was going to visit Chiaki. She decided to go with him to check on Chiaki. Nobody answered the door when they knocked. Mika used her key as the apartment manager to open the door. When they entered, they saw that the silver-haired girl was still quietly sleeping in bed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary with her. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Seiji had Mika wake up Chiaki as he left her bedroom and went back to his own apartment. Some minutes of waiting later, the two girls came to his apartment. Chiaki seemed rather listless, as if she wanted to go back to sleep. "Did you sleep rather late last night?" Seiji inquired. "No, it's just that I'm especially sleepy this morning." Yawn, Chiaki yawned as she collapsed on Seiji's table. "Did you feel anything unusual last night?" "No." "Did you have any strange dreams?" "No, what's the matter?" "I've learned something that might be related to the strange feeling of being watched that you've been having," Seiji said in a serious tone. Chiaki rubbed her eyes and lifted her head upon hearing this. "What is it?" Seiji told her the information that she was a priest's descendant that he heard from Kamitani. Chiaki blinked after hearing this. Mika blinked after hearing this. Shika, who was also present, calmly continued sipping her tea. Keed was in the living room, tutoring Rio with her homework. Neither of them noticed this conversation. "A priest's descendant, is that right?" Chiaki asked for confirmation. "That's right." "It sounds rather grand, so what, then? Will I awaken and become a priestess? Or some type of shrine maiden? A shrine maiden, Chiaki?" Seiji couldn't help but imagine the silver-haired beauty wearing shrine maiden attire while dancing and swinging some bells. He felt that it would be amazing. "I don't know. I've only learned this recently, and I know very little about priests," Seiji responded after he regained his senses. "This person who told you the information, the Satsuki Kamitani, how did he learn this information about me?" "I don't know that, either." "Can he be believed?" "I think this information at least can be believed." Chiaki tilted her head slightly. It seemed as if her brain wasn't working properly yet due to drowsiness. "We need to know more relevant information. I'll ask Natsuya to investigate. And, Chiaki, could you ask your father more about your family's history?" Seiji looked directly at her. "Chiaki. There's no use asking. He won't tell me anyways," she finally spoke up in a low voice as she collapsed back onto Seiji's table again. Chiaki, Mika felt empathy for Chiaki's bad relationship with her father. Seiji fell silent for a moment. "Then, could you give me his phone number?" After a period of silence, Seiji made such a request. "I'll ask him in your stead, if it becomes necessary." Chiaki didn't respond. Seiji waited quietly. Mika wanted to say something, and opened her mouth, but then changed her mind and closed it again. She ended up remaining silent. Shika quietly observed from the side. "Can you guarantee that apart from asking him about my potential priest family history, you won't do anything else?" Chiaki muttered after a long period of silence. "I can't," Seiji told her directly. "You won't even try to give me a white lie?" "I don't want to lie to you at all, no matter how small a lie it is." Everyone fell silent yet again. After a long while, Chiaki finally slowly lifted her head. She expressionlessly took out her cell phone and started sending something. Seiji soon received a text message. The content was the cell phone number of Chiaki's father, Shingo Wakaba. The text message also had one sentence: "No matter what you do, you have to take responsibility for me." Seiji's mouth tilted upwards as he glanced over at Chiaki. Of course, Seiji responded in his own text message. "I shall take responsibility for you for my entire life." Chiaki's mouth also tilted upwards when she received this text message. Natsuya also knew very little about the priest's descendants. 70 years ago, the Yin-Yang Master faction had a major battle against the priests during the chaos of the war against Atlantis. More accurately speaking, the Yin-Yang Masters were the leaders of a faction including other types of spiritual ability users. Everyone made a temporary alliance against the priests to fight for control over the mystical society that the priests had ruled for so long, Natsuya explained to Seiji. The main reason for this major battle was because of the difference in opinion between the priests' faction and the Yin-Yang Master faction about what to do regarding the war against Atlantis. To sum things up, the priests' faction believed that Sakura Island should surrender to the Atlantis Empire in order to preserve peace and prosperity on Sakura Island. The Yin-Yang Master faction believed that Sakura Island shouldn't surrender and should fight to the end instead to preserve everyone's pride. Judging from the situation at the time, both sides had reasonable arguments, and neither side was able to convince the other. That was why there was a major internal battle for control of Sakura Island. You already know the result. The priests' faction was utterly defeated, and their members were killed off by the Yin-Yang Master faction. Only a few were lucky enough to survive, leaving behind the priests' descendants of today. The great majority of surviving priests' descendants were women or children that had been spared. Most were accepted into becoming members of the major factions. A small portion returned to normal society and became ordinary people. So-called divine favor is actually the ability to obtain and use the God's powers. That's what I believe. This type of ability is independent of spiritual ability users' abilities. That is to say, someone with absolutely zero spiritual ability still might have the ability to use divine powers. Itsuki Kamitani mentioned that Wakaba-san is a priest's descendant. This means that either he knows the Wakaba family background, or he must have some unknown method of being able to find out if someone is a priest's descendant. Of course, the prerequisite is that this information he told you is real. As for what will happen to priests' descendants with divine abilities in this current situation where the realm of cherry blossoms is going wild and exerting its influence over our city, I don't have a clue. Right now, all of the most important shrines in Sakura Island, basically, the shrines that house powerful gods, are under the control of the 7 great Yin-Yang Master families and other such top-level factions. Those who possess divine abilities and are able to use their gods' powers will absolutely become core members of the relevant Yin-Yang Master faction. Any information about divine power users is considered absolute top secret. Basically, it's hard to learn anything about them. Seiji folded his arms. That's right. It's hard to even know the identity of someone who's a divine power user. Thus, I know even less about their current situation. Natsuya sipped on some tea. Should I ask my sister Yui about this? It's highly likely that she knows more than I do about this. But, it's another matter whether she'll tell you or not. That's what I'm thinking as well. Seiji sighed. He also took a teacup and sipped on some tea. Those with divine favor. Chiaki's feeling of being constantly watched, could that have been a god paying attention to her? Seiji surmised. That is quite possible, Natsuya told him seriously. The gods are watching you. It would seem that in this world, this phrase would be no mere joke. If there really is a god watching her, I hope that they will send a greeting so that we can at least learn who it is, Seiji commented helplessly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, Who's Free Tonight? Chapter 751, Who's Free Tonight? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Sometime later, Natsuya finished her tea and left. Seiji continued drinking his tea and waited for others to arrive. Mika, Kid, Yukari, Kazuko, Keiho, and Hisashi arrived at his place in that order. Hoshi was busy with his part-time job and couldn't come. Surprisingly, Hisashi had the time to come over. Hisashi and Kid's father, Mikiru Jumanji, had left the hospital and returned to their main residence, taking over the duties of running the Jumanji Mafia group again. This meant that Hisashi no longer had his heavy responsibilities, and could go back to being an otaku gamer all day. Such a thing didn't happen at all. Actually, Mikiru could have returned long ago. But after seeing that Hisashi was doing such a good job running the Jumanji Mafia, Mikiru decided to spend some more time resting in the hospital. After he finally left the hospital, he used the excuse of needing to rest up to only take back part of his original duties, and this was only because Hisashi strongly requested him to do so. After the Night Order members gathered and had a strategy conference, they put on their combat equipment and finished their preparations for entering Kazuko's domain. Likely due to the realm of Cherry Blossom's influence, the difficulty of the monsters in the domain had obviously risen. In the very first battle against mob monsters, King-level Sakura Samurai appeared in the first wave. After that, the boss battles involved not only Sakura Samurai armies and tree demons, but also a Sakura female demon. With the Sakura female demon's buff effects for the other samurai, the army's combat strength was improved to a whole different level. Since there were also many tree demons, the Night Order members felt severe pressure facing against them. Seiji helped out and also had Keiho release her massive AoE insect swarm attack. Only then was everyone able to stop the first monster wave's ferocious attacks. Everyone fought their hardest and slowly got closer to the Sakura female demon. Yukari and Mika then used a combination attack to ambush and slay the Sakura female demon by using Black Spiderweb and Mika's signature dimension-shattering Jade. After the Sakura female demon was killed, the Sakura Samurai army was instantly weakened. This allowed the insect swarm to devour the entire army. Without the large number of weaker monsters harassing them, it became much easier for the Night Order members to deal with the remaining elite monsters. In the second wave of monster attacks, even more king-level demons appeared. That wasn't much of a problem still, but the issue was that 3 Sakura female demons appeared together with the final bosses for the second wave. Luckily, it appeared that their buff effects weren't exactly overlapping for the Sakura Samurai army. Seiji estimated that if one Sakura female demon buffed all Sakura Samurai stats by plus 10%, then the 3 Sakura female demons buffs stacked together roughly buffed the Sakura Samurai stats by about 15%. Still, this was rather troublesome. Seiji had to support Keiho using his mana so that she could send out an even larger and stronger insect swarm. Only then was everyone able to withstand the Sakura Samurai army. Seiji then increased the degree of his helping out in the battle. He single-handedly slew numerous general and king-level demons, along with several tree demons and a Sakura female demon. In the third wave of monster attacks, more tree demons appeared yet again. During the boss battle stage, a new type of monster, Sakura Mist Demon, appeared. Just as the name suggested, Sakura Mist Demons had bodies of corporeal mist. They were shaped like gigantic humanoids, and moved by floating around. Their danger level was classified as Evil Demon. These demons were individually stronger than tree demons or Sakura female demons. Not only that, these mist demons were completely immune to physical attacks. Basically, only spiritual magic attacks could harm them. These mist demons could also split themselves or reform their bodies. They were also capable of devouring allied Sakura Samurai when they were weak to recover. When the individual Sakura Mist Demon approached, Seiji decisively greeted it with his Demon Suppression Bell as a welcoming gift. He had instantly judged that nobody on his team could handle the Mist Demon except for himself. If he didn't kill this monster immediately, it was highly likely that one of his companions would be severely injured, or even worse. The pitiful mist demon was instantly vaporized upon arrival because Seiji considered it to be too strong. It didn't even get a chance to show off its abilities. Everyone in the Night Order was exhausted after the training in the domain ended. Rather than physical fatigue, they felt more mental fatigue. This round of training had given them far too much pressure. If it wasn't for Seiji's presence, they would have retreated already during the first monster wave. It was certain that they would have all been defeated or even died without Seiji's presence. While Seiji's companions were so tired that they had no energy to speak, Seiji was having a great time. He had obtained a bountiful harvest of inner world crystals. The normal Sakura samurai demons dropped 83 crystals. The general demons dropped 46. The kings dropped 7. The tree demons dropped 12. The Sakura female demons dropped 3. And the lone mist demon dropped 1 crystal. The evidence proved that an increased difficulty would also increase the overall number and quality of the dropped crystals. But it was also possible that this was all due to the realm of cherry blossom's influence. Seiji decided to try training in the domain tomorrow again. If it was indeed true that an increased difficulty would increase the dropped loot, then he would increase the difficulty by as much everyone could handle. Seiji brought the inner world crystals into his room, opened up his system, chose furniture from its menu, and exchanged for furniture he felt was necessary for his spirit house. After he finished his purchase, he counted the remaining crystals, and then walked out of his room back to the living room. "Who's free tonight?" Seiji asked all his companions who were still gathered there. Later that night, the Night Order members that trained in the domain earlier today were gathered together once more. Hoshi was here as well. Natsuya, Hitaka, and Rana also arrived. It was the first time for Yukari and many of the other members to meet the cute cat girl Rana. They all wanted to approach her, but Rana avoided them as if she was an actual cat. Although nobody succeeded in getting close to her, they all felt that Rana was really cute. As expected of the legendary creature in our school, Yukari commented. Then, right in front of everyone, Seiji opened the door to his spirit house. Everyone witnessed a gray crack magically appear in midair. This crack opened up into an oval shape, which had a black and white yin-yang diagram spinning inside. This gave everything a mystical air. Seiji walked through the teleportation portal first. Natsuya, Hitaka, and Rana followed after. Then, Mika, Kid, Yukari, Hoshi, Hisashi, Kazuko, and Keiho followed in that order. Mai was the last to enter. "Welcome to my personal dimension." Seiji extended his palms towards everyone as they arrived in the living room of his spirit house. Tatami mats covered the floor, and a wooden round table was in the center of the room. A beautiful teapot and numerous teacups were set on the table. White lanterns were hanging from the walls and ceiling, while giving off a gentle orange glow. A wooden horizontal pull-style door was to the right, with a sign that said Dojo on the door. To the left were 2 wooden doors. One door had a sign saying restroom, while the other sign said warehouse. There was nothing else apart from these few rooms in the spirit house. As I've said before, it's relatively simple. What's important is what we can do here. Seiji walked towards the right and opened up the door to the dojo, entering inside. Everyone followed after him. They saw that the dojo had wooden flooring and lanterns as illumination. Right across from the door was a large watercolor painting hanging from the wall. 3 figures with their back turned to the viewer were within the painting. The person in the middle was a yin-yang master with a talisman in hand, wearing white hunting attire. The leftmost person was a samurai who wore pitch-black armor and held a long sword in his hand. The rightmost person was a woman who wore beautiful clothing and held a paper umbrella. The 3 of them were observing falling flower petals before them as if there was something there. They seemed to be facing off against something, giving the painting an aura of tension. Suddenly, the painting seemed to become animated, just as if it wasn't a painting, but rather a dimensional portal right into those 3's world. This was a spirit image. And it was an incredibly high-quality spirit image. While Mika and the others had no idea, Natsuya and her 2 spirit-branded retainers could tell that this spirit image for cultivation was far higher quality than any they had ever seen before. Just seeing this made the 3 want to enter visualization right here and now. How did you obtain this spirit image? Natsuya couldn't help but ask. She was already astonished enough that Seiji had been able to craft his personal dimension into something like an actual place to live in. What was going on with this super high-quality spirit image? Where did he obtain it from? Who drew it? It was created by itself. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face. I'm not sure how it was created. I wanted one, so my dimension created it. Natsuya was rendered speechless. It was useless to even ask. I should just give up trying to understand what he can do, she mentally commented to herself. All the others were absorbed in looking at this incredible, seemingly alive painting. They naturally stared at it, feeling like it was constantly enlarging, with the picture appearing ever closer, more colorful, and more realistic. Suddenly, something in the atmosphere changed. Seiji received a system notification that numerous people were now in the middle of cultivating in his dojo. This would also cost him an amount of crystals he had stored up in his warehouse. Looking at his companions, he saw that every single person present, except for Natsuya, was quietly looking at the spirit image and giving off mysterious aura. It was obvious that they had all entered a special realm. They were all undergoing visualization. It was amazing that they all had successfully entered visualization, something supposed to be highly difficult, with just a single look. Wasn't great concentration supposed to be required for visualization? His system's spirit image was even more effective than Seiji had anticipated. This was a good thing. Still, with so many people standing here standing still as if they were all hypnotized zombies, it did appear a little strange. Natsuya was shocked to her core once again to see that not only Hitaka, Rana, and Mai, but even Mika and all the newbies that didn't know what a spirit image was had all successfully entered visualization. This spirit image, what the hell was it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, Pay Me With Your Body. Chapter 752, Pay Me With Your Body. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji explained to Natsuya about this spirit image's special qualities that he had read about in his system. It was a spirit image that could help people to enter visualization the moment they looked at it. This was doubtlessly the highest quality type of spirit image out there. Natsuya gave up entirely on understanding just how Seiji had managed to craft it. Such a spirit image would surely sell for a tremendously high price if it was to be sold. But, unfortunately, this spirit image couldn't be taken out of Seiji's personal dimension. It could only be used here. Natsuya asked if she could try visualization with it as well. Seiji told her she was more than welcome to. Soon, Natsuya entered the state of visualization just like everyone else. Seiji really wanted to try using the spirit image that his system had crafted, as he hadn't even gotten a chance to try it for himself yet. But, with everyone else in the state of visualization, he felt that he needed to stay behind and watch over them. And so, Seiji practiced cultivating a new spell while observing how everyone else was doing. Mai was the first to wake up and regain her senses. She blinked and felt like her head was really heavy. It took several seconds before her brain started working properly again. What happened to me? Where am I? Why am I here? And then, she recalled everything, and was astonished. I actually became so absorbed in that painting that I entered visualization. Mai had never successfully entered visualization in her life, or even anything close. Yet, she was actually able to do so just now. Senpai, you're awake, a voice spoke up next to her. She reflexively turned to look and saw Seiji. Seeing his handsome face, she recalled the experience she just had during visualization, causing her to begin blushing. In her visualization realm, Mai had dreamed about herself being a ninja who carried out a mission together with her companions. During the mission, they were ambushed unexpectedly by a vicious demon. Some of her companions were killed, while others were captured. Finally, she was the only one remaining. While struggling with all her might, she was saved by a yin-yang master. This yin-yang master was physically identical to Seiji. And his name was Seiji Kamiju. She received healing and treatment from Seiji Kamiju. The two of them then fought demons together while saving Mai's companions who had been captured. During this process, romantic feelings bloomed between them. Mai felt quite awkward as she recalled some of the rather steamy moments between herself and the Seiji Kamiju from that dream. That's not something that I actually want. I just got too immersed during visualization. It's not related to reality at all. Mai said that to herself in her mind. Senpai? Seiji noticed that something seemed to be a little strange about Mai. Is something the matter? It's nothing. Mai forced herself to forget the scenes in her mind. Are you really alright? Of course I'm alright. Seiji blinked as he looked directly at her. How was your visualization just now? He changed the topic. You've successfully entered visualization, right? Yeah, Mai looked at the spirit image again. This painting is truly miraculous. It even allowed someone like me with low spiritual ability to successfully visualize. It's good that it was useful to Senpai. Seiji smiled. I'd really like to know how you've obtained this spirit image, but I suppose I won't receive an answer. Mai looked back at him. It's not that I don't want to answer, but even I don't know how it was created in my dimension. Seiji shrugged. This was a question that only his system could answer. Yet, his system was the rare type which was permanently silent. Maybe it was the story type where the cheat power required no explanation? Something flashed in Mai's eyes. While she appeared calm on the surface, it was difficult for her to suppress her inner turmoil. She had been tested to have very little talent for spiritual ability or mana when she was young. Thus, it was difficult for her to ever improve her power level. But after seeing this unique spirit image, she easily entered visualization without even realizing it. She could also feel that her spiritual power had evidently improved. What did this mean? This meant that a path previously sealed to her had finally opened up. This path had been opened so easily, to the point where she felt like it wasn't real. Yet, she could concretely feel that her spiritual power had indeed improved. Young Master Haruta. May I continue using this spirit image to visualize in the future? Of course. Do I need to pay anything for it? Nothing at all, Seiji smiled. Please go ahead and use it anytime you want. No need to be polite. That's not an acceptable answer. Mai decisively denied him. That's the worst type of answer at all, not wanting anything in return. I'm not a member of your night order team, nor am I one of your girlfriends. Why be so generous to me? Seiji was rendered speechless for a moment. Senpai. Stop. I know that you're about to try some sophistry on me, but that won't work with me, the maid adamantly refused. What's with saying that I use sophistry? Seiji commented in his mind. I only feel that there's no need to mind this. Although there is indeed a slight cost to allowing Senpai to use the spirit image, with our relationship, there's no need to pay it any mind. It's just like how Senpai has never minded helping me before, Seiji stated sincerely. I have minded. No, you haven't. I have. You haven't. I have. Mai clutched her chest. You have ample of something else, Seiji almost said what he thought out loud as he glanced at her ample bosom. Such a troublesome maid senpai I have. Seiji stopped staring and thought things over. If you really mind so much, why not pay me with your body? My. Ah, so comfortable. That's the spot, use some more force. Ah. Wow. Senpai, amazing. Stop making strange sounds. Mai forcefully squeezed Seiji's arm. She was currently giving him a massage. Of course, Seiji had been joking when he said to pay him with her body. He'd actually meant that she could work, as in give him a massage. Seiji was currently lying face down on the dojo's ground, with Mai kneeling next to him and massaging his shoulders. The maid had an annoyed expression and seemed slightly angry. While she appeared angry on the surface, she was actually pretending in order to conceal what she felt. When she heard pay with your body, she had been astonished, and also a little, she felt a subtle emotion that could perhaps be described as secretly delighted. This caused her to feel some self-loathing. I didn't immediately realize that he was joking, and even felt like that. Mai's feelings were currently rather complex. It was all this idiot's fault. She kept complaining in her heart, and wanted to squeeze him harder during the massage to punish him. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Not only that, touching his body like this caused her to recall her experience during visualization, and the intimate contact she had with the Seiji Kamiju from her dream. This caused her to become even more flustered. Meanwhile, Seiji knew absolutely nothing about all this. Right now, he truly felt that it was a wonderful idea to ask Mai to give him a massage. Her massage felt wonderful. As she massaged him, he felt his muscles relaxing more and more. It felt as if all the fatigue hidden deep within him had been released, which was a wondrous sensation. Senpai, you can use some more force, Seiji sighed in pleasure. After hearing this, the frustrated maid instantly sat on top of Seiji's back and forcefully squeezed his back. Seiji felt some slight pain. But more than that, he wondered about her current pose. He could feel that it wasn't only her hands on his back anymore. Could it be that she was sitting on him? Seiji instantly couldn't help but imagine what it would look like with the maid actively massaging him while sitting on him. He felt that something seemed rather suggestive about such a pose. Senpai, you're, He felt some slight pain from her forceful massaging, but in a way, this felt good as well. Forget it. Seiji decided to stop caring about what position Mai was currently in. It was fine as long as it was comfortable. Meanwhile, as Mai sat on his back and heard such sounds coming from Seiji, she felt a mysterious sense of pleasure. She felt as if she was riding and had conquered him. No, I'm only giving him a massage. Although she tried telling herself this, she actually enjoyed such a feeling, looking down at and toying with him. She didn't even realize that her lips were arcing upward. You've brought this upon yourself, young Master Haruta. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, Such a Sinful Young Master. Chapter 753, Such a Sinful Young Master. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Keiho was the second to return to her senses after visualization. While still in a daze and recovering, she heard some strange sounds. Keiho turned around, only to witness Seiji lying face down on the ground with the maid Mai sitting on top of him. She was instantly astonished by the sight. Senpai, that's enough now. No, I'm not finished yet. Seiji indicated that Mai could end the massage, but the maid absolutely insisted on continuing. She also continued to use great force with her massage, making Seiji utter strange sounds. Keiho didn't know how to react to this scene. She wanted to ask what was going on, but felt too awkward to ask. Seiji was finally released by Mai a few minutes later. She really takes her maid work too seriously, Seiji thought to himself as he got up from the dojo floor and explained that Mai had been giving him a massage. He also asked Keiho if she had successfully entered visualization. Keiho's face instantly flushed red. Seeing such a reaction out of her, Mai immediately guessed at what Keiho must have seen in her dream. Such a sinful young master, the maid commented in her mind. Keiho had indeed visualized successfully, but she didn't want to tell Seiji about what she'd experienced in her dream. As for Seiji, since he had his own visualization experience which he felt was embarrassing to talk about, he thought it was only normal to not want to talk about it, so he didn't pry any further. After that, everyone else gradually returned from visualization as well. A simple look at this spirit image had caused every single person here to easily enter visualization. Everyone's spiritual power improved by an obvious amount. Mika had the greatest improvement, followed by Hoshi and Yukari. Judging by how much they improved, just 4 or 5 more instances of visualization would allow them to reach the spiritual power required to be a spirit-branded retainer. Was this due to the miraculous quality of the spirit image, or because of the awakened's potential? Natsuya felt that it was a combination of both. She no longer cared enough to calculate just how amazing all of this really was. At any rate, the Night Order's potential seemed limitless. If everyone successfully grew at their current rate, it would be impossible to imagine what they would end up like in the future. But, one thing was certain, Seiji's Night Order would definitely end up as a powerful new faction. Apart from these real-life factors, Natsuya also felt even more confidence in her assessment due to what she saw in her dream world during visualization. In her dream world, she was a yin-yang master just like in the real world. She was a couple with a Seiji whose last name was Kamiju, and they had pretty much the same boyfriend/girlfriend relationship they did in the real world. However, the difference was that the Seiji Kamiju in Natsuya's dream was far stronger than Seiji was. Not only was he incredibly strong, he even had numerous powerful spirit-branded retainers serving under him. This Seiji Kamiju was basically like the legendary strongest yin-yang master in history, Saimai Kamiju. Even though this was only a dream she had during visualization, which couldn't be treated as real, Natsuya faintly felt like this was a premonition of Seiji's possible future. Once she leaned from Hitaka, Rana, Mai, and all the others that every single person present had dreamed about Seiji Kamiju during visualization, Natsuya felt even more certain. Seiji also mentioned that he had become Seiji Kamiju during his previous visualization experience. It was possible that everyone witnessing Seiji Kamiju during visualization was due to an effect of this special spirit image. But it could also be interpreted in other ways, differing depending on the individual. After everyone discussed their visualization circumstances, they then tried to practice their abilities or spells in the dojo. Everyone's abilities and spells caused 0 damage to the dojo's walls and floor. Not even a scratch was left behind. This proved that Seiji's dimension was highly durable. Kazuko tried her very best, but was unable to open up the portal to her domain here. She then tried going to the living room of Seiji's dimension, but was still unable to do so. Apart from Kazuko, everyone else was successful in using their abilities here. They experienced how easy it was to cultivate here, doing it with a refreshing and relaxing feeling. Soon, just like Seiji's first cultivation attempt here, they all became unknowingly immersed in cultivation. When it was finally time to leave Seiji's realm, everyone had made plenty of progress. They were all delighted with their own personal improvements. Everyone praised this location and how miraculous it was, along with the miracle worker himself, Seiji. Creating and using this location all requires inner world crystals. And, inner world crystals are something that everyone obtained together while fighting. So, this place is the result of everyone's combined efforts. Seiji smiled as he said this. Right now, he still wasn't certain that increasing the difficulty of monsters in Kazuko's domain would equal an increase in crystals dropped. He would experiment tomorrow, and if that was really the case, then he would increase the difficulty, obtain more crystals, and improve his spirit house so that his Night Order members could cultivate even longer and better here so that everyone could challenge even higher difficulties, forming a virtuous cycle. Well, this was basically the equivalent of a mobile game, with dungeon grinding, building structures, and leveling your team. I have named this place the Spirit House. From now on, this is our true Night Order's dimensional base. Seiji announced the name of this place to everyone. That kind of name seems way too plain for such an awesome place. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. I recommend that this place be called the Realm of the Gods. Seiji was rendered speechless by Hisashi's idea. What does everyone think of the name? He asked for the others' opinions. Realm of the Gods, although it sounds rather mighty, it also sounds really embarrassing, Mika commented. Still, the name that Seiji gave this place really is rather plain. We should come up with a mightier and cooler name, Yukari remarked. I hope that Senpai can come up with a cooler name, Hoshi agreed. I think that Realm of the Gods is a fitting name, although it does indeed sound somewhat embarrassing. Keiho agreed with Hisashi. I think that Spirit House is a fine name. It's simple and descriptive. Natsuya stood on Seiji's side. There were plenty of people that agreed with both Seiji or Hisashi's suggestion. Seiji himself was unsure whether he should adopt Hisashi's recommended name for the Spirit House or not. On one hand, Realm of the Gods indeed sounded mightier and cooler than Spirit House, but on the other hand, Realm of the Gods sounded somewhat overboard to him. Does anyone else have a name suggestion for this place? How about Harem House? Mine made a suggestion. Everyone was rendered speechless. Tee-hee. As the subtle atmosphere persisted, Kazuko broke the silence by giggling. I agree with the name Harem House. She laughed while raising her hand. If that's what our king wishes, Hisashi looked towards Seiji. Not at all. Rejected. Why are you rejecting this name? Isn't it quite appropriate? The hell with that. After retorting, Seiji had everyone vote between the names Spirit House and Realm of the Gods. In the end, the name Spirit House won the vote. Hisashi still didn't want to give up on the name he'd come up with. He recommended that the name Realm of the Gods be used as a code name, for example when they were out in public. Seiji agreed to this proposal. Everyone then left the Spirit House and all returned to their own homes. Chiaki strongly requested to sleep in Seiji's apartment tonight. She even brought over her blanket. There's an unknown god watching me. It's really scary. That's why I have to sleep with you in your bed. Chiaki acted like this was her only option. Shika slowly unsheathed her demon blade Muramasa. Chiaki was quite scared by Shika's sudden movement. Seiji hadn't even noticed that his adopted younger sister had been sitting there with sword equipped. After Shika unsheathed her sword, she took out a piece of white paper, and slowly started wiping the blade. It was evident that she was doing the sword's maintenance. But this was something that one would typically do in their room. The black-haired girl who was cleaning her demon blade. This scene seemed quite beautiful, but also a little spine-chilling. I was just joking about sleeping in Seiji's bed. I actually want to sleep in the living room. Chiaki gave up on her idea. How long do you want to stay over at my place? One night? Or a longer time? Of course, forever, until this incident is over with. It's not good for you to sleep in the living room for that many days. Seiji looked directly at her. Why don't you sleep on my bed, and I'll sleep in the living room instead? I'll be fine. But I'll mind. If you want to sleep at my place, you have to sleep in my room. I won't accept any other opinions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Stay by her side and protect her. Chapter 754, Stay by her side and protect her. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Then I'll just go back to my apartment to sleep instead. Weren't you feeling scared? Although I'm scared, I can't have you sleeping in the living room. I don't have any problem with sleeping in the living room. Neither do I. It's not the same. Seiji didn't want Chiaki to sleep in the living room for multiple nights, but Chiaki also didn't want Seiji to have to sleep in the living room. That was why she preferred to return to her own apartment rather than having Seiji make such a sacrifice. But she said that she was scared, and Seiji was indeed worried about her and wanted her to stay here. So, he decided to simply move her bed into his apartment. With his boosted physical strength as a spiritual ability user, this was quite an easy matter. Seiji put Chiaki's bed in the study and tidied it up for her. That settled the matter. "I'll be quite happy if you attack me in the middle of the night." Chiaki made a seductive gesture as she sat down on her bed. "Don't mess around, just go to sleep properly. Call for me if anything is wrong at all." To be honest, Seiji's heart skipped a beat. Later that night, his lust arose and he couldn't help but violate her. Such a thing didn't happen at all. All he did was get up in the night to check on her. He saw that Chiaki was fast asleep, with nothing out of the ordinary, so all he did was adjust her blanket for her. Of course, he did feel something as he looked at his girlfriend's sleeping face. Still, it wasn't to the point of pouncing on her. Nothing happened that entire night. The next morning, Yui arrived at Seiji's apartment. Seiji got on her car and told her about what he heard from Itsuki Kamitani, including the information on Chiaki. "You can choose one of two options now," Yui spoke up after a period of silence. "First is to hand the Chiaki Wakaba person over to me, basically, hand her to Soul Society. Second is to protect her using your own strength." Seiji fell silent for a moment. This caused him to recall the final choice he had to make during the blood wine ritual tournament regarding what he would do with the blood wine reward. As if his system was tacitly cooperating with his memory, it suddenly offered him some conversation options. A. I believe in you. I'll hand Chiaki over to you. B. I believe in you, but I can't trust Soul Society the same way. I'll protect Chiaki using my own power. C. I need to know more. What's going to happen to Chiaki? What will happen if I hand her over to Soul Society? Seiji chose option C, wanting to know more. I'm not sure what will happen. Maybe nothing will happen at all. Or, maybe things will be highly dangerous. Something flashed in Yui's eyes. If you hand her over to Soul Society, we will protect her life within certain limits. But if those limits are stretched, she will be dealt with. Dealt with, this phrase caused Seiji's expression to turn icy. Soul Society was no charity organization, nor was it an organization standing for justice. Just as Hannah said, it would be more accurate to describe Soul Society as an organization for maintaining order in the mystical society. Order was not the equivalent of kindness. Sometimes, violence and cruel acts would be necessary to maintain order in any society. Seiji was quite clear on this. He didn't blame Yui for this. Rather, he was thankful to her for telling him more clearly. How should I protect her? Seiji asked this question, indicating what he wanted to do. Stay by her side and protect her, Yui answered with a serious expression. And so, that's why you brought her along as well. The student council president looked over at Chiaki after Seiji arrived at Natsuya's residence together with Chiaki. Seiji had just finished explaining Chiaki's situation. Chiaki put on a cute smile. That's how it is. Seiji nodded. When he'd asked Chiaki to come together with him to Natsuya's residence, Chiaki didn't object at all. Rather, she was quite happy to do so. Shika had come along as well. Keed was off from work today, so she was babysitting Ryo. Hisashi, Yukari, Hoshi, Kazuko, Keiho, and Mayuzumi all arrived at Natsuya's residence as well. Chiaki greeted everyone. This was her first time meeting Hisashi in person, but they had previously chatted online and were familiar with each other. Chiaki had also already heard about Kazuko's identity. When Chiaki met Kazuko for the first time, Chiaki's eyes lit up as she smiled in delight. After everyone gathered here, Seiji explained to everyone regarding Chiaki's situation. After that, he began a strategy conference together with Natsuya and Hitaka as well. At this moment, Chiaki discovered a wild cat girl Rana. Chiaki immediately chucked a master ball at Rana, pounced towards the cat girl. But Rana was able to agilely dodge. Don't run from me, Kirin-chan. Meow. The tomboy chased the cat girl out of the room. Chiaki seemed to be having fun. After the strategy conference, everyone changed into their combat equipment. Hitaka was still wearing her typical red dress for combat. Hisashi and the others who saw this for the first time were all astonished by her striking appearance. However, Natsuya didn't wear form-fitting attire this time. She copied Seiji and wore a similar jacket for her combat attire. Natsuya's jacket was red and white. Since the scion had an excellent figure, the jacket made her seem handsome and cool yet also alluringly beautiful. She especially seemed like a perfect match when she stood next to Seiji, who wore a dark gray jacket. They seemed like the male and female leads right out of an RPG video game. This type of attire is nice as well, but I still prefer what she wore previously, Yukari thought that to herself. Last time, when she returned home, Yukari immediately drew many arrow sketches using Natsuya as the model. Natsuya's appearance in form-fitting attire had given her such an impact that the image etched itself deeply into Yukari's mind. Yukari was then able to complete a wonderful drawing after the sketches. It was so wonderful that she didn't even want to upload it to her internet gallery. She preferred to keep it to herself instead. After Yukari had learned that Natsuya would join this next training session, she looked forward to seeing the student council president in form-fitting attire once more. However, this time her expectations came up empty. Seiji had actually requested Natsuya to change her outfit. That was because Natsuya looked way too sexy in her outfit, which he felt would be a bad influence. Fine, he had to admit that it was because he didn't want any other males to see her with such an appearance. It was no good even if Natsuya was wearing a cape. Natsuya was quite happy with the way Seiji felt. She speedily prepared a couple's jacket in the same style as his to match him. Hisashi and the others all sincerely praised Natsuya's beauty and her excellent pairing with Seiji. Mika had an envious look in her eyes, which Seiji noticed. "Do you all want to wear some combat equipment that looks even better?" he asked everyone. This humble one has no objections to his current combat clothing. "But, if possible, of course I'd like to wear something cooler," Hisashi stated. "I agree," Yukari commented. "Same for me," Hoshi also agreed. "I think this current clothing is fine," Mayuzumi mentioned. "I also think the current clothing is fine," Keiho agreed with Mayuzumi. "I also agree that the current clothing is alright," Mika stated in a low voice. But although she said this, her expression betrayed her. It would be expensive to have combat equipment crafted for everyone. But if Seiji only went for looks rather than improved functionality, he could afford to outfit everyone with cooler-looking customized equipment with his current wealth. He thus mentioned the idea of outfitting everyone with cooler-looking combat clothing. However, the Night Order members asked what the price of outfitting everyone with basic equipment would be, and then everyone rejected the idea of having him do this. It was too expensive. Even if the Night Order members didn't need to pay this cost, it wasn't an ignorable price. Or perhaps it should be said that it was precisely because everyone wasn't paying themselves that they cared even more. No need to mind this amount of money. This isn't much compared to how much work everyone is putting in, Seiji told them. Even though he said this, Yukari and the others still wouldn't agree to let him pay for them. After seeing this, Seiji gave up on the idea of outfitting everyone with cooler-looking gear. Still, it was important to level up everyone's equipment in the future. He would have to start thinking about it. After this training session in the domain, Seiji decided to assign everyone some homework, having them all write down their ideas and thoughts on how to upgrade and make some custom equipment for themselves. He would use this as a reference. As for Mika, he had another idea just for her. After everyone was finished preparing, they all entered Kazuko's domain and started battling. As Seiji had requested, Kazuko increased the difficulty of her domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Snake Demon and Samurai Demon. Chapter 755, Snake Demon and Samurai Demon. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This time, 3 demons appeared in the very first round. The monster's difficulty level was evidently harder than in yesterday's training session. However, since Shika, Natsuya, and Hitaka had joined in for today's training session, the fighting was actually easier than the last time. 3 Sakura female demons and 1 mist demon appeared together during the first boss fight round. Seiji supported Keiho with his mana, having her release an insect swarm to fight against the buffed regular Sakura samurai army and the 3 demons. Natsuya dealt with the mist demon, Shika and Hoshi teamed up against a Sakura female demon, Hitaka and Hisashi teamed up against the second female demon, and Mika and Yukari teamed up against the third demon, while Mayuzumi and her summoned spirit Idelia provided cover for everyone. All the team members performed excellently and dealt with the monsters without much trouble. In the second monster wave, more 3 demons appeared, and there were more female demons and mist demons in the boss fight round. Seiji's group dealt with the second boss fight using the exact same tactics, except with Seiji and Natsuya teaming up against the mist demons. Seiji wasn't surprised when Sakura female demons appeared together with the regular monsters in the third wave of attacks. During the boss fight, some new demons appeared for the first time. Sakura snake demons and samurai demons. As the name suggested, a snake demon was a gigantic snake-like spiritual monster with a body length of over 50 meters. Its black scales shone with a metallic sheen, and it had blood-red eyes that kept emitting a red mist which curled around it. This made it seem as if its body was on fire. The snake demon moved by flying. Its gigantic body seemed to glide in midair, which was a stunning visual impact that caused almost everyone to pause in surprise. The samurai demon was a much stronger and leveled-up version of the regular Sakura samurai. This demon's body was 17 meters tall, and it wore black armor that shone with an identical metallic sheen, just like the snake demon's scales. It also had blood-red eyes that constantly emitted a red mist that surrounded its body. Although the samurai demon was only 1/3 the size of the snake demon, it still gave off a powerful pressuring aura as it walked over with a sword in each hand. It made everyone feel as if they were facing off against a giant mecha. Seiji had yet to fight against a mecha in real life. But as he looked over the giant samurai demon, he felt that it would feel similar to this. The snake demon and samurai demon were both classified as vicious demon danger level. Not only Seiji's Night Order members, but even Natsuya and Shika felt pressure and danger from these 2 boss monsters. Seiji remained calm as something flashed in his eyes. Keiho continued using her insect swarm to deal with the regular Sakura samurais and the 3 demons. The insect swarm even managed to somewhat occupy the Sakura female demons. The snake demon flew towards everyone, while the samurai demon approached from the ground. A group of mist demons followed behind them. The insect swarm was basically ineffective against these stronger enemies. Everyone saw the snake demon open its mouth wide and swiftly gather red mist at its mouth. The red mist formed into a gigantic spiritual bullet that it then shot out. If this huge spiritual bullet hit anyone, it would surely cause serious injury or even death. Reversal spell, Dragon Counterattack. Seiji stood in front of everyone else and lifted his sword as he cast one of his ultimate defense spells. A large amount of small spell formations instantly appeared before him, absorbing the monster's attack and transforming it into a divine dragon form that went straight back towards the snake demon. The golden dragon roared as it rushed towards the snake demon. However, the dragon exploded as it was sliced into 2 by a bright red arc right as it was about to hit the snake demon. The samurai demon had saved the snake demon. With a single swipe of the sword in its right hand, it had sent out a bright red wave of sword energy that crushed the Dragon Counterattack spell. The samurai demon then got on one knee. It was evident that it was gathering energy for some sort of attack. Retreat! Scatter! Seiji immediately shouted towards everyone. Spring! The samurai demon jumped high up into the air. Now, what did it feel like to see a 17-meter tall giant jumping right towards you? It was difficult for Seiji to describe. The best analogy he could come up with was seeing a meteor hurl straight at you. Boom. The moment that the samurai demon landed, it swung down with both swords, sending out a huge area of effect shock wave. Since everyone had retreated in time, nobody was struck by the swords. However, everyone was hit by the shock wave. Fortunately, Natsuya had already cast a defensive barrier on everyone. In addition, everyone also had their own defensive abilities, so nobody was injured. Double overload, followed by White Calamity. Seiji decisively used his limited usage ultimate abilities. A pure white spirit was instantly created. Natsuya and the others were shocked to see this. Shika-chan. Hearing her adopted older brother call to her, Shika instantly understood what he wanted. She rushed up to the White Calamity spirit. The spirit entered her body, instantly causing her to glow with a faint white light. It felt like she was now releasing a powerful mystical aura. The White Calamity spirit that Seiji created was capable of attaching itself to any spiritual ability user. This was the first time Seiji and Shika were testing its abilities in actual combat, however. You take care of the snake demon, Seiji told her. Rather than the samurai demon, the snake demon was the greater threat as it could move freely in the air. Only someone strong enough could fight against it. Shika immediately charged forward, jumping right at the samurai demon. The samurai demon swung its sword in an attempt to cleave her. However, it suddenly stopped in its movements. Destruction Curse, Icefall. A powerful chill started emanating from Shika's demon blade Muramasa. A giant sword of ice sliced down together with her blade, landing a direct hit on the samurai demon's head. Bam. This one hit smashed the samurai demon's head into pieces, causing its armor to crack and emit a large amount of red mist. Shika then stepped on the now headless samurai demon's shoulder and used it as a platform to jump high up into the air, aiming right for the snake demon in the sky. The snake demon swung its tremendous tail with high speed right at Shika. But, somehow, the tail missed, and Shika counterattacked with a vicious stab into the tail that also allowed her to climb onto the demon's body. Clang! 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 Shika continuously swung her blade, dealing heavy damage with each swing. This caused mist to constantly escape from the snake demon's body. Yeah! The snake demon made pitiful sounds as it started twisting abnormally in the air. While Shika was busy slaying the snake demon, the fight on the ground was still continuing. Containment spell, Demon Sealing Circle. Natsuya cast a spell that created a giant dark red ring with a faint pentagram and shining runes within. The next moment, she pointed at the samurai demon, causing the ring to fly over and encircle it while glowing with a brilliant light. Mist kept escaping from the headless samurai demon's body, which was shaking all over as if it was about to collapse. Yet, the next instant, it swung both its swords, twirling around where it stood and letting off a powerful shock wave. Shatter! The dark red ring broke and disappeared with a sound like shattering glass. Seiji and Natsuya combined their barriers to block the shock wave. Everyone else had already retreated further back, so they weren't affected. A large amount of mist swiftly started gathering at the samurai demon's missing head. However, Seiji wouldn't allow it to regrow a head freely. He immediately cast a spell. Evolved Demon Suppression Bell. Clang. A gigantic golden bell appeared, and covered the samurai demon. No, more accurately, it was only large enough to cover the upper half of the samurai demon's body. This scene seemed almost comical. While the samurai demon stopped moving for a moment, it then sent out another explosive shock wave that shattered the golden bell. The samurai demon then kneeled once again. Seeing that it was preparing another attack, Natsuya and Seiji tacitly took identical actions. Spirit Sword, Red Lotus. Natsuya's sword started glowing a dark red. Spirit Sword, White Lotus. Seiji's sword started glowing a pure white. They aimed together at the samurai demon's legs and sliced out. The moment that the samurai demon jumped, Seiji and Natsuya charged simultaneously while attacking the demon's left and right leg in unison. Their tacit cooperation could be termed perfect. The samurai demon was knocked off balance in midair and crashed wretchedly into the ground. Seiji and Natsuya looked at each other and exchanged smiles before pressing on with their attack. They continued cooperating excellently without need for verbal communication against the samurai demon. As they chased after it, they even took the time to kill the nearby mist demons. Everybody else wasn't merely standing around as Seiji and Natsuya hunted the samurai demon. Keiho did her best to control her insect swarm on her own to fight against the Sakura samurai and tree demons. Hitaka agilely danced between several mist demons and kept them busy. Mika and Yukari worked together to kill the Sakura female demons as quickly as possible. Hoshi and Hisashi took risks while stalling several other female demons. Mayuzumi had ideally as support Hoshi and Hisashi. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses while floating in midair and observing all of this. Behind her, the snake demon screamed pitifully and writhed in midair as Shika sliced it many times in succession. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, This Isn't a Sad Dream. Chapter 756, This Isn't a Sad Dream. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The wind blew past, bringing along many falling cherry blossoms. Everything seemed hazy and unclear. Things seemed beautiful, yet unreal. As if she was dreaming. No, I am probably dreaming. Chiaki had this faint realization. She felt very comfortable here, and didn't want to continue thinking about it. She wanted to quietly enjoy this ethereal beauty as if she was a kitty cat sleeping under the warm sunlight. A figure appeared in her field of vision. There was the sound of laughter and someone talking. A certain person was calling out her name. His voice sounded quite gentle and loving. She knew that voice. It was extremely familiar to her. It was S' voice. Who is? Idiot, is. He's so familiar and important to me. I love him. Who was he again? Why can't I remember? It should be quite easy for me to remember. I definitely shouldn't forget his name. Yet, I can't recall it. His words are so moving. The food he makes is so delicious. His hand is so warm. He has a beautiful smile. Why would I forget his name? Why can't I remember S' name, S' existence? Chiaki. Chiaki. Chiaki slowly came to her senses and felt the world clear up around her when she heard her name being called. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a familiar teenaged boy's face with a serious expression while looking directly at her. Seiji. What's the matter? Chiaki blinked and wiped away the tears she found on her face and eyes. I don't know. I think I had a rather sad dream. Do you remember what you dreamed of? I can't remember. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he reached out and patted her on the head. Do you still want to sleep? No. Chiaki grabbed her cell phone and checked the time. She then sat up on the bed she was in. Who brought me here? Only now did Chiaki realize that this wasn't her bed in Seiji's apartment, so she asked this question. Fuji-senpai did. She saw you fall asleep on the sofa, so she brought you to a guest room to rest, Seiji explained. How was your battle? Our battle was a loss, but everything is alright since nobody was injured. After killing the snake demon and samurai demon and successfully winning against that boss wave, Seiji immediately chose to retreat from Kazuko's domain. If things had continued as they had and even more vicious demon-level spiritual monsters had arrived, that would have been bad. The domain's difficulty level had been increased too much. That difficulty level was a failure for training. Although this time the domain wasn't cleared out fully, Seiji still had a small harvest of inner world crystals, so it was alright. The number and quality of crystals he'd received helped him to confirm that the loot would be better with a higher difficulty level. Logically speaking, he should increase the difficulty level in order to obtain more crystals. But, if he increased the difficulty too much, things would become too dangerous for his Night Order members and the training would be a failure, so he had to be cautious. After the battle concluded, Seiji summarized the battle's results and handed everyone their homework regarding what they wanted to do with their own equipment. It was definitely necessary to level up their equipment as well. Everyone understood this all the more clearly after today's battle. While their equipment's functions were important to improve, the equipment's appearance couldn't be ignored either. Physical appearance was something that would affect morale. It was quite necessary to begin considering such factors. Everyone had discussed the topic of equipment for a while before they all returned to their own respective homes. What did I dream of just earlier? Chiaki was unable to recall. However, she faintly felt that it was something important, so she did her best to remember. Yet, all she could recall was that there were falling cherry blossoms, along with a hazy and seemingly beautiful atmosphere. That didn't seem like such a sad dream, yet it had left her with a sad feeling. Why was that? Chiaki didn't understand. Normally, she wouldn't have paid much attention to a dream that she couldn't remember. However, Seiji viewed her dream with great importance. If that was no ordinary dream, then it's highly likely that you'll have a similar dream again, he told her. If that really happens, try your best to remember the dream's contents. Chiaki agreed to do as he said. This was something potentially mystical happening to her, which made her feel somewhat nervous. Although she was nervous, she also felt expectant because this might possibly help her to obtain divine powers. Of course, she knew that she was being overly optimistic by wanting mystical abilities. But if things turned bad, or even worse, that didn't matter, because Seiji was by her side. With such a reliable boyfriend, nothing could possibly happen to her. Chiaki was confident of this. Time passed until it was nighttime of the same day. Right before bedtime, Chiaki teasingly offered herself to Seiji just like last night. She then got in her bed, covered herself with her blanket, and closed her eyes. Chiaki's consciousness slowly drifted off as she fell asleep. Without realizing it, she began to feel a gentle wind and see falling cherry blossoms. 3 figures walked among the falling cherry blossoms. On the left was a woman wearing a long dress. On the right was a man wearing a regular jacket. In the middle was a little girl with silver hair. The little girl was holding on to the man and woman's hands. She was saying something to the woman, and the woman responded gently. Chiaki dazedly watched the scene before her. Everything was hazy and unclear. She was unable to see the exact appearances of those 3 people, nor was she able to see their faces. She felt warmth, she felt that this was familiar, and she felt bliss. Who were these people? Why did she feel this way upon seeing them? Had she seen them somewhere before? Did she know these people? Chiaki felt that she should know these people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt familiar. Yet, she couldn't recall who they were. Seeing the 3 walk off, Chiaki finally reacted and ran after them. Cherry blossoms kept falling on her head, face, and body, blocking her view, affecting her senses, and slowing her down. Chiaki was unable to run or even walk quickly. She kept feeling like it was more and more difficult to proceed, just as if she was fighting against an invisible force. Wait! Wait a moment! Chiaki shouted towards the 3 individuals. However, they seemed not to hear her as they gradually walked off into the distance. All they left behind was their joyful laughter and words that she couldn't hear clearly. Wait for me. Let me see what you look like. Chiaki shouted at the top of her lungs. She received no response. The 3 individuals' figures gradually disappeared. Finally, Chiaki was unable to walk any further. Her legs gave way and she collapsed on the ground. She looked off into the distance at the falling cherry blossoms in their direction, and muttered to herself, "I know you, you should know me as well. Why can't I remember? You feel so familiar, so it should be easy to remember who you are. Just who are you people? Tell me." This wasn't a sad dream. The wind was gentle, the flowers were soft, the atmosphere was warm and beautiful, and everything seemed so blissful. Those three seemed like a family: father, mother, and daughter. Yet, she felt sad because she couldn't remember them or figure out who they were. Tears poured out of her eyes and obscured her vision, causing everything to become even hazier and more ethereal. Chiaki started crying as if she was an abandoned child. Her consciousness became hazy as well. In this state, she seemed to remember something and say something out loud, but she was washed over by her sad emotions and didn't realize this. As she cried and cried, she suddenly felt something warm. This warmth felt more real than the ethereal warmth of her dream. This warmth felt truly reliable and reassuring as well as familiar. Unlike the three who had just disappeared, Chiaki clearly knew the source of this warmth. She was easily able to recall this person's appearance, identity, and name. "Seiji. I'm right here, Chiaki. I'm right by your side," a clear and energetic voice responded to her. His clear voice transmitted a power right to her heart that dispelled her sadness. Chiaki's consciousness gradually returned as the ethereal beauty of the dream and all the cherry blossoms faded. Everything that she just experienced in the dream was forgotten. The girl opened her eyes as she forgot her dream once again. All that was left behind was confusion and her tears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, this is a game that I'd happily play for my entire life. Chapter 757, this is a game that I'd happily play for my entire life. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji sat on the edge of Chiaki's bed, holding her hand and caressing her face while looking in concern at her. "Did you have the same dream?" he asked while wiping away her tears. "I think so. I can't remember it." Chiaki gripped her boyfriend's hand tightly, wanting to feel his warmth. "I heard you saying mommy in your sleep just now," Seiji told her. "Mommy, a dot." Chiaki felt mysterious emotions stirring within herself when she heard this word. As for her mommy, her mother, Chiaki knew nothing about her. Chiaki didn't even know what her mother looked like, what her mother's name was, or whether her mother was still alive or not. Chiaki's father hadn't told her anything at all about her mother. He had only shown Chiaki his paintings of his wife, but Chiaki's mother's face was completely unclear in all his paintings. Chiaki had been highly dissatisfied with this, but she had never acted out because of it, because she knew that acting out was useless. Could it be that what her father said was true all along? Chiaki suddenly thought about this. If she had said mommy during her dream, that meant her dream was likely something about her mother. Yet, she was unable to recall it. She felt sad, and she felt that the dream had been important. Yet, she was unable to remember it. Could it be that her father was the same way? He said that he couldn't remember her mother's face at all. Was he actually telling the truth, that he had forgotten rather than that he was a cold-hearted man? Was the incident surrounding her mother related to the mystical? After thinking of all this, Chiaki told Seiji her thoughts. "That sounds possible. I think that I'll need to talk to your father." Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Chiaki felt like she could hear her own heart pounding. However, she didn't know if this was due to nervousness or some other reason. If her own theory was real, then how should she face her father? Should she say sorry to him for the misunderstanding she had had all this time about him? Would her relationship with her father change? Chiaki's feelings were so complex right now that even she didn't understand them currently. After a period of silence, Seiji asked, "Can you fall asleep again?" "I can, if you accompany me." Sure, go to sleep then. I'll be right here next to you. What I mean is that you should accompany me in my bed. Chiaki acted all spoiled. Seiji. What's the matter? Chiaki asked after seeing that her boyfriend didn't react. I'm fighting a fierce war against myself in my heart right now, Seiji replied in a calm tone. I can't tell at all, but that's because I'm doing my very best right now to withstand my desires. We're simply sleeping together. That's no problem at all, is it? There's a huge problem. I won't be able to restrain myself. Chiaki chuckled upon hearing this. Will it really create such a big problem for you? Do you need to even ask? You're quite attractive, incredibly attractive, Seiji told her sincerely. Even I want to praise myself for holding myself back as much as I am right now. Chiaki smiled sweetly as her eyes became watery. Then, why don't I give you a blowjob? She spoke seductively while licking her lips. After the blowjob, the girl hugged the boy and felt his warmth while being able to enter a peaceful sleep. The next morning, the weather was beautiful and the sky was filled with white clouds. Chiaki took out her cell phone and dialed the number for her father Shingo Wakaba. Seiji and Nika were in the room, listening to the conversation which Chiaki placed on speakerphone. The call connected. Good morning, Dad. Chiaki greeted her father. Her tone sounded calm. However, Seiji and Nika could tell that she wasn't calm at all. I'd like to ask about Mom. Last night, I think I dreamt about her, but I can't remember what I dreamed. I feel like it was something really important, but I can't remember anything. And then, I thought of you, and what you've said about Mom before. Dad. You didn't actually forget about Mom, you forgot all memories related to her, is that right? But although the phone conversation was on loudspeaker, Shingo Wakaba remained completely silent. Dad, Chiaki clenched her hands. You actually want to remember Mom, but you can't remember anything no matter how hard you try. Is that it? Shingo still remains silent. Dad. That's not it, Shingo finally replied, denying this. Chiaki's expression immediately froze over. Stop thinking about such random things just because of a dream. You're not a little kid anymore, Shingo told his daughter coldly. If you're that free, you might as well go read a book or go exercise instead of thinking about such boring things. He immediately hung up the phone after that. Chiaki's expression immediately became depressed. Seiji frowned upon seeing her like this. Nika felt bad for her best friend. He said that's not it, Chiaki spoke in a low voice. I must have thought too much into things. Seiji immediately took out his own cell phone and dialed Shingo Wakaba's number that Chiaki had previously given to him. Nobody picked up. Seiji dialed the number again. Nobody picked up. Seiji dialed the number yet again. This time, Shingo answered the call. Good morning, Wakaba-san. Who are you? I'm Chiaki's boyfriend, Seigo Harano, Seiji told him. Right now, I'm here together with Chiaki. I was watching her when you were talking to her just earlier. Shingo remains silent. I apologize for not using a more pleasant tone with you. That's because I'm really displeased with you right now. Seiji increased the volume of his voice. Seiji, Chiaki wanted to say something, but Seiji stopped her with his expression. Please forgive me for being so direct, Wakaba-san. You're a failure as a father. Seiji didn't mince his words at all as he spoke bluntly. To be quite honest, I really want to beat you up right now. I know that this impulse of mine is lacking in reason, because I don't know your specific circumstances. I don't know why that you treat Chiaki this way. Perhaps you have your own hardships. But no matter what, you have responsibilities as a father. Please understand, because I also have responsibilities as her boyfriend. I apologize for saying such rude words, but I won't retract them. I also hope that you won't forget what I've said just now. Otherwise, there might come a day where I'll really beat you up, no matter if you're a famous artist or whatever else. Shingo remained silent throughout Seiji's tirade. Chiaki and Mika were unable to say anything as they watched Seiji rant while giving off a powerful aura. Seigo Harano, after a long period of silence, Shingo finally spoke up. I know about you. You're a high school student. It's nice that you're so spirited, but don't be so arrogant. I shall self-reflect on myself, and I also hope that you'll reflect on yourself, Wakaba-san, Seiji responded in such a way. I would like to ask for you to sincerely respond to Chiaki's question to you just now, and properly talk to her about her mother. She has the right to know. You don't have the right to interfere with our family affairs, Shingo stated coldly. I'm her boyfriend. I don't agree to you being her boyfriend. I don't need the agreement of a father who only sees his daughter a few times or even less per year, Seiji responded in a similarly cold tone. I told you to not be so arrogant, high schooler. A boyfriend/girlfriend relationship at such a young age is nothing more than a game. This is a game that I'd happily play for my entire life. A high schooler who's probably being supported by his parents doesn't have the right to say that. So a father who never cares for his daughter has the right to lecture me? Seiji and Shingo exchanged verbal barbs over the phone as if they were fighting. Chiaki felt nervous and tense while listening to all this, along with some delight. Her reliable boyfriend was taking her side, and her cold father finally met an opponent. She couldn't help but feel somewhat happy about this. She believed in Seiji and that he would know not to go overboard. And even if he caused a broken relationship with her father, he would take responsibility for her. Thinking about how Seiji would take care of her for the rest of her life even if her father abandoned her, Chiaki felt quite reassured. Seiji is so handsome, talented, and rich. And he truly loves me. This is the boyfriend that I'm so proud of. Chiaki suddenly felt tempted to tell that right to her father. She wondered what expression her cold father would have if he heard that from her. Perhaps it would be the expression he had right now while talking to Seiji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, I can promise at least not to beat him up to death. Chapter 758, I can promise at least not to beat him up to death. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. In the end, Seiji was unable to find out anything regarding Chiaki's mother. But he didn't want to give up just like this. Seiji intended to call Shingo again later to ask again. And if Shingo Wakaba still refused to say anything, Seiji would go find him and say his question to his face. And if Seiji still couldn't get an answer, he would ask Natsuya to hire someone to investigate Chiaki's family. Of course, Seiji would ask about Chiaki's own feelings regarding the matter first. I'll leave everything to you. Chiaki smiled at Seiji. Troubling my dad over this feels pretty good. Seiji smiled as he sensed that his girlfriend trusted him completely. Seiji then told Natsuya about the situation. She was more than happy to help out if needed, telling him that all he needed to do was ask if he decided to have an investigation done on Chiaki's family. After that, it was time to train in Kazuko's domain once more. This time, only Seiji, Mika, Hoshi, Kid, Mayuzumi, Keiho, Natsuya, and Rana were participating in battle. Since the cat girl was joining the battle, Chiaki couldn't enjoy her cat time and wasn't too happy. After the strategy conference, everyone put on their combat equipment and Rana transformed into her adult Catwoman form. Her seductive beauty was a huge contrast to her previous cuteness, astonishing everyone who saw her other form for the first time. Chiaki was particularly stunned to the point where she even began to drool without realizing. When she regained her senses, she strongly requested to touch the cat girl's tail. But Rana avoided her yet again. I'm begging you, Kirin-chan, please let me touch you. Meow. The tomboy chased the larger cat girl in circles around the living room. Chiaki seemed to be having fun. Mayuzumi also expressed interest in touching Rana, and Nika and the others were interested as well. But since everyone saw that Rana didn't want to be touched, they naturally didn't press the issue. Seiji took action and captured the berserk Chiaki, tossing her over to Mai to watch over her while everyone was training in the domain. After everyone finished their preparations, they then entered the domain. Kazuko lowered the difficulty of the monsters in the domain, but not by too much. The difficulty was back to the same level as the day before yesterday. Everyone's fight was successful, and no unexpected situations popped up. Neither did any vicious demon-level monsters appear as everyone successfully defeated the last monster wave. After leaving the domain, Seiji went to find Chiaki. He saw that she was looking at the yard in a daze. "Welcome back, was everything fine?" Chiaki came back to her senses when she noticed Seiji arriving. "The battle went well." Seiji looked at her. "But, is something the matter with you?" "My dad called me just now and told me to eat dinner with him tonight," Chiaki spoke in a soft voice. Seiji raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. "He's willing to talk to you about your mother?" "He didn't mention anything. He only told me to eat dinner with him tonight. And he even specifically mentioned that you weren't allowed to come." As expected, Chiaki's father Shingo didn't like Seiji. Seiji was completely unaffected by her father's dislike for him. Seiji didn't care at all what Shingo thought of him. He only cared about what Chiaki thought. "If he says that, I want to go even more. But, I'll leave the decision up to you." Seiji looked directly at his girlfriend's face. "If you want me to go with you, I'll go. Or, if you want me to go with you but you don't want him to know about it, I can use a spell to make myself invisible. And if you feel that it will be better for you to go by yourself, I will respect your wish." Chiaki fell silent for a moment before replying. "If I allow you to come with me, can you guarantee that you absolutely won't attack him?" "I can't," Seiji answered directly and honestly. "I knew it, that's why I can't take you with me." Chiaki sighed in exaggerated fashion as if she was a teacher who felt helpless about a delinquent student. "I can promise at least not to beat him up to death." Seiji made a pose like he was a delinquent student. "Rather than a guarantee, that sounds more like a threat, my dear student Haruta-san. You misunderstand. I'm sincerely guaranteeing that at the very most, I'll break only a few of his bones, Wakaba-sensei." "That's definitely a threat. There's no helping it." "I'll compromise a little, then. I promise to only break at most one of his bones. This isn't an issue about the number of bones. Because of my sensei's pleading, I'll compromise as much as I possibly can. I promise not to break any bones in his dominant hand. Nor is this an issue of which bone to break. After retorting, Chiaki broke out into laughter. Seiji chuckled as well. "Will you really be alright by yourself?" After laughing, he asked this question in all seriousness. "I'm not sure that there won't be any problems, but I want to face him by myself," Chiaki replied. "I'll feel quite reassured if you're by my side. But I think that's no good. He is my father, and I want to learn about my mother from him. I need to talk to him about it myself." Her boyfriend was reliable, incredibly reliable. It would definitely be fine to leave things up to him. But since her father voluntarily asked to meet and talk, then Chiaki felt like she should work up her courage and face him properly. Besides, if talking to her father didn't go well, she could always ask for Seiji's help afterwards. "If the situation is bad, then I'll send a signal for help, is that alright?" "Of course." Seiji smiled. "The moment that I receive your signal, I'll rush over immediately at top speed." After seeing his gentle smile, Chiaki felt once more that her boyfriend was really cool. She smiled brilliantly. Dinner time. Chiaki quietly waited by herself in a private room at a high-class Sakura Island restaurant. How long ago had she last eaten dinner together with her father? She thought about it for a moment, but was too lazy to think about it anymore. This wasn't because she didn't mind, but by now, it didn't really matter that much anymore. Rather than living in her original luxurious apartment provided to her by her father, Chiaki felt far more used to living in the Uehara apartments now. No, it wasn't even to the extent of being accustomed to it, as right now, Chiaki was completely unwilling to leave the Uehara apartments and return to her original luxurious apartment. Seiji, Mika, Shika, Ryo, Kid, and the landlord Nozomi, the Uehara apartments had all these familiar people living there. The Uehara apartments seemed far more like home to Chiaki than her luxurious apartment. Fun times from her daily life appeared in her mind. The tomboy's mouth slowly started arcing upwards without her realizing it. She even took out her cell phone and started browsing saved pictures of everyone's daily life together. After seeing the pictures, she recalled the memories from that time. She soon immersed herself in the memories. Right when she was looking at a picture of Seiji from the Cherry Blossom Viewing Festival, Chiaki heard some footsteps outside the room's door. Her father had arrived. Chiaki put away her cell phone and turned around to see her father entering. Shingo Wakaba was wearing a dark-colored jacket and long pants. He had a handsome appearance but was rather on the skinny side. He wore black-rimmed eyeglasses, had a small and combed mustache and neat and orderly grayish-brown hair, which was tied in a ponytail. He definitely had the aura of an artist. This was her father, Shingo Wakaba. His physical appearance and aura both seemed to suit his status as a renowned artist. To be more specific, it was likely that 7 out of 10 people who didn't know him would instantly be able to guess his occupation as an artist. Shingo had previously been on many television programs as a guest artist. He had even acted in a few movies before as an artist. This was all likely due to his physical appearance greatly helping him out. He even had the nickname idol artist in the entertainment industry. Dad. Good evening. Chiaki greeted him. Shingo nodded slightly and sat down across from his daughter. He then ordered some food on the menu. After the server left with the order, Shingo and Chiaki both fell silent. How have you been doing? After a period of silence, Shingo spoke first. Very well, Chiaki answered calmly. Every single time that her father met with her, his first question would almost always be this exact question. And then, no matter what she replied with, his comment would always be, I see, the famous artist answered expressionlessly in a light tone. His behavior didn't seem like he was concerned for his daughter. It was as if he was just going through the motions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, She's Only a Dream. Chapter 759, She's Only a Dream. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Both Shingo and Chiaki fell silent for another moment. You shouldn't have given my phone number to another person, Shingo spoke up. Although I suppose I never stated this explicitly, you should have known better. Chiaki remained silent. I'm not against you making a boyfriend, but I definitely won't easily recognize him as your boyfriend, Shingo continued in the same light tone. More than 80% of high school relationships will end with a breakup. You may believe that your feelings for each other will persist for a lifetime, but those feelings are actually quite fragile, just like a cup made out of ice. It will break instantly if you drop it. And even if you don't drop it, it will melt over time. The more feelings you invest into your relationship, the more you'll regret it when you break up. You should understand this logic. Don't be overly immersed in these youthful games. Otherwise, you'll be the one hurt most in the end. You're absolutely right, Dad, Chiaki responded in a similarly light tone. But, I'm already immersed in this youthful game. I want to play this game with him for my entire life. Even if I can't succeed, even if I regret and feel pain in the end, I'll still think that it was worth it. That's only what you think right now. Shingo looked directly at her. Your way of thinking will definitely change in the future. Perhaps. But I won't forget. Chiaki also looked directly at her father. The famous artist took a good look at his daughter's face. You will forget. After a period of silence, he averted his gaze and spoke in a cold and distant tone. At this moment, a server arrived with their orders. The food appeared exquisite and was served on the highest quality porcelain plates. The food's beauty was just like artwork. Not only was the food beautiful to behold, the taste was also wonderful. But right now, Chiaki missed the regular food that she ate at Seiji's place every day. At this time, Seiji and the others would also be having dinner in their apartment. Rather than the beautiful food before her, Chiaki would have preferred to be in that apartment and eat regular food together with them. Seiji took a bite of a meat bun. He had purchased this meat bun from a convenience store. It was hot and filling, with a nice taste. Why was he eating a meat bun? That was because he was currently outside instead of in his apartment. He was waiting close to the restaurant where Chiaki was meeting her father. Although he respected Chiaki's wish and didn't spy on her meeting with her father, he had never said anything about waiting in home for her. It was also an option for him to enter that high-class restaurant and eat there as he was quite rich now. But Seiji preferred to return home and enjoy Shika's dinner as it was her turn to cook tonight. So, he only purchased a single meat bun to tide him over until he went back. At this moment, something approached him. Seiji turned around, only to see a gray-haired dog. The dog's expression made it evident that it wanted the meat bun Seiji was eating. After exchanging glances with it, Seiji tore off a piece of his meat bun and tossed it to the dog. The gray dog lowered its head and swiftly ate the morsel. It then looked back at Seiji again. Seiji finished off the remainder of his meat bun and opened up his hands to indicate that there was no more food left. The gray dog blinked and left disappointedly. Seiji stayed where he was and waited as the wind blew past him. After dinner was dessert, and after dessert was tea time as the ending to this delicious meal. Chiaki inhaled the fragrant scent of her tea and slowly sipped, tasting its bitterness as well as the sweet aftertaste. Dad. I want to know. There's nothing to say about your mother, Shingo spoke in a light tone before his daughter even finished speaking. There's no need to pay it any attention or think too much into it. Why? Chiaki inquired. Because there's no meaning. Something flashed in Shingo's eyes. It's meaningless for you to know about someone who's no longer here. In that case, all of history is meaningless. Why not have school stop teaching history class? Chiaki replied in a cold voice. Of course, nobody would cancel history class. Chiaki was just being sarcastic. She isn't part of history, as she isn't a famous or important figure. She's simply a woman who won't affect anything in the world after she's no longer there, Shingo stated. What you learn in history class at school is just like a renowned painting. History has great value for humanity and the world. But the issue about your mother is just like the scribble of a child. It's deemed worthless to the world and is destined to vanish. You've never minded it before in the past. That's perfectly fine. Simply continue not minding. I really mind. Chiaki suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. Anger, sadness, hatred, helplessness, and various other emotions could all be seen on her face. She had an incredibly complex expression. How could I possibly not mind? That's my mom. But, you always refuse to tell me anything. I don't know anything about her besides some paintings that don't show her face. I want to know, but I never learn anything even if I ask you, so I can only force myself not to care. But, it doesn't mean that I actually don't care. Chiaki's shouting was also mixed with her crying by this point. I want to know my mom's name, I want to know what type of person she was, I want to know if she's still alive or not, and where she is if she's alive, or where her grave is if she's dead, and what she left behind. Even if all these things are worthless to the world, they're the most valuable things possible to me. Because I'm her daughter. Shingo widened his eyes slightly when faced with his daughter's sudden outburst. It was evident that he had received an impact from this. Tears started pouring out from Chiaki's eyes. I'm sorry, Dad. You've always given me everything else that I wanted while raising me all this time. I'm truly grateful. But this isn't normal. I want to know what Mom meant to you. I also want to know what your daughter means to you, but... Chiaki's tears dripped down into her teacup. Shingo lowered his gaze and looked at her teacup. He remained silent for quite a long while. After Chiaki calmed down, she took out her handkerchief and wiped away her tears. At this time, she really wished that Seiji was by her side. She would feel warm even if all she did was hold his hand. Should she send out the signal to have him come? As long as she took out her cell phone and called or texted him, he would rush over immediately. She was certain that Seiji would arrive extremely quickly. If he saw her like this, would he immediately try to hit her father? Chiaki suddenly felt like laughing out loud as she recalled her earlier conversation with Seiji when he pretended to be a no-good delinquent. Just thinking about this gave her courage. She decided not to rush things and refrain from summoning her delinquent boyfriend. Otherwise, it would be really hard to fix her relationship with her father if Seiji broke one of her father's bones. Just as Chiaki was thinking about this, her famous artist father slowly looked towards her again. A dream. He still spoke in that same light tone of voice. Yet, his tone seemed infused with more emotion than before. Chiaki returned to her senses and looked back at her father. She saw that under his black-rimmed eyeglasses, he now had an expression that she had never seen before. His expression seemed sad, helpless, and full of melancholy. To me, your mother was a dream. I remember some memories involving her, but I can't recall her name or face. I feel like the memories involving her are important, but they might just be my hallucinations, because not a single person around me knows about her. Especially you, Chiaki. In my memories, she was together with you, taking care of you, doting on you, and raising you. You're the person who should know her better than anyone. But, as you've just said, you know nothing about her. Shingo took a deep look at Chiaki. That's why, she was only a dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, He's actually an amazing. Chapter 760, He's actually an amazing. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki was stunned to hear this. In her father's memories, her mother was the one who raised her? She was the one who should have known her mother better than anyone? Chiaki had no recollection of this. She did her best to recall the past, but couldn't remember anyone that could have been her mother at all. And then, she thought about the vague dream she had been having recently. In her dream, she had apparently been calling out for Mommy. Yet, she couldn't remember anything after she woke up. I also lost my memory? Did I forget my mom, just as my dad did? Is my memory loss even more severe than my dad's? Nobody knows anything about my mom. It might all just be an illusion, a dream, but... Tell me in more detail, Dad. Chiaki regained her senses and realized that something mystical was highly likely to be behind this. She wanted to know more. Yet, Shingo remained silent. It appeared that he didn't want to say more. Tell me, Dad. Tell me everything. There might be some way to resolve this, Chiaki urged. There's no need, Shingo stated lightly. As I said earlier, there's no meaning. She's only a dream that bothers me alone. There's no need for you to be bothered as well. She's no longer here, or maybe she's never even existed in the first place. Everything might just be my hallucination. There's no need to search for the so-called truth. We only need to let this dream slowly disappear, but... How can that be? That's your wife, and my mom. Chiaki wanted to convince her dad otherwise. Searching for the truth requires time and effort, and you might not even find an answer, Shingo told her coldly. And even if you receive an answer in the end, it might be much worse than the dreams you currently have. The truth could very well be ugly or cruel. Reality isn't beautiful at all, Chiaki. You're still young. It's normal that you still have beautiful ideals for the world. Viewing youthful games of love as important, and believing that everything will be worth it no matter the result? Such naive ways of thinking are suitable for your current age. But in reality, people will grow older, and their ways of thinking will change. The things you believe to be important now, your naive ways of thinking, your beautiful ideals for the world, all of these will change as you grow older. That's what maturity is. After you mature, you'll understand that reality isn't that beautiful at all. A beautiful dream is much better than the ugly reality. Although I have to deal with the bother of forgetting about your mother's memories, I also feel the beauty from those memories. I have no intentions of keeping or rejecting those memories, because the reality is, she's no longer here. It would be best to simply have this dream slowly fade and disappear. You don't need to mind or care about such a thing. You simply need to live your own life. After hearing this, Chiaki was stunned, and didn't know what to say. She wanted to counter his words somehow, but couldn't come up with anything as she looked at her father's heavy expression. Shingo silently finished his tea and then stood up. Wait! Chiaki realized that her father was about to leave, so she hurriedly stopped him. Shingo stopped in his footsteps and silently looked at her. Chiaki still didn't know what to say. But as her mind raced, she suddenly recalled Seiji. Seiji would definitely know what to say here. Wait a moment, Chiaki told her dad while taking out her cell phone and dialing Seiji's number. Seiji picked up almost instantly. Seigo. What room number are you in? The moment that she called, Seiji replied in a steady voice. It was as if he had been waiting for her to call. No, he probably had indeed been waiting for her to call. Chiaki felt reassured and told him the room number of the private room at the restaurant. Seeing this, Shingo frowned slightly and started to walk off again. Dad, wait. Please wait for Seigo to come here and have a talk with him. There's nothing to talk about with an outsider. He's not an outsider, he's not an ordinary person. He'll be a help with the issue regarding Mom's memories. Chiaki hurriedly tried to stop him. Shingo stopped in his footsteps again. Not an ordinary person, what does that mean? Chiaki was unsure if she should tell him that Seiji was a spiritual ability user. It might make her father feel that Seiji was a scammer. He's actually an amazing detective. Shingo had a strange expression after hearing this. An amazing detective? A high school detective? You must have watched too much anime. Chiaki could easily tell that was what her father was thinking right now. The truth is just like the plot out of an anime, or even stranger, Dad, Chiaki thought to herself. This isn't a funny joke at all, Shingo told her coldly. If he's someone with strange interests, you should immediately break up with him. It was apparent that her father had misunderstood. He doesn't have any strange interests. Unless him starting a harem with me and it counts? I thought that you were reasonable, Chiaki. I'm not against you having a boyfriend if you wish. But if he's not normal, that's another matter entirely. A fierce glint appeared in Shingo's eyes. Chiaki felt pressured by her father. But, the next instant, she actually felt a little happy because her father had shown some worry for her. Whether he's normal or not, can't you decide after you meet and talk to him? Shingo fell silent. There's nothing to talk about. I forbid you from telling him about your mother. After he said that, he turned around to leave again. Wait a moment. He really can help out. Chiaki tried once more. I doubt that he'll be of any use, and even if he could be, there's no meaning to it. Shingo started walking. Wait, Dad. The famous artist walked up to the door and opened it. However, he instantly stopped in his tracks afterwards. That was because someone had arrived outside the door. A restaurant server had just led an incredibly handsome boy to the room. Pleased to meet you for the first time, Wakaba-san. Seiji smiled politely. I am Seigo Harano. Chiaki felt quite moved that Seiji had actually been waiting for her near the restaurant, which was why he had managed to arrive so quickly. The famous artist who had an icy expression sat down once more across from Chiaki and her boyfriend. When Seiji had arrived, he saw that Shingo Wakaba had been about to leave despite his daughter's objections. Seiji immediately put out his hand to block the doorway, and said some taunting words. You don't even dare to face your daughter's boyfriend? Only then had the famous artist begrudgingly stayed. I apologize for being rather forceful just now. Seiji started off with an apology. But it's so difficult to meet you, so I felt that I shouldn't miss this chance. Let us have a proper discussion, Wakaba-san. Shingo remained silent with his icy expression. Dad told me about Mom. Chiaki was about to explain what she heard earlier to Seiji. I said, you're forbidden from telling him about this issue. Shingo immediately stopped her. Dad. He's an outsider. There's nothing to say to him on this matter. Chiaki had an awkward expression after hearing this. I'm Chiaki's boyfriend. Even if you don't agree, that doesn't change the fact that I'm her boyfriend, Wakaba-san, Seiji spoke in a calm voice. The issue regarding Chiaki's mother is very important. I need to understand more. It's not important at all. Nor do you have the right to know about it, Shingo stated coldly. That's where you're wrong. It's highly important, because this is about Chiaki's safety, Seiji spoke in a serious tone. Safety? Yes. Only by learning more will I be able to better protect Chiaki. Shingo furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Chiaki needs protection? Seiji looked directly at Shingo and spoke in a serious tone, that's right. She's currently in a potentially dangerous situation that might be related to her mother, or maybe even related to you, Wakaba-san. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, This Isn't a Magic Trick. Chapter 761, This Isn't a Magic Trick. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Shingo looked over Seiji. No, he was judging the latter. You don't seem like you're lying. What danger could Chiaki possibly be in? Seiji and Chiaki exchanged glances and came to an unspoken agreement. Dad, when I've said earlier that Seigo was a high school detective, I was lying. Chiaki admitted the truth. He's actually a spiritual ability user. Shingo. The famous artist showed a strange and obviously disbelieving expression. Meanwhile, Seiji slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, the teacup on the table began to float in midair. Shingo's expression changed to one of surprise upon seeing this. Seiji manipulated the teacup and had it spin circles in midair right in front of Shingo. Seiji next sent the teacup flying up and down, then around Shingo's head in a circle, and finally around the entire room before it landed on the table again. This is no magic trick. There are no props involved at all. Feel free to check all you want. Seiji opened his hands to show that he had nothing in his hands. The famous artist had a stunned expression. Chiaki felt an urge to laugh out loud upon seeing her father like this. However, she forced herself to hold her laughter in. When Shingo returned to his senses, he adjusted his eyeglasses and took the teacup, looking it over carefully. He then looked over at Seiji's hands. Seiji extended his hands out, and even flipped them over and let Shingo look as he pleased. Seiji's expression said something like, I'll admit defeat if you can find any trickery involved. Shingo looked at Seiji's hands for a while and found nothing whatsoever. Although he'd received an impact from this, he still didn't believe in Seiji having mystical powers so readily. That was a nice performance. I can't find the trick to it at all. Shingo placed the teacup back on the table. However, I won't believe that this is a so-called spiritual ability so easily. That's because I have no understanding of magic tricks. It's quite common for ordinary people to be unable to see through a magic trick. Basically, he meant that I simply haven't figured out your little magic trick. As I told you, this is no magic trick. It's a real spiritual ability, Seiji stated calmly. I'm capable of using this power to move anything in this room, including your own body, Wakaba-san. Seigo. Relax, Chiaki. I'm not making a threat here. I'm simply stating the facts. If you don't believe in my powers, Wakaba-san, why not experience it for yourself? The famous artist's refusal to believe in spiritual abilities was slightly shaken after he saw how confident Seigo was. Shingo hid the fact that he was shaken, and spoke in a light tone, "Sure, I don't mind experiencing it if you can prove it." "Please excuse me." Seiji raised his hand once more and cast telekinesis. Shingo instantly felt an invisible force lifting him upwards into the air. He had an evidently shocked expression as he rose into the air. He hurriedly looked all around him, but was still unable to see any mechanisms that could cause this. "Please don't move around too much. This is my first time using this spell to move a human," Seiji told him. Shingo immediately stiffened after hearing this. Chiaki also looked towards Seiji for an explanation. "I've only used this spell before to move non-living objects or to deal with spiritual creatures," Seiji added. His tone was calm as he was simply stating the facts. Shingo was lightly spun around in midair. After having a personal taste of this invisible power, Shingo was forced to believe that this high schooler was truly a spiritual ability user. A few seconds later, Seiji placed Shingo gently down on the tatami floor mat. "How do you feel, Wakaba-san? Would you like to try again?" The famous artist was rendered speechless by this question. After several long seconds of silence, Shingo finally spoke up. "For now, I'll admit that this is some sort of supernatural ability. So, I'll treat you as a spiritual ability user, but what then? What does that have to do with Chiaki? There are spiritual ability users in the world, as well as all sorts of demons and monsters. Chiaki is currently being targeted by a mystical existence. As for why she's become a target, the main reason might be because of you or her mother." Seiji then gave Shingo an explanation of the situation that Chiaki was in. "Dad. The reason why neither of us can remember anything about Mom is probably because of some mystical incident. It's likely that Seigo will be able to help us. Please, could you tell him about Mom?" Chiaki tried convincing her dad again. Something flashed in Shingo's eyes. Right now, even he himself didn't know what emotions he was feeling. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and began talking about his wife. Shingo's memories about his wife were hazy and ethereal, just as if they were nothing but a dream. He was unable to remember her name or face. Not only that, every single acquaintance of his that he could possibly think of had no memories of ever meeting his wife. It was the same even for the daughter that he had and raised together with her. In his memories, his wife had previously cradled their newborn daughter while smiling, and his wife had also taught Chiaki the alphabet and how to talk. His wife had gone on walks together with him while holding Chiaki's tiny hand. His wife had cooked while laughing at him playing with the young Chiaki. His wife had previously held her finger up to her lips, indicating that he should be quiet because their daughter had fallen asleep. His wife had previously taken pictures of him and Chiaki together on a vacation. Those were all incredibly happy memories that gave him a feeling of warmth as he recalled those moments. Yet, his wife seemed like she didn't even exist. There was no evidence, either physical or in any other person's memory, of her having ever existed at all, but His wife had vanished into thin air. Even the few remaining happy memories seemed as if they were nothing but illusion. Not a single other person had any memories whatsoever regarding his wife, including even his own daughter. The only reasonable sounding explanation that Shingo was able to come up with was that all of these memories were only his own hallucinations, or most of them were. She's nothing but your own imagination. That was what reality kept telling him. She's nothing but a dream. Shingo kept telling himself this. Yet, somewhere deep inside him there was a small stubborn part of himself that was unwilling to accept this. Was she really just a hallucination? Was she really nothing more than a dream? Did I truly imagine her entire existence? He was unwilling and unable to accept it. Yet, the reality was right before him. And, what pained him the most was how his daughter was. His daughter couldn't remember a single thing about her mother, even though his daughter should have known even more about her mother than he did. Shingo's daughter was perfectly fine and healthy. She grew up to be a completely normal girl. He was the one who was in the wrong for treating hallucinations as memories. He was the abnormal one. Although Shingo came to this logical conclusion, he was still emotionally unable to accept it. That was why he didn't want to see his own daughter. No, it should be said that he was afraid of seeing his daughter. His normal daughter was just like a mirror that kept reminding himself of how abnormal he was. Shingo knew that all of this was wrong. Yet, he was unable to change himself. He had even tried visiting psychologists before. He had tried, but was unable to escape from that dream. That was why, even if he had a cold and distant relationship with his daughter, at least his daughter could still live a good life with all the money he gave her. Although this was a rather abnormal family relationship, it was still within acceptable boundaries. Shingo just wanted to wait until this dream disappeared. At that time, if his daughter was still willing, and if he was able to do so, perhaps they could become a normal father and daughter again. Shingo had thought that was the only possibility, until now. Shingo finished telling Seiji and Chiaki about his memories. Seiji had a serious expression. Chiaki received a huge impact from hearing all of this. All of these memories that her father had just talked about, although they might just be his hallucinations, she faintly felt that they were all true events that had happened in the past. Why didn't you tell me about these memories before? Chiaki wanted to complain to her father. However, the reasonable part of herself told her that if her father had mentioned such things to her before, it was highly likely that she would think her father to be mentally unstable. That was why her father had hidden the truth from her for so long. He hadn't wanted to talk about it. He had only wanted to bear these memories by himself until they finally faded. Has my dad been keeping his distance all this time from me because of this? Chiaki suddenly thought of this. After seeing her father's current expression, she felt it was highly possible. If she had been the one instead with such unclear memories about her mother, with her father remembering nothing at all, perhaps she would also choose to remain distant from her father. After coming to this realization, Chiaki felt incredibly complex emotions inside. Even she didn't know what expression she had right now. There was only one thing she wanted to say. Dad. I'm sorry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, You Have to Use Protection. Chapter 762, You Have to Use Protection. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Why are you apologizing? Because I forgot about Mom. She's never existed, so it doesn't count as you forgetting. You don't need to apologize for this, Shingo said calmly. I'm the one who should be apologizing, he thought to himself. However, he was unable to bring himself to say it out loud. No. I believe that Mom really existed. Chiaki looked directly at him. Dad, your memories are no hallucinations. They were real. The famous artist frowned upon hearing this. "I told you, that was nothing but a dream. Don't treat it as reality," he spoke in a cold tone. Shingo didn't want to see his daughter also being confused by these memories. It was more than enough that he was the only abnormal one. Yet, a tiny part within him was actually happy that his daughter said so. This caused him to feel self-loathing, which was why his tone was so icy. "Dad," Chiaki took a deep glance at her father, feeling like she could now understand better why her father acted the way he did. He still remembered some vague memories of his wife, but nobody else even remembered her existence, nor was there any evidence that she had once existed. This was as if the entire world was denying her very existence. And so, he could only deny his wife's existence as well. Just how painful would it be to deny your own memories? Just how much pressure would he be under to bear all of this by himself? He didn't ask for recognition, because he didn't even believe in himself. What few memories he still had of his wife, he could only treat as hallucinations. That was truly so pitiful. After thinking deeper on this, Chiaki felt her eyes heating up as if she wanted to cry. But, she had to withstand the urge. She couldn't allow herself to cry because of this, because she knew her father wouldn't want to see it. She felt that someone like herself who had forgotten about her mother had no right to cry about it in front of her father who had been dealing with his memories all by himself. "Right now, it's still unknown whether these memories are real or not," Seiji spoke up. "Wakaba-san, your memories regarding your wife might indeed be an illusion. However, it's also quite possible that such memories really reflect events that happened, just like what Chiaki says. The evidence for this is that Chiaki dreamed about her mother. Although she can't remember her dream anymore, I clearly heard her saying mommy while she was dreaming. There's no mistaking what she said. I don't think that it's a coincidence for such a thing to happen while she's being targeted by something mystical." "Wait a moment." A fierce glint suddenly appeared in Shingo's eyes as he stopped Seiji from continuing. "You heard Chiaki talking in her sleep while she was dreaming. The two of you were sleeping together?" Seiji's cheeks twitched as he suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from Chiaki's father. We weren't. It was just that I had Chiaki sleep in the study of my apartment in order to better protect her. I just happened to hear her talking in her sleep while I was checking on her." Seiji did his best to explain things clearly when faced with this pressure from his girlfriend's father. Still, he felt a little lacking in confidence here. That was because he knew he was a scumbag who had started a harem. Shingo adjusted his eyeglasses and judged the youth before him with an even sharper gaze than earlier. Although Shingo was a mature adult who was somewhat mentally prepared that his daughter would eventually enter a sexual relationship with a boyfriend one day, it was impossible for him to remain calm once he truly learned such a thing. Seeing how fidgety and lacking in confidence Seigo was behaving right now, Shingo felt that something had definitely happened between his daughter and Seigo. "I won't allow such a relationship while the both of you are still in high school. But if things are already at that level, you must remember to use protection." Shingo looked directly at Chiaki while saying this. Chiaki, who had just wanted to cry, now wanted to laugh out loud. Her father's misunderstanding and serious attitude and Seiji's sudden lack of confidence, this scene made her feel happy for some reason. She lowered her head in order to hide the fact that she was almost about to laugh. This action caused Shingo to misunderstand even further. His gaze became even fiercer. "Listen to me, you absolutely have to use protection. Otherwise, there will be a serious problem. We haven't had such a relationship yet. We haven't reached that level," Seiji hurriedly mentioned. This was the truth. Although Chiaki had given him several blowjobs, and he had serviced her as well, they indeed hadn't crossed the final line and had sex yet. However, Shingo didn't believe this. And even if they still hadn't had sex yet, they were probably almost at that point in their relationship. Young people were quite lacking in self-restraint. Even if they could temporarily restrain themselves, there was no telling when they would no longer be able to withstand the urge. "Since you call yourself Chiaki's boyfriend, and you say that you have responsibilities as her boyfriend, then you also need to protect her. You need to realize the possible consequences of not using protection. You need to take this seriously. I said that we haven't. Seiji felt rather helpless. But, you're right. I'll remember this. You have to remember it. Shingo glared at Seiji for a while before turning to Chiaki. That goes for you as well. You need to protect yourself. If he doesn't care about using protection, you need to break up with him as fast as possible. Chiaki really was almost about to laugh out loud now. She made a great effort in order not to. I will, Dad. Chiaki finally replied after holding in her urge to laugh. Actually, even if we aren't careful, it'll be fine, because Seigo is really rich. He can afford to. This isn't an issue that can be resolved by money. Shingo wanted to say this, but suddenly felt like he had no right to say something like this. That was because he had remained distant from his daughter all this time. Apart from giving his daughter lots and lots of money since he was really rich, he knew that he hadn't done anything a father should have for his daughter at all. Since Shingo realized this, he felt like he no longer had the right to lecture them. At any rate, you must be careful. He ended on that note. Seiji and Chiaki both nodded obediently. Everyone fell silent once again. What had they been talking about originally again? Cough, let's get back onto the original topic. Seiji coughed to put the topic back on track. Chiaki's dream is probably no coincidence. It was likely brought about by something mystical. Let us hypothesize that your memories are actually real, Wakaba-san. This means that Chiaki's dream might be the sign that her memories are beginning to recover. While this may seem like a good thing, if that's what's really going on, this is actually a very serious matter. Your wife, Chiaki's mother, was someone who definitely existed for real. Yet, she completely disappeared from the entire world as if she had never existed at all. Only a highly powerful demon or spiritual ability user could be behind this. I think that it's more likely a demon is behind this, because if a human was behind this, that person shouldn't have eliminated everyone's memories of your wife but leave your memories only half erased. And if a demon caused all of this, just how powerful could this demon be? It's difficult for me to calculate. It's possible that this demon has recently started targeting Chiaki. And, the worst possible outcome may be that Chiaki will vanish from the world and everyone's memories, just like her mother did. Seiji said all this with a serious expression. Disappear. Chiaki couldn't help but imagine herself being captured, or being kidnapped by some unknown demon, god, or human. After that, she would completely disappear from the world, as if she never existed. Just imagining it made Chiaki feel afraid. Wait a moment, being taken away by a demon or a god? Wasn't that the same as the so-called being spirited away? Being spirited away, as in being hidden from the world by some sort of spirit, demon, or god, was quite a famous mystical phenomenon in literature. The most famous legend of being spirited away in Sakura Island was the story of Urashima Taro, the fisherman who had been taken to a dragon's palace after he'd saved a turtle. This was a fairy tale that everybody in Sakura Island knew one. In modern society of today, being spirited away was treated as a superstitious way to explain someone's sudden and mysterious disappearance. That was what Chiaki knew of being spirited away. But now, it would seem that the concept of being spirited away was actually true to its roots, that the person would be erased from the world by a demon or a god. Was that it? Had her missing mother actually been spirited away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, Spirited Away. Chapter 763, Spirited Away. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. While Chiaki was thinking about her mother, Seiji promised her father that he would do his very best to prevent anything bad from happening to her. Seiji would protect Chiaki. What do you need me to do? Shingo asked after a period of contemplative silence. Please pay attention to anything strange that may happen to or around you. Also, please contact me immediately if anything strange does happen. Or, you can contact Chiaki. Seiji paused for a moment. I would also like it if you could please contact me if you can remember anything else regarding Chiaki's mother. That's all? That's all. You don't want any money? I don't need money. Shingo took a deep look at the boy sitting across from him and then retracted his gaze. Let's do things like that, then. After saying that, he stood up again. Dad, when Chiaki saw this, she couldn't help but call out to him. The famous artist glanced at his daughter before starting to walk off. Chiaki didn't know what to say. She could only watch together with Seiji as her father left. Although they had learned something rather important about her mother, that didn't mean that the relationship between Chiaki and her father would instantly be repaired. But, at the very least, an important step was taken today. Someone being spirited away, disappearing from the world entirely, with nobody remembering that person or having any evidence that person had existed. This type of phenomenon was relatively common in manga and anime. Seiji's deepest impression was from a certain anime named Shakugan no Shana. He recalled that the female lead of this anime from his previous world had been ridiculously popular at the time this anime was released. The red-haired sword-wielding loli was an otaku's dream girl. Shana had become the representative character of the tsundere trope, as well as the main reason behind her voice actress Ri Kugamiya's popularity, helping Kugamiya achieve stardom as a tsundere voice actress in other anime afterwards. Even now, Seiji still remembered Shana's famous triple Yurusai one line. It was as if he could hear that line playing in his head right now. Cough, he was getting off track. In that anime, people who had their power of existence stolen from them would cease to exist, vanishing completely from the world and everyone's memories. All evidence that this person had ever existed would vanish as well. There were also many other anime and manga that used such an element in their story setting. The source of all this were the ancient legends about being spirited away. Being taken away by a spirit, demon, or other supernatural existence could all be classified under spirited away. But, the most original meaning of the term spirited away referred to being taken away by a god. Completely vanishing from the world, with nobody remembering about that person, and all evidence of that person's existence vanishing? That's the highest possible level of being spirited away, Natsuya told Seiji after she learned of the situation. This type of spirited away, or shall we say, mystical phenomenon, only exists in theory. That's because if someone really disappears in such a way, nobody will remember them and there will be no evidence of that person's existence. Not a single person will know that this person has existed, so nobody will notice that the person has disappeared. That's why there's no concrete example of the highest possible level of being spirited away. This is a level of spirited away that's only one level below the theoretical highest possible achievable level of being spirited away. The person in question disappeared, and the great majority of people have forgotten about this person. However, a few individuals still remember that person, or there's a very minor amount of evidence of that person's existence left behind. There are records of such types of being spirited away. Obviously, the situation with Wakaba-san's mother is this type of being spirited away. It's also possible that this wasn't done by a god, but rather a spiritual ability user. A sufficiently powerful individual, or perhaps a spiritual ability user faction, can also accomplish something similar. But, if this was done by a spiritual ability user, that person should have done a more complete job. Natsuya had the same opinion as Seiji here. How powerful would a god have to be to cause such an incident of being spirited away if we go by Soul Society's demon danger levels? Seiji wondered about this. According to Soul Society's classification, it would have to be Demon King level, Natsuya answered instantly. Demon King level, as expected. Seiji had been hoping that maybe a god that could do this would only be at the vicious demon level danger classification. Yet, Natsuya answered instantly with such confidence, shattering his tiny hope. With his current power level, would he be able to deal with a god that was the equivalent of a Demon King threat level? It was quite possible that he wouldn't be able to. No, it would definitely be impossible. Seiji decided not to have any outlandish hopes. A vicious demon-level threat like the snake or samurai demon was already so difficult to deal with already. A Demon King level threat would definitely be impossible for the current him to handle, Seiji told himself. But what if he included Natsuya and all his companions' combat strength put together? Add on his ability to save and load to go back in time, and perhaps he would be able to deal with a Demon King level god. But that would still be tremendously risky. As Seiji mulled over things, Chiaki sat by his side and quietly sipped on some tea. It felt rather scary to be watched by a god like this. She also felt scared that she might disappear from the world at any moment, with nobody ever remembering that she existed. However, Chiaki felt reassured because she had such a reliable boyfriend. Apart from being afraid of that unknown god who was watching her, Chiaki now had a new emotion: anger. If this god had caused her mother's disappearance and brought so much pain to her father, this god seemed far too evil to her. Since Chiaki didn't have any memories of her mother, she didn't feel the same pain of losing a loved one. She merely felt sad for her father, and sad for her own lost memories. Did all of this happen to her because she was a priest's descendant, so she had the favor of the gods? She preferred not to have the gods' favor at all. I'd like to ask. After some consideration, Chiaki came up with a question. Where have the people who were spirited away gone to? What exactly happened to my mother? Mika, who was also present and sipping tea, looked at her best friend. Even Shika looked in Chiaki's direction. According to the ancient legends about being spirited away, the people who went missing were brought to mystical realms, Natsuya explained. This is something that regular people know about through folktales as well. And with your mother's situation, it's highly likely that she became the servant of a god. Is it possible that she's still alive? Chiaki asked in a soft voice. That's possible. Natsuya looked at Chiaki. But to my knowledge, it's impossible to return those who have been spirited away back to the human world. That's because it's impossible even for spiritual ability users to enter the god's realm. But as Natsuya said this, she suddenly stopped herself as something flashed in her eyes. What is it? Seiji could tell that she suddenly thought of something. Impossible to enter the god's realm, that was the case in the past, Natsuya spoke slowly. Now that the spirit worlds have started appearing, what if the spirit worlds are actually the god's realm, or if they're directly connected to the god's realm? That means the god's realm could be accessed. Those who were spirited away could possibly be recovered. The student council president didn't say those two sentences out loud. However, everyone present was able to come to such conclusions by themselves. My mom may be able to return? Chiaki widened her eyes. She had only asked because of her unwillingness to accept the current situation. She'd never expected to hear about such a possibility. It's only a possibility, Natsuya told her in a serious tone. I can't be certain that the spirit worlds are related to the god's realm or that they have any connection to the god's realm. Even now, we still don't know what exactly the spirit worlds are. Since she didn't know what the spirit worlds were, everything was only a hypothesis. The spirit worlds possibly being connected to the god's realm was also only a hypothesis. But this hypothesis seemed quite plausible. The spirit worlds? No, more specifically, I should be talking about the realm of cherry blossoms. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. The realm of cherry blossoms is actually the god's realm itself. I think that this is highly possible. First of all, why did the realm of cherry blossoms appear? This is something that none of us knows the answer to. However, the realm of cherry blossoms appeared during the Cherry Blossom Viewing Festival, right at the time when everyone in Sakura Island was enjoying the sight of cherry blossoms. There must be a connection here. If you treat the citizens' enjoyment of cherry blossoms as a type of worship towards cherry blossoms, then the Cherry Blossom Viewing Festival will be the highest point in everyone's worship of the cherry blossoms. This created a related cherry blossom spirit world, or maybe even brought about the birth of a cherry blossom god. Doesn't this sound quite reasonable? And then, since Chiaki is a priest's descendant, and she now senses the attention of a god on her, this means that the god is getting closer and is about to appear. This is an exact match for the current situation with the realm of cherry blossoms. In summary, I believe that the realm of cherry blossoms' real identity is the divine realm of the cherry blossom god. This all makes sense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chapter 764, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. But, Seiji forced himself to say this word despite Chiaki's hopeful expression. Even if that's the case, that doesn't mean that it'll be possible to recover those who have been spirited away. There will still be all sorts of problems, where the spirited away people are, what type of condition they're in, whether they'll be able to return to our world, what will try to stop us, will we need to fight against the gods, problems such as these. Entering the realm of the divine is just like taking the first step. There will be hope of recovering her, but that's all. Chiaki's eyes dimmed after she heard all this. Although it wasn't nice to dash her hopes like that, he still had to tell her the truth. Seiji inwardly sighed. Can't we try? Mika couldn't help but speak up. We could try and find Chiaki's mother, maybe that will be possible? I didn't say that we shouldn't try, Seiji stated. We just need to understand the situation clearly, but it was only his guess that the realm of cherry blossoms was actually a divine realm. And even if his guess was proven right, there would be all sorts of problems regarding how to find and bring someone back. Things weren't optimistic at all. Seiji felt that it would be bad to be overly optimistic. Taking reality too lightly would typically end in reality teaching you a harsh lesson. For instance, an adventurer who thought they could easily defeat a goblin might be defeated, killed, or even worse. Too much optimism was no good, but that didn't mean that Seiji wanted to give up because of some difficulties. The first step will be to try and find Chiaki's mother in the realm of cherry blossoms. Seiji looked towards Natsuya. Is there any spell that can be useful for this? Chiaki gradually calmed down as Seiji and Natsuya began discussing magic spells. She felt that Seiji was correct about needing to see the situation clearly. Although there was hope, that was all, just hope. There was no guarantee of being able to find her mother. In fact, it could be said that it would be normal to be unable to find her. It would be a miracle if they could actually find her mother. Seiji would definitely try his hardest for her sake. All she needed to do was believe in him. The Night Order members all arrived. Seiji opened up the portal to his spirit house and had everyone, including Chiaki, enter. Not only was Chiaki going to enter the spirit house, she was also going to attempt visualization. Seiji didn't know how she would react to the spirit image as she wasn't an awakened or a spiritual ability user. Perhaps she would fail, or perhaps she would succeed. If she succeeded, maybe she would increase her spiritual power, which might attract more attention from the god watching her. Seiji explained all the possibilities to her. After learning all the potential results and consequences, Chiaki insisted on trying. She wanted power, even if simply raising her spiritual power by a little might be useless, she still wanted to try. Her desire to try became even stronger after learning about the possibility of finding her mother. Seiji was somewhat worried about her. But after he saw how adamant she was, he could only let her try. Everyone entered the dojo of Seiji's spirit house. After their previous experience, everyone didn't immediately look at the spirit image. This time, they all sat down beforehand and prepared themselves before looking at the spirit image. It was the same for Chiaki. When she entered the dojo, she avoided looking at the giant watercolor painting hanging from the wall across from the door. Only after she sat down next to Mika did she look at the spirit image. While looking at that incredibly realistic painting of the three individuals' backs, Chiaki felt a wondrously subtle sensation. The woman wearing Sakura Island attire and holding a paper umbrella gave her an especially profound and indescribable sensation. The painting enlarged as the figures appeared to become closer. The colors brightened as everything became real. Chiaki entered a state of visualization without her realizing it. The wind was blowing many cherry blossoms around in the air. Chiaki was now walking down a path in between a grove of cherry blossom trees that were in full bloom. The falling cherry blossoms were amazingly beautiful. Chiaki was charmed by this moving beauty and admired the scenery as she walked down the path. She didn't regain her senses until a red torii one appeared in her field of vision. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chiaki was confused as she couldn't recall the answer to any of these questions. Chiaki then noticed that she was wearing exquisitely beautiful traditional Sakura Island attire. Although the clothing was beautiful, it was also unfamiliar, and didn't seem like her own clothing. She also happened to be holding a paper fan in her right hand. A sudden strong gust of wind blew past, bringing along many flower petals that seemed like a sudden rainstorm. Chiaki was forced to close her eyes against the powerful gale. She also felt a chill that helped to clear her mind and recall everything. Chiaki opened up the paper umbrella in her hand and continued forward, passing through the red torii. The wind constantly sent cherry blossom petals flying through the air, creating a sound that resembled a low whisper. Ordinary people would feel uneasy from hearing this sound. The seemingly harmless flower petals were actually harmful as well. Fortunately for Chiaki, the paper umbrella created a barrier that blocked them all. As Chiaki walked down this path, she saw another red torii. She passed through this torii, and then she passed through a third, a fourth, and a fifth torii. The whispering sound continued for all this time. The flower petals constantly fell without stop. The originally clear sky began to darken, and the temperature was evidently dropping. The beautiful scenery now began to seem dark and eerie. Chiaki held out her paper umbrella while walking forward at her quickest walking pace. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she couldn't help but feel spooked inside. As long as she finished walking down this path, she would be able to meet that person. She would no longer be afraid if she could be by their side. He had told her that taking this path by herself would be safer than traveling at his side. Chiaki believed him. However, she still felt unsafe as a girl walking down this type of path by herself. She intended to complain to that person after she saw him again. After passing through yet another torii, Chiaki saw some red mist. This red mist seemed rather ominous. Chiaki instinctively didn't want to pass through it. However, that person had told her she would be fine. Chiaki stopped for a moment and took a deep breath to muster her courage. She then walked into the red mist. Her paper umbrella started glowing white and blocked the red mist with its barrier. The whispering sounds changed into ear-piercing clamor. The pink cherry blossom petals flying in the air became bright red. Everything around Chiaki became hazy, dim, and ice-cold. Chiaki constantly walked forward down the path without looking around her or thinking too much about what was happening. A while later, her vision started clearing up again. A handsome yin-yang master wearing hunting attire was standing not far away from her. A black armored warrior holding a long sword and wearing a black helmet was standing next to him. When she looked over in his direction, the handsome yin-yang master also noticed her. He looked over with a smile. After seeing this gentle smile, Chiaki was moved in her heart. This greatly diminished her earlier desire to complain to him. She reflexively wanted to smile back at him, but the remaining dissatisfaction caused her to withstand her urge to smile as she kept a straight face instead. "Are you all right, Miss Chiaki?" The yin-yang master asked her worriedly. I'm fine, all thanks to you, Seiji-san. Chiaki intentionally spoke in a rather forceful manner that showed a bit of complaint. Did something happen? Nothing, it was just that I'm too much of a coward, so I felt afraid even though I was walking on a safe path. Chiaki walked next to him as she said this. The moment she arrived next to him, she felt the earlier chill around her disappearing, making her feel relieved. I apologize for having you walk that path by yourself. Seiji understood and apologized. No need for you to say that. I was the one who was cowardly. The great and famous Yin-Yang master Seiji Kamiju had guaranteed my safety, yet I was still afraid. I'm such a useless girl. On the surface, Chiaki seemed like she was denigrating herself, but she was actually still complaining, acting spoiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, as expected of the famous Seiji Kamiju. Chapter 765, as expected of the famous Seiji Kamiju. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Miss Chiaki isn't cowardly or useless at all, Seiji told her seriously. You had the courage to walk here by yourself. That was critical to suppressing the spirits here. Seiji-san probably could have suppressed the spirits even without me here. That might be true, but things would have been far more troublesome without Miss Chiaki around. No matter how troublesome the issue, Seiji-san can deal with anything as long as you take it seriously. I'm only a single yin-yang master. What I can accomplish is limited. Miss Chiaki's assistance is incredibly important. After hearing his sincere words, Chiaki harumphed softly as her lips arched slightly upward. She then looked towards the building which was in front. A shrine was there, under the dark sky and flying flower petals. The originally beautiful and divine shrine now seemed ominous and cold. Eerie red mist permeated the entire shrine. The sculptures around the shrine were completely enveloped in red mist, their contours could barely be seen. All the stone lanterns in the shrine were currently unlit, with ominous red mist all around. Suddenly, there was a clamorous sound as cherry blossoms swirled within the mist, forming a tremendous number of dark red shadowy humanoid figures. There were male, female, young, and old, and they all had empty holes where their eyes should have been. They also had vicious expressions and distorted limbs. Chiaki was quite frightened by this scene. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he whipped out a talisman. The silent black-clad warrior next to him also raised her longsword. Whoosh, the evil spirits rushed over in their direction. Seiji recited a spell that created a flight of white light on his and Chiaki's bodies. The black-clad warrior greeted the evil spirits with her sword. A bluish-white flame started spreading on her sword as it lengthened into a giant spiritual sword. Shing! One swing of the sword slew many evil spirits. Even more evil spirits kept swarming in. The warrior continuously swung her sword to slay evil spirits while using agile footwork to dodge their attacks. However, the evil spirits were incredibly numerous, endless, even. No matter how fast the warrior's movements were, it was impossible for her to dodge all the attacks. She could only take the remaining attacks with her armor and helmet. Will Kagura-san be alright? Chiaki couldn't help but ask as she saw the warrior fighting against so many evil spirits. Chiaki had never even seen this female warrior's face before. She only knew that the warrior's surname was Kagura, and that the warrior was female. Or, more accurately, Kagura wasn't a warrior, but rather a spirit-branded retainer. She'll be fine. With such weak spirits, it doesn't matter how many come at her. They won't be able to harm her. Seiji sounded absolutely confident. His spirit-branded retainer named Kagura was able to keep the majority of evil spirits occupied. Only a few evil spirits came over to attack him and Chiaki. However, these few evil spirits were all instantly vaporized by the barrier Seiji had set up. Seiji held many talismans in his hand as he started uttering an incantation with a serious expression. The talismans then began to glow white as they started burning with a golden white flame. Seiji waved his hand, tossing out all the burning talismans which stuck themselves onto the shrine's stone lanterns. There was then an explosion of light that instantly dispelled all the red mist around the lanterns while also lighting them. With all the stone lanterns now lighted, the ominous aura around the shrine was diminished as the lanterns let off a pure white light. The number of evil spirits pouring out of the temple obviously started to lessen. However, the clamorous sound became even louder. The divine sculptures around the shrine began to rumble, making a scarily abnormal sound that resembled both howling and roaring. The red mist around the shrine instantly started expanding and becoming denser while absorbing large amounts of cherry blossoms. Feeling that something even scarier was about to arrive, Chiaki listened to her heart and hid herself behind Seiji. Seiji took out even more talismans and began to incant again. Kagura made a pose as a gigantic blue-white female shadow arose behind her back. The female shadow waved her hand and released a large amount of faint blue mist which eradicated the remaining evil spirits. Boom. There was a tremendous sound which seemed to even shake the heavens. Two gigantic stone lions suddenly materialized. Rather than being actual lions, these stone lions were closer to the divine. Stone lions were originally intended to be majestic guardians. But right now, they appeared vicious and evil, with mouths gaping, sharp fangs, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes. The red mist also swirled all around their bodies, giving them quite the ominous impression. Before the stone lions could attack, Kagura first pointed up towards the sky with her sword. The shadow behind her back clasped its hands together, shooting out a dense blue mist towards the stone lion on the left. Roar! The left stone lion opened its mouth and roared, causing dense red mist to react explosively around its body and block the blue mist attack. The right stone lion viciously pounced towards Kagura, swinging its sharp claws. At this moment, Seiji waved his hand again, tossing out all the talismans he had. The talismans penetrated through the right stone lion's protective red mist and stuck themselves to its body. Snare! Seiji made a hand seal with his other hand and activated his spell. All the talismans instantly glowed with a blinding white light as the right stone lion suddenly stopped in its tracks, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Meanwhile, Kagura raised her sword and charged at the left stone lion. The left stone lion counterattacked with its sharp claws and fangs. Even more red mist kept erupting from its body. However, the shadow behind Kagura's back kept dispelling the red mist with its blue mist. The spirit-branded retainer's fierce battle against the divine envoy stone lion was astonishing to behold. Yet, the yin-yang master seemed rather quiet and even elegant. Seiji unhurriedly incanted and made another seal. The talismans on the right stone lion kept glowing brightly and dispelling its red mist. The white rays of light that the talismans let off were gradually spreading over lion's entire body. The right stone lion continued to remain completely still. Its giant body was trembling slightly, and it let out a guttural roar. It could be seen that the lion was furiously struggling, but was completely unable to move. As expected of the famous Seiji Kamiju, Chiaki praised in her mind. How many yin-yang masters in the world would be able to calmly suppress such a frightening evil spirit? She felt delighted that such an incredible person told her that her assistance was important. A while later, Kagura managed to cut off the left stone lion's head with her spiritual blade. The lion's body vanished into mist and became nothing more than shattered stone. At almost the exact same time, white light covered the right stone lion's body, cleansing it completely and transforming it back into a complete and normal stone sculpture. Let's go, Miss Chiaki. Seiji smiled. Alright, Seiji-san. Chiaki almost answered in such a way, but she maintained her own cool image and simply uttered a sound of agreeance. Chiaki, Seiji, and Kagura then walked into the shrine. equals 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 equals. Chiaki gradually came back to her senses. She blinked and felt like her head was somewhat dizzy. Chiaki, a voice spoke up beside her. She turned around, only to see a familiar handsome face. Seiji smiled, and asked concernedly, "Welcome back. How do you feel?" Chiaki dazedly stared at him for a moment before she realized what was going on. "I'm alright. I just feel slightly dizzy." "Just some slight dizziness? How about your body?" Her body. Chiaki hadn't felt much originally, but now that he asked, she focused on her body and actually felt fatigued. "I'm a bit tired," she reflexively tried to move, but instantly felt numb and pained all over. Ouch, she couldn't help but moan in pain. Seiji immediately hugged her as he cast a healing spell. Chiaki instantly felt much better. "Why do I feel like this?" "You visualized for an incredibly long time. It's already past 2 a.m. in the morning." "What?" Chiaki was astonished to hear this. Only now did she notice as she looked around her that not a single person was present in the dojo anymore apart from herself and Seiji. "Where's everyone else? They've already all left and gone home." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, Nobody will hear you even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Chapter 766, Nobody will hear you even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Only the two of us are still here? That's right. What do you intend to do to me? Chiaki pretended to have a weak and helpless expression. "Ha, you've seen right through me." Seiji pretended to smile evilly. "Of course, I'm going to do fun things to you." "No, somebody help me." "Ha, nobody will hear you even if you scream at the top of your lungs." Seiji used a classical phrase as he reached his hands out to the defenseless girl. "On. No. That place is no good. Please don't do it anymore." "Wah. Please stop intentionally making sounds that could be misconstrued." Seiji smacked Chiaki's butt slightly forcefully. He was currently giving Chiaki a massage. She had sat down in the same posture for far too long, so of course she needed a massage to help her body recover. Chiaki kept making seductive sounds as if she was having sex. This made Seiji really want to do it with her right now. He forced himself to withstand the urge. After the spanking, Chiaki became more obedient, but still made sounds from time to time. That was because she truly felt good. It was a wonderful feeling to have her boyfriend carefully massaging her body. Some time later, the massage ended. "What did you experience during your visualization?" Seiji inquired. Chiaki had visualized for an incredibly long period of time, yet her spiritual power had only increased by a small amount. However, this small amount was relative to Mika and the others. The spiritual power increase was still better than what normal spiritual ability users would experience after visualization. Everyone else's second visualization lasted about the same length of time as the previous. However, their spiritual power increase was less than last time's. Shika and Mayuzumi had the greatest increase in spiritual power as it was their first time visualizing here. It would seem that the first time's effects would be the best when visualizing with this spirit image. Would the spiritual power increase continue to lower, or would it remain steady or rise again? That would be unknown until everyone tried it out some more. Just like everyone else, Shika and Mayuzumi also met Seiji Kamiju during their visualization. It was the same for Chiaki. She had suppressed evil spirits together with Seiji Kamiju. They fought against an evil god together. I feel like everything was so clear during my visualization, but now I can't remember anything at all. I can only remember things vaguely. That's normal, since visualization is only a dream rather than something real. Chiaki described what happened during her visualization. She remembered that she had danced in front of the god. Dancing in front of a god, is that Kagura dance? Seiji blinked in realization. Kagura dance was a type of Shinto dance that was also known as the god entertainment dance. As its name suggested, the Kagura dance was intended to please a god in a ritualistic fashion. But why would Chiaki dance a Kagura dance for a fallen evil god? I don't know if it was a Kagura dance or not. I wasn't wearing Miko attire during the dance. I was wearing regular Sakura Island attire, and I didn't have any Shrine Maiden instruments. Chiaki thought about it and suddenly stood up. I think I remember how to dance it. Why don't I show you? Chiaki then raised her hands and made an elegant pose as she slowly began to dance. She was currently wearing a blue jacket and jeans, relatively normal attire. But once she started dancing this dance, she suddenly seemed rather devilish. Seiji couldn't help but imagine Chiaki wearing beautiful Sakura Island attire while dancing this same dance. He felt that she would be so charismatic. Seiji knew quite well that Chiaki was a skilled dancer. Chiaki's dancing performance during the Genhana High School Festival in the play had truly stunned him, giving him a deep impression that seemed crystal clear to him even now. There was no sound of song like that time, nor was Chiaki currently wearing a costume like in the play. Her dancing just like this was still movingly beautiful. Seiji happily enjoyed the show. But, suddenly, he felt something in the atmosphere begin to change. Not only that, his system notified him that someone was now cultivating within his dojo. Chiaki's dance was actually a type of cultivation. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, Chiaki was immersed in a wondrously subtle sensation. When she started this dance, she already began to feel an indescribable subtle sensation that seemed to make her feel like she was really dancing as a Miko in a shrine. The more she danced, the more wondrous this sensation became. She unknowingly became completely immersed in it. She faintly felt as if she could see pink cherry blossoms falling down in large patches. Seiji was stunned by the sight. Imperceptibly, the scenery had changed to being outside. He saw blooming cherry blossoms sending their petals falling everywhere. Chiaki danced elegantly while wearing beautiful Sakura Island attire. She was breathtakingly beautiful as she danced with light steps. Her eyes seemed seductive, holy, pure, and alluring all at once. Seiji had experienced something similar before when he went to Blood Moon Mountain together with Miyuki Sakuraku. At that time, the national idol's singing made him feel like the entire world had changed around him, and this time, his girlfriend's dance had taken him into this illusionary scene. Was this a type of dancer ability? Had Chiaki awakened? Chiaki had said that she somehow knew this dance during her visualization. Learning a new power like this, did this also count as awakening? Nobody else in his Night Order had ever learned a new ability like this before, at least not until now. Chiaki was the first example. As long as Seiji resolved his mind, he knew that he could awaken himself from this illusion. However, Seiji allowed himself to continue watching the dance and quietly enjoy the show. Chiaki gradually stopped dancing as she was now tired. Seiji gave her a hearty round of applause. Chiaki smiled while looking at him. But, her smile soon froze over. That was because she saw flower petals. Pink cherry blossom petals were scattered all over the dojo's floorboard. Were those petals real? Chiaki looked in astonishment at the petals. She had thought that these flower petals were only in her imagination. Yet, they had now appeared in Seiji's dojo. But right as she watched the petals, the cherry blossom petals gradually became transparent and then disappeared. What was going on? You have awakened, Chiaki. Seiji told this to her. I've awakened? Yep. Can't you feel it for yourself? Chiaki blinked and recalled what she felt while dancing just earlier. Only then did she realize that something seemed extraordinary. But, I was only dancing. The important part about your dance is that you were fully immersed in the dream world while dancing this dance to suppress the evil spirits. And, surprisingly, it was effective in reality as well. Seiji tilted his head slightly. Even I feel that this is surprising. Nobody else has learned a new ability like this before. You're the first. But no matter what, you've shown a spiritual ability, which means that you count as having awakened. Congratulations. While congratulating her, he clapped his hands again. Saying that I count as having awakened, it sounds rather strange, Chiaki commented. She didn't feel like the impact had hit her yet. Although she saw flower petals and realized that her dance just now was something extraordinary, her mind still hadn't wrapped itself around the concept. I really have a spiritual ability now? What if I could only perform that dance this once? Could it be that I could only do it this one time? Showing off a spiritual ability was just a coincidence. Or maybe because I was here in this special dojo, Chiaki said her own thoughts out loud. Seiji didn't dare to confidently state anything in response, since this was also his first time seeing such an awakening. He didn't know what her situation would be like. How about you try and dance again after some rest? Okay. After Chiaki rested for a while, she danced for a second time. However, that subtle sensation from the first time didn't appear again. Nor were there any flower petals. Chiaki was certain that she didn't dance the dance incorrectly. However, she couldn't feel anything at all apart from it being an ordinary dance. Seiji observed closely from the side. He also saw that Chiaki's dance was identical to last time, but the atmosphere didn't change. Nor was he brought into an illusionary scene this time. Chiaki danced for quite a while, but things remained the same. She wasn't able to activate her dancing power. What was going on here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767, This is indeed a performance. Chapter 767, This is indeed a performance. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Was Chiaki showing off a spiritual ability truly just a coincidence? Seiji felt that would be too much of a hasty conclusion right now. Instead of treating this dancing ability as an awakened ability, it might actually be closer to a type of spell. In that case, failing to cast it wouldn't be strange, since Chiaki had just learned it. Seiji told this to Chiaki. Then, Chiaki tried dancing for a third time, but still failed to activate anything. She still wanted to continue trying, but Seiji told her it was time to sleep as it was the middle of the night. He suggested to try again next time after a good night's rest. It's not actually that rare to learn something new during visualization, Natsuya told Seiji the next morning after she heard about Chiaki's situation. Last night, Seiji and Chiaki had stayed over in guest rooms at Natsuya's mansion after exiting the spirit house. They had been too tired to go home to the Uehara apartments. At this time, Seiji had now woken up and was eating breakfast together with Natsuya and the others in her home. Chiaki was still sleeping. Even I myself have personally experienced such deep and immersive visualizations that I've gained new insights into my spells. But, someone like Wakaba-san, who was originally an ordinary person with no powers, visualizing and learning a dance from her dream that has actual powers, this is the first time I've heard of such a situation. This is because it's already inconceivable that an ordinary person could successfully visualize. Seiji picked up and placed a small dried fish in his mouth and chewed while listening. He then spoke up after swallowing the dried fish. Ignoring the fact that she was an ordinary person, it is possible to learn a new spell during visualization, correct? Theoretically, it's possible, yes. Natsuya paused for a moment. To use an analogy, cultivating and learning new spells is like building a house. Normally, when spiritual ability users visualize and learn something new, it's like building a small portion of the house. However, learning an entirely new spell is like directly building the house itself, which is rather miraculous. It wouldn't be overboard to say that this was a new type of awakening. However, the scion was already numb to everything miraculous that constantly happened around Seiji. She was no longer astonished because of such a small matter. So, in that case, Chiaki's situation is akin to having completed most of her house. I suppose so. Next up, she'll need to continue building her house, continue cultivating. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. If she can perfect her Kagura dance in her dream used for suppressing the evil god, then she'll learn an ability that's useful against the gods. Chiaki might even become the key to saving her mother, if it was possible to save her mother, that was. After breakfast, Natsuya went out together with Hitaka. While waiting for Chiaki to wake up, Seiji surfed the internet using his cell phone. He checked out Soul Society's message forum and learned that Soul Society was now allowing certain information to spread to the ordinary public. What Soul Society allowed to be known was that the police made an announcement regarding progress being made in the investigation on the midnight incident. The police confirmed that a terrorist organization was behind this, and that this terrorist organization was now planning a second attack that might harm the entire city or even cause large numbers of casualties. Although the police were investigating with all their resources to stop the terrorists, progress wasn't going well. Allowing this news to spread was to let the ordinary people know that there might be a terrorist attack in order to explain away any possible damage caused by the realm of cherry blossoms when it fully descended. It might be necessary to have the citizens evacuate, but that wouldn't be a problem, as the municipal government already had a complete evacuation plan. The issue would be to how large a degree and at what time to begin evacuating. The realm of Cherry Blossom's spirit world number 1 was expected to descend upon the real world a few days after the fourth battle to suppress it took place. The specific location it would descend upon was still unknown. It would be difficult to prepare beforehand without knowing its specific location. This also went for the citizens' evacuation. If the realm of cherry blossoms actually ended up descending upon the entire city, then the entire city would need to be evacuated. That would doubtlessly be the worst possible situation. If it was possible, it would be best to only have to evacuate a small section of the city. For that, it would be necessary to know the exact location that the realm of cherry blossoms would descend upon. It would be best to narrow down the descent to a more specific time frame. If that wasn't possible, then the evacuation would have to take place on the first day after the fourth battle. Otherwise, large numbers of casualties might appear if the evacuation didn't commence before the realm of cherry blossoms arrived. After scanning the forums, Seiji surfed some random internet pages before starting to play a cell phone game. Suddenly, a wild rana appeared before him. Seiji tossed a master ball and caught the wild rana successfully. Seiji activated his cat petting skills, making Rana feel comfortable and her favorability rating towards Seiji increase. And then, a domestic Mai appeared. Seiji tossed a master ball, but Mai slapped the ball away and the capturing failed. Mai activated her maid skills, leaving behind a set of poker cards and vanishing into the tall grass. Rana obtained the poker cards and started burning up with heated passion. She counterattacked against Seiji with a card game. Seiji readily accepted the challenge, facing off against the cat girl in a card game. After a fierce battle, Rana activated her skills in acting cute. She gained the upper hand. Just as Seiji was about to be defeated, Chiaki woke up and appeared. Chiaki tossed a master ball at Rana, but the cat girl dodged and the capturing failed. Chiaki used a pounce attack, but was dodged again as the attack failed. Chiaki activated her summoning skills, but was ignored as the summoning failed. Rana activated her run-away command, vanishing into the tall grass. Seiji tossed a master ball at Chiaki, capturing her successfully. Seiji activated his coaxing skills, making Chiaki feel comfortable and raising her favorability rating. Seiji brought Chiaki to the dining room for breakfast, filling her food meter. Seiji told Chiaki that if she continued practicing, she might be able to truly master that dance. For now, he decided to call it the God Suppression Dance. This process would take an unknown period of time. It was also unknown whether Chiaki would be able to truly master the dance. There was only a possibility. Chiaki was determined to continue practicing this dance. She didn't want to give up. Although Seiji didn't mention it, she also realized that this dance might be critical to rescuing her mother, but she learned a God suppression dance in her visualization dream which would be effective against the gods. Perhaps it was her innermost desire that caused such a type of awakening. Since this awakened ability was incomplete, then she would practice until she had mastered it. This was just like performing in a play. Many rehearsals would be required before the final big performance. Chiaki then went into Seiji's spirit house once again. While Chiaki worked hard at practicing her dance, Seiji didn't sit around either. He also cultivated his own spells. The realm of cherry blossoms would be arriving soon. He wanted to become even stronger. Seiji appeared quite cool and handsome as he cultivated seriously. Chiaki was mesmerized by the sight. If it wasn't for the fact that she also needed to practice, she could watch him like this for an entire day. Actually, Seiji could also watch Chiaki dance for an entire day, but he didn't have the free time to do so right now. Time passed. After Chiaki practiced her dance for the umpteenth time, she finally felt that subtly wondrous sensation like the first time. She instantly became excited, but then that sensation vanished. Chiaki summarized her experience so far. She couldn't get overly excited, and she had to remain calm. However, her dancing couldn't be overly plain, and she had to seriously immerse herself. Chiaki felt like this was really similar to a performance. No, this was indeed a performance. Dancing in front of a god, attracting it, disturbing it, and calming it. This was a ritual, a spell, as well as a performance. With such a realization, Chiaki started dancing once more after she rested a little. The subtle sensation returned. Chiaki continued dancing under such a condition. But a while later, the sensation disappeared again. I don't need to worry. I've already grasped the first necessary step. Chiaki took out her handkerchief and wiped some sweat off her brow. She noticed a tension on her and turned around to exchange glances with Seiji. You're doing well. Seiji smiled while encouraging her. Chiaki felt warm inside from receiving this encouragement. She felt like her body's energy was restored as she smiled movingly. After another short rest, she raised both her hands again and began to slowly dance. Seiji quietly watched and then saw pink cherry blossoms beginning to fall. He was brought into that beautiful illusion once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768. What the hell do you mean you're going to fight against the gods? Chapter 768. What the hell do you mean you're going to fight against the gods? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. There was indeed a spell that could use a child as the catalyst to help locate a parent. But, it was already difficult enough to locate an ordinary person in real life, not to mention that the goal this time was to find someone who had been spirited away to the gods' realm. Still, it was worth a try. Before trying to locate Chiaki's mother in the realm of cherry blossoms, Seiji decided to try locating her in the real world. Natsuya took a sample of Chiaki's blood and some of her hairs to cast a locating spell. But, as expected, the spell failed. When all the Night Order members arrived, everyone trained in the domain as usual. After Seiji collected all the inner world crystals from everyone, he went into the domain again with only Natsuya, Shika, and Hitaka. Seiji and Shika dealt with the monsters within the domain. Natsuya began to draw a spell formation for spellcasting, while Hitaka stayed by Natsuya's side to guard her. Kazuko watched everything from the air. As Natsuya incanted, Kazuko suddenly sensed something that caused her to furrow her eyebrows. Natsuya's spell formation immediately started to glow red. Chiaki's hair and blood, which had been placed in the center of the spell formation, suddenly started glowing with a blinding light before vanishing right in front of everyone's eyes. Natsuya! She widened her eyes on seeing this unexpected outcome. Some existence came here just now, Kazuko spoke up. What was it? Natsuya looked at Kazuko. I could feel something, some type of existence, or some type of power, that suddenly came here. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses. That something likely interfered with your spellcasting and then left. Some existence had come. Natsuya's expression became serious as she immediately called Seiji over. This proves that Chiaki and her mother are indeed somehow connected to the realm of cherry blossoms. My conjecture has been partially proven, Seiji concluded after hearing this. What Kazuko sensed was likely a god or a god's power, or something similar. That existence came here and interfered with the locator spell on Chiaki's mother, destroying Chiaki's hair and blood, most likely to prevent us from finding her, or to give us a warning. Seiji felt that a situation might arise, so he had Natsuya and Hitaka leave the domain while he stayed behind with Shika. Actually, he also wanted Shika to leave for her own safety so that only he would be at risk, but Shika adamantly refused to leave his side. Natsuya also wanted to stay behind with her boyfriend, but she knew that following Seiji's arrangement was the logical thing to do. She believed that even if Seiji met with the worst possible situation, meeting a god or demon king level existence, he would still be able to escape. If she and Hitaka stayed behind, they might actually even become a burden to Seiji. After Natsuya and Hitaka left the domain, Seiji and Shika continued fighting the monsters in the domain. But, unexpectedly, nothing abnormal happened at all even after clearing out the final boss wave. That mysterious existence had only prevented them from locating Chiaki's mother. It seemed that was all for now. However, Seiji had now learned that there was a definite connection between Chiaki's mother and the realm of cherry blossoms. If using a minor amount of Chiaki's hair and blood for a locator spell attracted a god's attention to the point where it interfered with the spell, what would happen if they used even more hair and blood? Or even used Chiaki herself? Just thinking about it seemed quite dangerous. Seiji would never do such a thing. However, Chiaki came up with the idea herself, offering to use herself as bait. I want to lure out this god and ask it about my mother. That's too dangerous. Denied. We can try it after we're fully prepared. Won't it be fine as long as we're ready for it? There's a huge problem with that. Even with the best preparations, and even if we can deal with a god, there's no guarantee of your safety, Seiji told her seriously. Chiaki fell silent. What other method is there, then? She finally asked in a soft voice after a long silence. It was now Seiji's turn to fall silent. Since there's no other method, then this is the only thing we can do. Chiaki looked directly at him. I'm already being targeted. At this rate, I might vanish just like my mother. Rather than waiting for the enemy to make the first move, isn't it better to attack first? Don't you agree? What Chiaki said made sense. Rather than passively waiting for something bad to happen and responding only after danger had already arrived, it would be much better to prepare as much as possible first and then send out a lure. Seiji looked directly at Chiaki. He knew that she had to be afraid to offer herself as bait, yet she still worked up the courage to face such danger. Apart from her own courage, this was also because she trusted him completely. Seiji understood and felt all of this as he took a deep breath, and spoke up in a heavy tone. You're absolutely correct. Choosing our own plan of attack is the best choice. Let's make our preparations to fight against the gods. I shall do my very best to protect you. Chiaki smiled as she looked at her reliable boyfriend's resolute expression. Her smile was incredibly vivid and mesmerizing. Seiji told the plan to all his Night Order members, telling them all to choose for themselves whether to participate or not. It was highly likely that the enemy existence would be a powerful and dangerous god. It was likely that this would be far more dangerous than the previous difficult training in the domain, since no such powerful existences had appeared in the domain as of yet. Seiji needed more power on his side. However, he would never force his companions to join him, since this would be so risky. But, when his Night Order members had learned that he needed their strength, they all made the same decision as when Seiji asked them if they would stay or leave. What our king commands, we knights shall follow. This holds true even if our king points his sword at the gods. Hisashi. It makes me feel hot-blooded just imagining that we'll be fighting against the gods. I absolutely won't miss such an event. Yukari. I want to help you and Wakaba-senpai. Hoshi. Fighting for the contractor is the meaning of being a spirit-branded retainer. Keiho. I'm really curious what an actual god will be like. This will be an excellent reference for my manga. Mayuzumi. You don't even need to ask. Shika, Mika, and Keed. Seiji was of course delighted to receive his companion's support, although he also felt some pressure from everyone's expectations. Apart from discussing the preparations with Natsuya, Seiji also contacted a certain game-addicted younger sister of his. What the hell do you mean by saying you're going to fight against the gods? The cat-eared hat girl Hana appeared on Seiji's computer screen after accepting a video chat. Exactly what you think it means. Please explain to me clearly in 20 words. Seiji thought things over for a moment, and then typed, in order to protect my friends, I decided to lure out a vicious god to talk or fight it. He had used exactly 20 words, without a single word extra or less. Hana was rendered speechless. In the end, she still required a clearer explanation. You're courting death. After she heard the entire situation, the cat-eared hat girl told Seiji this directly. Don't make it sound so absolute, What else am I supposed to say, then? You're trying to lure out an existence on the level of a demon king. What else can I say besides that you're courting death? Indeed, I might be courting death, which is why I want to be as well prepared as possible. All you need to prepare are coffins. I won't allow anyone to die. I swear on my honor and glory as a hero from another world. Although Seiji was making a Chinibu statement, he had a serious expression that wasn't joking in the slightest. Hana was slightly impressed by the powerful aura Seiji was giving off. Not a bad aura, but you can't do this with only a nice aura. I know. That's why I'm asking for help from you. The cat-eared hat girl paused for a moment. I'll search for relevant information and provide you with equipment that may be useful. Thank you, Hana. Don't say something that sounds so corny, and don't count on me too much. Luring out a Demon King level existence is something incredibly dangerous. It's highly likely for the person acting as bait to die. Or, they might turn into a monster. You need to realize this. Of course I realize this, Seiji stated seriously. Turning into a monster. The Keiho incident had just happened not long ago, and Yukari and the other awakened also had that danger looming over them. Seiji was naturally quite aware of this risk. Yui said that maybe things will be highly dangerous, and that if the limits were as stretched, Chiaki would be dealt with. Seiji figured that Yui had been referring to such a situation. Luring out a god, more accurately, an unknown powerful existence, for it wasn't confirmed to be a god yet. This existence might possess Chiaki or cause her to mutate, transforming Chiaki into a Demon King level monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, Father and Daughter. Chapter 769, Father and Daughter. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki was currently looking at her cell phone. Her cell phone screen was actually blank as she wasn't doing anything with her cell phone. She was simply staring at her cell phone's blank screen. What's the matter? Mika noticed this and wondered what was going on. Nothing. I was just thinking about if I should call my dad to tell him about what I'm going to do. Chiaki flashed a smile. Mika fell silent in understanding. Chiaki using herself as bait to lure out a potentially vicious god was something highly dangerous. Even with Seiji and the entire Night Order present, there was no guarantee of Chiaki's safety. In such a circumstance, should Chiaki call her only relative and tell him about it, that was indeed a dilemma that she had to face. I can already imagine what he'll say if he hears about it, so I don't want to tell him, Chiaki continued in a soft voice. But, it also feels illogical if I don't tell him. Illogical. Chiaki had referred to logic rather than emotion. Mika felt bad for her friend, but she didn't allow herself to show it on her face. I think that you should contact him, Mika suggested. Chiaki fell silent for a moment before speaking up again. If it was you, what would you say in such a phone call? The tomboy started smiling up again with some slightly evil intentions as she asked her best friend this question. Mika paused momentarily because she hadn't expected Chiaki to ask such a question. I would tell him about the situation. And then? Only tell him about the situation? Mika was unable to continue. Although she knew what she would say, that was her idea, not Chiaki's. Mika had her mother, while her father was deceased. And she had an excellent relationship with her mother, unlike Chiaki and her father. That was why Mika couldn't say anything else. She felt that she shouldn't. Chiaki smiled slightly as she saw her best friend falling silent. Such a little joke would only be effective against Mika. Seiji would definitely react with a retort. Mika had many weaknesses that were easy to take advantage of. Although Seiji had weaknesses as well, Chiaki felt that his weaknesses were much fewer, or at least to a lesser extent. And whenever he got serious, it felt as if he had no weaknesses whatsoever, which made him seem incredibly reliable. Seiji and Natsuya made a perfect pairing. He was also an excellent pairing with Mika. As for Seiji and her, although they also made a nice pair, even if she wasn't here, he would. Chiaki felt that Seiji would surely scold her if he knew what she was thinking right now. It was quite easy for Chiaki to imagine her boyfriend being angry with her. However, she didn't intend to change her way of thinking, because she considered it a fact. She was indeed quite important, incredibly important to everyone. But, even without her around, everyone else would be able to live their lives. That was good. That was fine. That way, even if the worst happened to her, she wouldn't need to worry about anything. Mika, thank you. The twin-tailed girl was surprised at her friend's unexpected thanks. Mika then saw Chiaki stand up and walk away while holding her cell phone. Chiaki went outside and took a deep breath while looking up at the night sky. She then used her cell phone to dial her father's phone number. Shingo picked up after a mere 2 seconds. Good evening, Dad. What is it? Shingo still spoke in the same light tone as always. Nothing much, would you believe it if I said that? Shingo remained silent. Chiaki chuckled lightly. It's really nothing much, to you, that is. Everything about me didn't mean anything to you. I used to believe this in the past. Although things are different now, yet, our relationship is still the same. Both of us have cold blood in us, towards others and towards ourselves. I don't know how to describe it, but I think you'll understand. We're actually quite similar as father and daughter. We're both incompetent and unseemly as father and daughter. Tears began to pour out of Chiaki's eyes as she said this. She didn't know why she was crying. Maybe it was for the past, or for the future, or for the present. Dad. I'm sorry, and thank you. You haven't been a good parent, but you've actually done really well. It's fine to just stay like this. It's fine to stay as cold as you are. If a miracle occurs, then everything will become much better. And if something not so good happens, then please don't blame Seigo. He's definitely tried his hardest. I'm going to where Mom is. Once I see her, I'll tell her that you're the only person who still remembers her, that you were a good husband. And if you slowly forget about us in the future, you don't need to pay it any mind. Just properly live your life, that would be good. Chiaki did her best to not have her voice be affected by her crying. She tried as much as she could to speak these words calmly and steadily. Why was she tearing up? Why was she crying? She truly didn't know. This was too unseemly. It sounded like she was leaving a dying message, even though that clearly wasn't the case. She just wanted to tell him. She should have calmly and lightly said those words to her father that she hardly ever saw and barely had any feelings for. I'm going out, and I might not come back. That was all there was to it. That was it. This was all there was to their father-daughter relationship. Chiaki had once hated such a relationship, but now she actually felt it was fortunate. But, why? Where are you right now? Her father's voice on the other end of the phone no longer sounded light and distant. Shingo now sounded anxious and worried. Tell me, Chiaki. Where are you right now? Are you at the Uehara apartments? Hurry and answer me. Chiaki reflexively answered in the affirmative upon hearing such a question. Stay right where you are. I'll be over there immediately. Shingo hung up right after saying that. Chiaki was stunned for quite a while before she regained her senses. Dad. Shingo Wakaba abandoned the important work he was currently dealing with and drove as fast as he possibly could to the Uehara apartments. Shingo was expressionless as he drove. However, his eyeglasses reflected a fierce glint as he took the shortest path possible to the Uehara apartments. His car's speed was right on the borderline of illegal or even being close to causing a car accident. Shingo knew quite clearly just where the Uehara apartments were and how to get there. Chiaki didn't know that ever since she started living at the Uehara apartments instead of the luxury apartment her father had provided for her, Shingo had driven over several times to the Uehara apartments. It was just that he never went in to see her. It was enough for him to know that she was doing well there. He didn't want to see his daughter. But this didn't mean that he didn't care about her. He knew that he was a poor father to Chiaki, but no matter how poor, he was still her father. He rushed over and parked close to the Uehara apartments. He got off the car and walked over swiftly without even locking the car door. He saw Chiaki immediately. Shingo walked over swiftly towards her, with the turbulent emotions within him reaching a boiling point. He raised his right hand. Smack! A loud and clear slap on Chiaki's face resounded in the air. What foolish things were you saying? Idiot! Anger, and also a mix of other emotions that even Shingo couldn't describe were all contained in his sentence. The famous artist's current expression was angry, but his expression also seemed sad, regretful, and helpless. Dad, Chiaki held her cheek as she looked at him. When was the last time her dad had hit her? She couldn't remember at all. This seemed like it was the first time. This was the first ever time that he had ever hit her or scolded her like this. Shingo took a deep glance at his daughter. Then, before his sense of reason could react, his body started moving on its own. He slowly reached out with his hands and hugged Chiaki. Chiaki. I'm sorry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770, Leave Your Daughter to Me. Chapter 770, Leave Your Daughter to Me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. One apology wouldn't be enough to change everything. Yet, this apology was still incredibly important. At least, it was incredibly important to Chiaki. Being slapped by her father, being viciously scolded like this, these were all incredibly important to her. Tears poured unstoppably out of her eyes as she collapsed in her father's embrace. A while later, Seiji explained the entire situation to Shingo, who was now in his living room. The famous artist fell silent, leaving nothing but silence permeating the entire room. Chiaki sat to the side in silence with her head lowered. Mika sat by her side while worrying about her. Seeing this, Seiji wanted to say something, but then felt like he shouldn't say anything until Chiaki's father spoke first. Seiji didn't know what Chiaki told her father Shingo on the phone. Still, Seiji could guess at most of the contents. If he was the one who heard Chiaki saying such things on the phone, he would likely react similarly to Chiaki's father. However poor of a father Shingo might have been, he was still a father. Allow me to substitute. Allow me to substitute for Chiaki in luring out that demon, Shingo stated seriously. Chiaki lifted her head. Mika widened her eyes. Seiji paused in surprise. That won't work. Before Seiji could react, Chiaki spoke first. My dad can't substitute for me. Why not? Because I'm the one who's being targeted and watched. I'm your father, so we're of the same bloodline, Shingo spoke while looking at Seiji. Isn't it possible that the cause of all this might be due to me? Mom is the cause of everything. It's not related to you, Dad. Chiaki countered with this statement. I still remember her. I'm the only person in this world who still remembers her, Shingo stated calmly. That should be useful, right? Chiaki was silenced by this. Seiji blinked. Perhaps it could be possible. Say go. Seiji indicated with his expression that Chiaki should allow him to finish. But that's only a perhaps. I also feel that you won't be able to substitute for Chiaki. That's because, as she said, she's the one being targeted, not you. The source of all this is most likely Chiaki's mother. Her mother's bloodline is what's critical here, not your bloodline. So if you must find a substitute, we should be asking one of Chiaki's mother's relatives. That we could consider if you knew anyone who's a candidate. However, you can't remember her relatives at all, Wakaba-san. And even if you could, whether that person would be willing, and whether a substitution would truly work, would all be issues. No matter what, you can try with me first. Shingo looked at the youth sitting across from him. And if I can take Chiaki's place, surely you would be quite happy. I wouldn't say that I would be quite happy, but quite honestly, I would feel a lot less pressure. Seigo, Chiaki made a dissatisfied comment. Of course, I was just joking. Seiji shrugged. No matter if it's Wakaba-san or Chiaki acting as the bait, my pressure won't decrease at all. I don't want anything to happen to Chiaki, but I also don't want to see anyone be sacrificed. But you said that there was no guarantee. That's an objective reality. However, what I want most is to have nobody die. Seiji spoke that last sentence in an adamant tone. My willpower shall override the objective reality. Seiji was currently giving off such an aura. Actually, his confidence stemmed from his save and load system where he would simply load back into the past if anything went wrong. But since nobody else knew about this, they all felt like he was supremely confident. Chiaki and Mika were both charmed by this to the point where their eyes were shining with stars. Shingo was also moved by Seiji's apparent confidence. I definitely won't allow anything to happen to Chiaki, Seiji stated in a resolute tone. That's why you don't need to be her substitute, Wakaba-san. Leave your daughter to me. Chiaki's heart suddenly skipped a beat at hearing a phrase like this. Her face also began to flush red. She knew that Seiji didn't mean it that way when he said it, but he probably also meant it that way as a double meaning. I refuse, the famous artist responded coldly. You're 10 years too early for me to be leaving my daughter to you. Seiji was rendered speechless. Dad, Chiaki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't recognize you as her boyfriend, nor do I intend to. Shingo ignored his daughter and spoke directly in a cold tone to the youth sitting across from him. To be honest, I'm ignoring my doubts still while choosing to trust you for the time being. Spiritual ability users, being targeted by some sort of demonic existence, using herself as bait. Did you really think that I would believe everything completely just with what you showed me? And even if all of this is real, you're only a high school student. It's still unknown whether you'll really be willing to spend your entire life together with Chiaki. More than 80% of high school couples will break up in the end. Even if your feelings for each other are strong now, something might change in the future. You'll have to wait at least 10 more years before saying something foolish like leave your daughter to me. Shingo's tone was also adamant and with a powerful aura. Seiji didn't know what type of expression he currently had on his face. He felt as if he had attacked with such confidence but ended up being sucker punched. He didn't know what he felt right now. If he had to describe it, rather than being angry, he felt a mixture of helplessness, awkwardness, and disappointment. Dad. Everything is real, Chiaki told her father helplessly. Everything that Seigo said was real, without a single lie. He's risking his life to protect me. I believe you, Chiaki. That's why I'm sitting here right now. Shingo looked at his daughter. But, I can't just believe everything. I only saw a little bit in the restaurant previously. The only way I'll believe everything is if I substitute for you and experience the danger that you're in. Damn, it's back to this topic again. Seiji's cheeks twitched. He understood why Chiaki's famous artist father was suspicious. Even though Shingo had personally experienced Seiji's spiritual ability and was now forced to admit the existence of mystical powers, there was no reason for him to completely believe everything else. In fact, Seiji could even say that Shingo was being quite trusting already by believing so much with only that little telekinesis display. However, this and that were two separate matters. Shingo using this point to force himself to substitute for his daughter seemed a bit like too much stubbornness. Dad, Chiaki, who had just been moved by her father's worry, was now feeling troubled by his stubbornness. Well, it was likely that most ordinary daughters would experience such trouble about overly worried dads. Their father-slash-daughter relationship, which had stood still for so long, was finally becoming normalized. This was a fresh feeling for Chiaki, which made her happy, yet she was still bothered by her troublesome dad. I'll be all right by myself. You don't need to get involved, Dad. Let me do it. Otherwise, I'll refuse to recognize him for my entire life. He doesn't need your recognition. He's my boyfriend, and doesn't have anything to do with you, Dad. You shouldn't force yourself like this. You should leave dangerous things up to me. This is my matter. I'll bear the responsibility myself. You're still only a high school student. The father and daughter started arguing. Actually, rather than an argument, it was more like a slightly heated discussion. But, to Seiji and Mika who watched this, they were just bickering, a father-slash-daughter bickering that neither was familiar with. Seeing this, Seiji and Mika exchanged glances and then smiled in unison. This is wonderful, Mika whispered softly. Yeah. Seiji nodded and then picked up a teacup to sip some tea. Although he had been rejected, things were still fine. Chiaki was Shingo's precious daughter, after all. It was quite normal that Shingo wouldn't accept Seiji so readily. Since Shingo said 10 years, then Seiji would try again in 10 years. But, he couldn't promise that his situation with Chiaki wouldn't change. Father-in-law. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, A Hero's Payment is the Wonderful Concept of Peace. Chapter 771, A Hero's Payment is the Wonderful Concept of Peace. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Shingo was unable to win his argument with Chiaki. He wanted to take his daughter's place, but was completely unable to change her mind. Since Chiaki wouldn't agree, Seiji naturally didn't go against her wishes. In the end, the famous artist was half convinced and half chased off by Chiaki as he left. Before Shingo left, he took a deep look at Seiji. Seiji did his best to smile politely with an expression of "I'll definitely take good care of your daughter" as he sent off his future father-in-law. Seiji then had a stern expression as he immediately turned around and frowned at Chiaki. Chiaki instantly understood his thoughts when she saw his expression, which made her retract her neck slightly. "Do you know what you did wrong?" "I know." "That's good, then." Chiaki had said foolish things that brought her father over to scold and hit her. She deserved what she got. Shingo had scolded her already, and it seemed that Chiaki knew what she'd done wrong. Seiji didn't intend to say anything else. He simply wanted to show his attitude. At any rate, at least the result seemed to be good. The icy relationship between father and daughter was beginning to thaw, and would probably start improving gradually in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that this incident was taken care of successfully. "Hey, my bro Haruta." "Hello, Kamitani-kun." Seiji wasn't surprised at all when he received a phone call from Mitsuki Kamitani as he was preparing to go to sleep. This was because the next day was Soul Society's third planned battle in the realm of cherry blossoms. "Come be a hero again, my bro Haruta. Just like last time." "What's my payment?" Obviously, a hero's payment is the wonderful concept of peace. "You mean there's no payment?" "I told you, the payment is peace." "Peace, yo precious, wonderful, priceless peace." Kamitani sounded almost like he was rapping. "If you could truly guarantee eternal peace, I wouldn't mind working for you as a janitor for the rest of my life." "However, you evidently have no such ability," Seiji stated coldly. "That's because you're someone who's not peaceful at all to begin with." Kamitani paused on the other end of the phone for a moment before chuckling. "Heh, nicely said. I like it. That's how you should talk." Kamitani chuckled again. "Let us talk about the topic of peace today. My bro Haruta, what do you think the concept of peace is?" "I don't want to talk about this topic with you." "Why not?" "It's so rare that we talk to each other. It's boring to only talk about serious business. We're friends, you know." "I don't recall becoming friends with you." "It doesn't matter even if you have a poor memory. I'll repeat it as many times as necessary for your sake. I don't have any memory problems. You're the one with memory problems. We can talk about the topic of memory or whatever next time. This time's topic is peace. Let's not get off topic." "Do you think that we're in a classroom right now?" Seiji retorted. "No, this is simply a conversation between friends." Kamitani spoke in a joyous tone. "Let's just talk about it for fun. My bro Haruta, I really do want to know what you think about the idea of peace. You probably also want to know what I think about peace, don't you?" Seiji. If he had to be honest, he was indeed somewhat curious about what Kamitani, a high-ranked member of the messengers, was thinking. Seiji did not in any way consider Kamitani a friend, nor did he want to understand Kamitani. Seiji was simply curious. Peace means that there is no violence. The state of having no violence equals peace. Seiji decided to go with this explanation. Such a neutral way of thinking. I apologize, I am indeed such a neutral type of person. No need to feel inferior. Being neutral is fine. It's just a little boring. That's right, I'm a really boring person. So you can stop wasting your time with me, and just get to the matter at hand. You're an interesting existence. It doesn't matter even if some little parts of you are boring. Kamitani chuckled. According to your explanation of what peace is, do you think that constant peace is a good thing? Seiji fell silent for a moment. No, after a long silence, Seiji answered with a denial. Why's that? Kamitani sounded evidently surprised. If peace could be maintained naturally forever, of course that would be a good thing, Seiji told him calmly. Yet, humans have desires. Humans want better things for themselves. Humans are complex creatures that are difficult to satisfy. Humans will constantly fight each other. Many such things will slowly accumulate and finally end with explosive change. Forcefully suppressing this change and maintaining an unchanging peace is bad, because that might result in something even worse. Peace was good, and war was bad. Most people would likely say that this was common sense. Yet, wars were still quite common in the world. Some people said that true peace had never even existed at all. Some people said that war had never changed. If one seriously thought about this topic, it was quite profound and heavy. Seiji had once pondered upon this topic as well. In the end, it was an issue of recognition or denial. Seiji chose recognition. Seiji recognized humanity's past, humanity's innate nature, himself, and everything around him. "You really are such an interesting person," Kamitani said happily. "Whatever you say." "It's your turn, Kamitani-kun. What do you think of peace?" Seiji asked. "I think that peace is something really boring. And humanity always seeks out the interesting, which is why it's impossible for peace to constantly exist," Kamitani stated in a casual tone. "What exactly do you mean by your so-called interesting?" "Interesting obviously means interesting." "What type of interesting?" "The interesting type of interesting." "I don't get what you mean." "You're basically going around in circles," Seiji stated coldly. "I'm not interested in word games, Kamitani-kun. Don't be like that. Why don't I tell you an interesting story?" Kamitani cleared his throat. "Once upon a time, there was a cute girl. She lived her life peacefully and gradually grew up to be an adult. One day, she got together with a man and had his child. Sometime later, the man disappeared, vanishing as suddenly as he arrived. The woman didn't mind and raised the child by herself, continuing to live her life peacefully. After their son grew up a little, he disappeared. Although the woman minded, she searched for her child and couldn't find him. Then, she stopped minding his disappearance. After this, a new man arrived in her life, and she had his child. Afterwards, the man and child disappeared again. The exact same cycle kept happening many times over, until she could no longer give birth. She was then taken to an unfamiliar location. At this place, she finally found out what happened to all those men and all her children. In the end, she died. She experienced total peace during her entire life, and learned the truth of life right before her death. Congratulations to her. Seiji was rendered speechless. How was it? Wasn't that an interesting story? Kamitani asked. This woman you were talking about is actually a farm animal, isn't she? Seiji hazarded a guess. Not at all. Kamitani had a playful yet also deep tone. She actually represents humanity. Humanity, who was once truly alive in the past. She had a peaceful life in death. She was blissful while alive. Yet, others felt that she had an incredibly pitiful life. That's why this is an interesting story. From start to finish, this story was filled with boring peace. Yet, it's an interesting story. I think that's what makes it so interesting. Now then, do you understand what I mean by interesting, my bro Haruta? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Who Pushed Me Just Now? Chapter 772, Who Pushed Me Just Now? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I understand a little better. Seiji fell silent for a moment before speaking up again. To you, a tragic story, any tragic story in the world is probably interesting. Deriving joy from other people's pain. There were plenty of such people in the world. Or, perhaps it should be said that it was common for humans to have such negative emotions. Some people would openly display their joy in other people's tragedy. Some people would only display it on the internet. Some people would only display it towards animals rather than humans. Some people wouldn't display it openly, but would secretly laugh in their minds. It was quite normal to have such negative emotions. As long as one didn't lose control of their emotions, that person would still be a normal person. However, Itsuki Kamitani had obviously left the realm of normal long ago. Kamitani chuckled yet again. I'm quite happy that you can understand me. But, I don't think that you only understand a little better, you should say it more directly, Kamitani told him. If he spoke any more directly, he would probably want to start using foul language towards Kamitani. Don't talk in such a scary tone. Kamitani chuckled. Let me ask you another question. How much of a price are you willing to pay for precious peace? I don't want to play riddles with you. Either say what you have to say directly or I'm hanging up. Seiji refused to play games. Don't be in such a rush. This topic is still related to the main course, Kamitani spoke in a meaningful tone. Or, let me change the question. How many people's lives do you think are worth sacrificing in order to maintain peace? Seiji's gaze sharpened upon hearing this question. What do you mean by asking this question? You should know exactly what it means. No need to pretend to be a fool, my bro Haruta, Kamitani spoke directly this time. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. A sacrifice is never worth it, no matter how many or how few people, Seiji responded in a serious tone. Such a standard answer is so boring. I want to hear your real answer. That is my real answer. No, you should know what I'm asking and what I want to know. Only silence filled the phone call after that. Seiji remained silent because that was what he truly believed. Kamitani kept waiting for Seiji's reply. This type of heavy silence continued for a full minute. Alright, I suppose I know your reply now, Kamitani finally spoke up. I originally had another question for you, but I don't think I need to ask anymore. On to the main topic. This time, your payment for being a hero is another piece of information. Cherry blossoms were falling on the wind. Everything was hazy, unclear, ethereal, beautiful, and fantastical. Chiaki realized that she was in a dream again. A giant bright red torii stood before her. Behind the torii was nothing but a white haze, from which something that sounded like singing could be heard. Since all she could see was this torii and the falling cherry blossoms, Chiaki naturally started walking towards the torii. As she walked over, the sounds gradually got louder. The sound was indeed singing, incredibly beautiful singing by a female voice. Although Chiaki couldn't hear clearly what the song was, it sounded divine and pure. Come, over, there seemed to be some unclear words mixed into the singing. Chiaki noticed this and carefully listened. Don't come over. It seemed to be repeating the words don't come over. Chiaki was only able to make out the words to this degree. She couldn't even tell if this voice was male or female. Chiaki stopped in front of the torii. Something like a dense white mist was before her, obscuring her vision. This mist felt rather icy, as if something bad would happen if she walked into it. But, if she didn't go there, where else could she go? All she could see were falling cherry blossoms and this torii. Walking through this torii was the only possible path to move forward. Although there was a warning, it was unclear, and perhaps she had heard it wrong. Not to mention, this was only a dream. Nothing bad would likely happen in a dream. Chiaki, whose consciousness wasn't completely clear, started walking. The moment she stepped forward with her right foot, it was as if she crossed over a certain boundary. She instantly felt a bone-piercing chill. This chill started spreading along her right foot, swiftly moving upward and making Chiaki's entire right leg lose all sensation as if it had been frozen. Chiaki started panicking and wanted to retreat. However, she was unable to lift her leg as if it was now frozen and connected to the ground. As she was struggling in fear, a hand suddenly appeared before her and forcefully pushed her backwards. Chiaki collapsed backwards on the ground. Her foot left the icy area and the chill stopped spreading in her body. Who pushed me just now? Chiaki looked before her, but still saw nothing but white mist. But she definitely saw a hand just earlier. That hand had definitely come from the mist. Someone was inside the mist. Someone was on the other side. Who could be on the other side of the torii? Tories represented entryways into the divine realm. The person on the other side was from the divine realm. The person there stopped Chiaki from entering and saved her. Mom? Chiaki finally came to this conclusion. She should have come to this conclusion much earlier, but her thinking was sluggish due to being in this hazy dream. Mom, is that you? She increased the volume of her voice. There was no response. Mom! I'm Chiaki Wakaba. The girl shouted out her own name. There was still no response. Chiaki tried to stand up. However, even though the chill had stopped spreading in her body, it hadn't disappeared. It was still impossible for her to move her right leg. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move. My leg, will it become lame? Chiaki couldn't help but panic as she thought about this. Mom, Chiaki instinctively wanted to plead for help. However, she couldn't see anyone around at all. She should have called out her mom's name, but she couldn't remember it. Chiaki's eyes started tearing up. She couldn't remember a single thing about her mother. She only knew what her father had told her. Yet even he couldn't remember her mother's name. Besides, those were her father's memories, not her own. It was far too much to accept that she couldn't even remember her mother's name. Just what type of evil god had done such a thing? Yet, her hatred and grudges were all useless now. Chiaki kept looking to the other side of the torii. She was certain that her mom had to be within, that her mom must have saved her just now. Yet, she couldn't even remember her mother's name. Her mother's name, a name that she should have been familiar with, that she absolutely shouldn't have forgotten. Cherry blossoms kept falling on her head and body, affecting her field of vision and senses. An invisible force enveloped Chiaki and began pressuring her as if it wanted to chase her out of this dream world. Mom! Chiaki shouted while resisting against this force. Even though her mom was clearly so close, Chiaki was unwilling to leave without at least seeing her. I'm sorry for forgetting you. Dad still remembers you, although he doesn't remember much, he's always held on to his memories. He said that you were the one who raised me. I want to remember as well, but I'm unable to do so. I'm so sorry. Mom, I really want to see you. I miss you so much. I really want to remember everything about you, and the times that we were together. Her precious memories that should have existed had all been taken away by some outside force. It was to the point where Chiaki didn't even know what she had lost. How pitiful was that? Just thinking about how her mother had been forgotten made Chiaki feel a pain in her chest. Just a mere apology would be far too insufficient. No matter how much she shouted, it would all be insufficient. She absolutely had to remember, even if it was only a tiny bit, even if it was only a name. Seiji, help me, the force exerting pressure on her became even greater. As Chiaki's consciousness became hazier, she reflexively sought assistance from her boyfriend. Something in the void seemed to make a connection. Chiaki mysteriously felt something in her right hand. Chiaki turned around and saw a certain object that caused her to widen her eyes in astonishment. It was a beautiful paper umbrella. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, I'll give you a chance. Chapter 773, I'll give you a chance. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This white paper umbrella with a pink cherry blossom design was the same one from her visualization experience. Why did this umbrella appear here? Was she actually in a visualization? No, this was a dream. Were visualizations and dreams connected? Chiaki didn't understand, but this wasn't important right now. The important part was this umbrella. Could she use it? Chiaki took the umbrella by its handle and opened it up. The umbrella instantly started glowing white. The pressuring force she sensed instantly lessened, and her consciousness became clearer. A white barrier blocked the falling cherry blossoms and weakened the sound of the mysterious singing. This white barrier also started dispelling the deep chill on her right leg. Thank you, Chiaki expressed her thanks and decided not to think about how this umbrella appeared here. Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes as she looked over at the ice-cold white mist behind the torii. She then slowly closed her eyes. Mom! Chiaki emptied her mind and did her best to recall and find any shard of memory that should have existed. A chill gradually enveloped her entire body, making her feel like she was slowly sinking into ice-cold water. If it wasn't for her paper umbrella's barrier protecting her, this chill would surely freeze her over, either kicking her out of this dream, or causing something even worse to happen to her. Fortunately, not only did this umbrella create a white barrier, it even gave Chiaki a gentle and warm sensation that helped her to resist the cold. It made her feel as if she was holding onto Seiji's warm hand. No need to rush. Take your time and properly remember. Chiaki felt as if she could hear him saying this to her. Feeling reassured, she continued maintaining this condition and sinking her consciousness down even lower, gradually losing her sense of self, forgetting where she was currently as well as where she was going. Chiaki then faintly heard her father's voice. This wasn't his typical icy voice, but rather a gentle one instead. He was saying words that she couldn't hear clearly, but it was clear that he was using a gentle tone. The first word Chiaki heard clearly was her own name. She then heard another name. Chiaki's remaining consciousness made her grab onto this memory shard, which then slowly floated upwards. She forgot the words she just heard, she forgot what she just recalled and dug up. It took everything she had to tightly grab onto this one and only memory shard that she'd obtained. As her consciousness floated upwards and the chill gradually receded, Chiaki suddenly felt a powerful obstructive force. The memory shard was being pulled away, and her consciousness was being pressured. Chiaki felt incredibly uncomfortable. She absolutely couldn't let go. Chiaki withstood the pressure to the best of her abilities and tried her utmost to protect the memory shard. Hurry and let go. Otherwise, you won't be able to return, a mysterious voice suddenly spoke to her. No. Chiaki refused. That umbrella's power is limited and won't last much longer. Once its power is used up, you'll be finished. I have to take this back with me. That's not something you should have. Leave it behind and give up on it. I can't give up on this. You'll die if you insist on being like this. I won't die. You will die, because you're really weak. I won't. Seiji will protect me. Even though Chiaki felt more and more uncomfortable, even to the point of feeling pain, she still adamantly resisted against this mysterious existence. She then heard a sound that resembled both a sigh and a chuckle. All right. I'll give you a chance. The mysterious voice suddenly became much clearer. Chiaki could now tell that the voice sounded young and female. If you can pass my trial, I shall allow you to keep this, along with letting you have even more. You won't be able to take this trial on by yourself. You'll have to take it with a minimum of 6 people other than yourself. Chiaki then felt something being transmitted to her mind as all the pressure on her suddenly vanished. The memory shard was no longer being torn away. Chiaki's consciousness floated upwards with no restraints as the chill completely vanished. She then opened her eyes. Chiaki stood in front of the torii while looking at the white mist in a daze as she finally spoke her mother's name, which she had finally been able to recover. Chihiro. Chihiro Wakaba was her mother's name. One. As if Chihiro heard her daughter's summons, a hazy figure slowly appeared within the white mist. Chiaki, a faint and distant-sounding female voice spoke up. Mom! Chiaki widened her eyes and reflexively reached out, wanting to touch the person within the white mist. Before her hand could cross the boundary into the white mist, a hand suddenly reached out from within the mist and took her hand. This hand obviously belonged to another female. It was rather cold. Chiaki, you've grown up, the female voice spoke in a gentle tone while clutching Chiaki's hand. Mom, Chiaki also clutched this hand, feeling like this all seemed so familiar. Although Chiaki had lost her memory, her body could still remember this was definitely her mother's hand. Indescribable emotions began to well up within her. By the time that she came to her senses, her face was already covered in tears and she was crying. She wanted to talk to her mother about so many things, but she didn't know what to say. Don't cry. I'm really happy to see my daughter again. The gentle female voice also had tears in her voice. You've grown up, you're so beautiful. Chiaki kept crying as she tightly gripped her mother's hand and listened to her mother's words. Yet, her consciousness was gradually becoming blank and she could feel herself being forced out of this dream. She tried to resist, but was unable to do so. Don't come here anymore, Chihiro told her daughter as her voice faded and became ever more distant. No. I will come again. I'm going to take you back with me. It's impossible to return. Don't think about me. Live together with your father. Live well for yourselves. Dad still remembers you. He misses you even more than I do. He needs you. Chiaki, take good care of him. I love both of you. Mom. All the cherry blossoms faded as the dream disappeared in a haze. Chiaki opened her eyes in the real world, being left with nothing but confusion and tears. Seiji was sitting on the side of her bed, holding her hand in worry, just like the last time. This time, how are things? He used a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Chiaki stayed still for a moment while digesting everything that had happened before she slowly began to speak. I can remember my mom's name now. I think her name is Chihiro. I think I met her. I held her hand and talked with her. Anne. I need to pass a trial. A trial? Seiji was surprised to hear this. Yes, a trial. I need 6 people. I mean, at least 6 people apart from myself. Within one day, Chiaki furrowed her eyebrows. I can't remember who told me this, but I don't think it was my mom. Then that might have been the god who spoke to you. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. The god gave you a trial, and you must take it together with at least 6 other companions. What will happen if you pass the trial? And if you don't pass the trial? I don't know. How do you determine your companions or begin the trial? Do you know that? Chiaki fell silent and closed her eyes. It was evident that she was doing her best to recall. Umbrella, Chiaki muttered in a low voice. Umbrella? In my dream just now, I think I saw the paper umbrella from my visualization experience. The paper umbrella from your visualization experience, Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. You entered the visualization world during your dream just now? I don't know, that's all I could remember. If you remembered it, it's probably meaningful. Could it be that this god's trial is to take place during visualization? I think so. Chiaki opened her eyes. If this trial is truly to be undertaken during visualization, Seiji thought of something that caused his mouth to arc upwards. This might be highly advantageous for us. The special spirit image within his spirit house had the unique trait of causing everyone who used it to meet that person. Although every person would have different experiences during visualization, that person had shown off incredible power in everyone's experiences. Not only was he skilled at suppressing all sorts of demons and monsters, he even had the power to suppress the gods. That person referred to Seiji Kamiju. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, God's Trial. Chapter 774, God's Trial. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The next morning, Seiji summoned his Night Order members and explained to them and Natsuya about what had happened last night regarding Chiaki. Seiji expressed that everyone should try using the spirit image in his spirit house's dojo to try visualization and undertake the God's Trial. If it was confirmed that visualization was the proper way to undertake that God's Trial, then the spirit image might become a huge assistance to everyone in the form of Seiji Kamiju. With him around, it should be possible to pass the trial, or even more, to directly face the god. If he didn't show up, then everyone would have to react according to the situation. Regardless, it would likely be far less risky to face off against a god in the visualization dream world rather than in the realm of cherry blossoms. Natsuya and the others all agreed with Seiji's way of thinking. The Night Order members all mentally prepared themselves to undertake a god's trial. Thank you, everyone. Chiaki bowed deeply to express her thanks. Seiji then summoned his spirit house and led everyone to the dojo. When Chiaki saw the spirit image, she suddenly became dazed for a moment as she recalled something deep within her mind. She felt a mysterious connection of sorts forming. This mysterious mystical feeling lasted only an instant. After this instant passed, Chiaki recalled the information she'd received from the god in her dream. I remember now, Chiaki suddenly spoke up. The trial is indeed to take place during visualization. I can now remember the specifics of how to begin the trial. Everyone looked towards Chiaki. It seems that my guess was correct. Can you remember anything else apart from this? Seiji inquired. Chiaki shook her head. Then, we're still going to do the same thing. It's just that we've now ascertained how to do it. Seiji asked Chiaki what everyone should do. Chiaki had everyone find a place to sit down first. Now then, I shall begin the ritual, or maybe I should call it a spell. After the spell's effects show up, gaze at the spirit image and begin visualization. After saying this, Chiaki cleared her throat and began singing with her beautiful voice. Her voice sounded wondrous and mystical, divine and pure. It took only a moment for everyone to feel that there was something magical in the air. Chiaki didn't know what she was singing. She was simply doing her best to remember this song given to her in her dream. Chiaki then raised her hands and began to slowly dance. This was the same god suppression dance that she had learned during her first visualization. This dance was a ritual, a spell, and also a performance. The wondrous sensation Chiaki had from before naturally appeared on its own. Chiaki immersed herself fully in dancing, feeling like she'd reached a previously unknown realm. Everyone was mesmerized by her performance. Imperceptibly, cherry blossoms began to bloom and fall. Chiaki's clothes suddenly transformed into beautiful Sakura Island attire. She danced alluringly together with her divine singing, seeming so pure yet also seductive, beautiful, and ethereal. So pretty, Mika couldn't help but utter some praise. Everyone was astonished or quietly enjoyed the scene. Some, like Mika, couldn't help but offer praise. Look at the spirit image. Seiji had to remind everyone to do this. Only then did everyone remember to look at the giant watercolor painting. The three figures who had their backs turned on the painting transformed into many hazy figures as white mist appeared with all the falling cherry blossoms. Everything suddenly seemed icy and deep. Everyone felt themselves being drawn into the painting as the white mist approached and enveloped everyone. The mist was incredibly dense. Not only was it dense, it was also freezing to the point where ordinary people would find it difficult to withstand it. However, not a single person gathered here was an ordinary person. Yin-Yang masters, spirit-branded retainers, spiritual ability users, spirit controllers, everyone present was here for the sake of a single girl. This girl named Chiaki was wearing beautiful Sakura Island attire. She was currently dancing and singing within a holy temple, concentrating wholeheartedly on a ritual. This ritual absolutely couldn't be allowed to be interrupted. However, there were those who wanted to interrupt the ritual. The brave individuals gathered here all wanted to protect the girl and the ritual. The leader of all the girl's defenders was named Seiji Kamiju. He was a famous and respected yin-yang master. He had brought 2 of his spirit-branded retainers with him, Snow Girl Kagura and Insect Demon Keiho. There was one other yin-yang master present, who was named Natsuya Yorihana. She'd also brought 2 spirit-branded retainers with her, Inugami Hitaka and Cat Demon Rana. For spiritual ability users were present, Spirit Clothes Mika, Spiderweb Yukari, Thunderfist Hisashi, and Galewing Keed. 3 spirit controllers were also present, Eagle Controller Hoshi, Doll Controller Mayuzumi, and Demon Controller Kazuko. I'd really like to have a good drink while enjoying such a performance, Hisashi commented while watching the dancing beauty Chiaki. This isn't a performance. It's an important ritual. Keed narrowed her eyes. Of course, I realize that. Still, it's so enjoyable to watch. I don't think there's anything wrong with also calling it a performance. Don't you agree, Seiji-sama? Everyone is welcome to have their own opinion. It's fine if you want to call it a performance. Seiji smiled. As for having a drink, we can have a party after all of this is over. I knew that Seiji-sama would say this. Hisashi was delighted to hear it. That was your goal, wasn't it? Making Seiji-sama treat us all to a party. Keed sighed. It's alright to treat everyone to a party. You all deserve it for the risks you're taking here. Of course there should be some form of payment. Seiji opened up a light blue paper fan on which the words love and peace were written in large lettering. What payment would you all like? Feel free to mention it to me. I don't have anything I want. I'm happy to be of help to Chiaki, Mika stated. It's the same for me. Being able to fight together with Seiji-sama is payment enough, Yukari mentioned. It's also the same for me. It's enough for me to be able to fight together with Seiji-sama and help out Chiaki-san, Hoshi added. I'm receiving excellent material for my story. I don't need any other payment. Mayuzumi smiled. I actually do want some payment, but we can talk about that later, Kazuko said. Nobody has anything that they want? That actually makes me feel awkward. Seiji closed his paper fan. How about you, Natsuya? I want you to accompany me for an entire day. Natsuya smiled movingly. Would that be all right? A subtle silence suddenly filled the area. I would like the exact same payment, Keat immediately mentioned. That's not wise, my dear sister. Rather than having Seiji-sama accompany you for an entire day, it would be much better to have him accompany you for 7 nights. Something will definitely happen between the 2 of you then, Hisashi recommended. Don't butt into my business. I think that's an excellent idea. Could I request such a payment? Kazuko's mouth arched upwards. If possible, I'd like it as well, Mika followed up with this. Same for me, Hoshi also joined in. You shouldn't be joining in, young Hoshi, but that doesn't seem bad at all. Yukari blinked. I agree, as expected of Seiji-sama. Mayuzumi's face flushed red. Seiji was rendered speechless. I'd be quite happy to spend time together with everyone, but that doesn't really count as payment. He opened up his paper fan again, this time revealing the words, pretending to be ignorant is so hard. At this moment, cherry blossoms started falling. Everyone noticed this as their expressions became serious. We'll fight as we've arranged during our strategy meeting beforehand. Do we need to go over it one more time? Seiji closed his paper fan. Nobody needed another rundown. Let us protect this place until the ritual is finished, Seiji told his companions in a serious tone. I believe that we can all achieve this. We'll definitely be victorious. Not only that, none of you are allowed to fall here. I won't allow a single sacrifice. Not only would he protect this place, he would also ensure everyone's safety. Seiji Kamiju held such conviction that he was letting off a powerful aura. Battle, start. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775 Enemy Attack. Chapter 775 Enemy Attack. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A large number of colorful lines started extending from Keiho's back. The lines then formed a tremendous pair of wings of light as a dense shadowy insect group appeared. These shadowy insects then materialized into real entities and poured everywhere. Kazuko raised her hands as her palms started glowing a bloody red. Numerous black dimensional cracks appeared in midair and opened up into ovals. Demons wielding various weapons emerged from the dimensional cracks and headed in all directions. Keiho's insects and Kazuko's demons were the first line of defense against the enemy. Although these units were individually weak, they were incredibly numerous. The insects and demons were soon attacked, not long after arriving at their posts. The attackers were pitch-black spiritual warriors that wore red masks of various types. All of the spiritual warriors wielded strangely shaped weapons that were able to shoot out high-speed mana bullets. Some of their masks were shaped like demons, while others were shaped like animals, plants, insects, or abnormally strange shapes. This gave the enemy an ominous appearance. These enemy spiritual warriors poured in from the 4 cardinal directions through 4 tories. The enemy attacked and immediately started shooting at the insects and demons while attempting to enter the temple. The insects and demons teamed up to fight back against the spiritual warriors. After receiving serious injuries, the pitch-black spiritual warriors' masks started glowing a bloody red. Not only that, their bodies swiftly started evolving. All the spiritual warriors suddenly evolved from humanoids to become strangely shaped monsters. Their masks also transformed to become part of each monster itself. After the spiritual warriors transformed into monsters, their individual abilities all rose greatly. They also seemed to be more berserk and lost all semblance of order. Most of these spiritual monsters were blocked by the insects and demons and defeated yet again, transforming into mist, which then vanished. However, there were a few strong monsters that managed to break through the first line of defense. It was now time for everyone else to begin attacking. Shing, Kagura unsheathed her sword with a flash and cut a monkey monster in half as it jumped through the air. The spiritual monster's corpse transformed into mist as it hit the ground. The blue-clad spirit-branded retainer girl casually sheathed her sword with a calm expression. Keed, who saw this from nearby, clapped her hands upon witnessing this scene. Snow Girl Kagura and Gale Wing Keed were guarding the eastern entrance to the temple. Boom! A ball of light exploded against a sticky mud monster, sending out countless bolts of electricity that covered its entire body, instantly reducing it to dust. Bam! A spirit eagle viciously smashed into a giant bull monster's body, tearing it into 2 halves and causing it to vanish in midair, turning it into mist. Nice! Hoshi-kun. Hisashi offered his compliments. Same to you, Hisashi-san, Hoshi responded with a smile. Thunder Fist Hisashi and Eagle Controller Hoshi were guarding the western entrance of the temple. Smack! Hitaka kicked down a bird monster that was flying in the air, and sliced it with her sword as it fell to the ground, easily slaying the monster. Rana, who was sitting down on the ground not far away, yawned as if she was completely bored. Inugami Hitaka and Cat Demon Rana were guarding the northern entrance of the temple. Whiz! Yukari let out a large amount of sticky spiderweb which tangled up 2 monsters resembling a turtle and a porcupine, respectively. Mika then used her spiritual clothes to shoot out numerous black blades that pierced these 2 monsters' bodies, killing them. At the same time, Mayuzumi had her summoned spirit Idelia defeat a monster with a strange shape resembling a giant fruit sundae. Spiderweb Yukari, Spirit Clothes Mika, and Doll Controller Mayuzumi were guarding the southern entrance of the temple. Seiji and Natsuya, the two yin-yang masters, remained in the center of the temple, prepared to aid any of the four groups that needed support at a moment's notice. After many minutes, not a single side had requested reinforcements. This meant that their defense was quite solid. However, everyone had a premonition that things wouldn't end so simply. The organization's ghost warriors were unable to conquer the target location. Heikai Takagi, the leader of the organization's assault force, wasn't surprised by this one bit. The organization had explained quite clearly to him that these ghost warriors had limited power and that it would be impossible to complete the mission with them alone. However, what surprised Takagi was that not only were there Sakura samurai demons fighting against the ghost warriors, there were even a dense amount of insects and some individuals that appeared to be human. It was impossible to ascertain if those were real humans just from what the ghost warriors reported seeing. It was possible that the mission target had simply created spiritual creatures that resembled humans. But, why would the mission target especially create spiritual creatures that looked like humans? Did that have any meaning for the mission target? Takagi didn't understand. Those humans were evidently protecting the mission target, which meant that they were enemies of Takagi and the organization. There were only two methods that the organization used against enemies, either kill or capture them. If those humans were actually spiritual creatures, then capturing them would be meaningless. If they were real humans, then capturing them might help in obtaining information from them. However, trying to leave some alive would increase the difficulty of the battle. Takagi decided to ask for the opinions of his subordinates. Who cares? Just kill them all. I'm rather curious who they could be. I say we leave at least one alive. That blue-clothed girl is just my type. I call dibs on her. I want her as well, the other girls are quite nice as well. I say we spare and capture all the females. Men. We should decide after fighting with them first. We should capture them if we can, and kill them if we can't. More were in favor of leaving the purported humans alive. Takagi himself was also quite curious who these people could be. If they were actual humans rather than spiritual creatures, who could they be? Were they from Soul Society? Takagi hadn't heard anything about Soul Society interfering with this mission. If Soul Society would have interfered, the organization would have given a relevant warning about this when issuing the mission. However, the organization hadn't warned about Soul Society's interference during this mission at all. It was possible that the organization didn't have a full grasp on Soul Society's movements. It was also possible that these people weren't actually from Soul Society. If Takagi wanted a concrete answer, the only possibility would be to capture one and interrogate him or her. Takagi made up his mind to capture at least one person alive. The question then was, which one should he target for capturing alive? A giant octopus-like monster reached its long tentacles out towards Kagura. Kagura swung her sword and sliced through the tentacle, and was about to counterattack when she suddenly sensed something that caused her to instantly turn around and dodge to the right. Boom, a dark gray mana bullet exploded right where she had been standing. The explosion let out a great amount of sticky gray fluid. At the same time, Keed, who was currently flying in the air while fighting a bird monster, was also ambushed. A dense amount of mana bullets suddenly shot out of nowhere and hit her, causing her to fall from the air. The barrage of dark gray bullets continued. Kagura dodged them all, and then counterattacked with a long-distance ice blade attack. While attacking the direction that the bullets came from, Kagura also looked towards Keed and confirmed that the latter was uninjured as Keed was now counterattacking with a wind blade against the other ambusher. Master, 2 human enemies have ambushed us from the east. Kagura used a communication spell to report this to Seiji. How many? Do you need support? Seiji replied instantly. 2 people. We don't need any support for the time being. Kagura then shot out another 2 ice blades and used her demon blade to form a giant ice sword that then successfully sliced the octopus monster into 2. At almost the exact same time, Hisashi and Mika also reported that human enemies had ambushed them at their entrances. 2 humans had attacked Hisashi, and 3 humans had attacked Mika. 2 in the east, 2 in the west, and 3 in the south. There were a total of 7 human enemies so far. Only the north was left alone and not ambushed by any human enemies. Although nobody immediately requested reinforcements, Seiji felt that simply standing around would be a poor decision because it might be too late by the time that reinforcements were needed. Natsuya, you go to the southern entrance. Keiho and Kazuko, the 2 of you should send more insects and demons to the east and west. Seiji swiftly gave his commands. In order to guard against a possible enemy ambush in the north, it would be unwise to take Hitaka and Rana away from the northern entrance. And since Seiji was the strongest individual guarding this location, he also couldn't allow himself to move so easily. Right now, he had to believe in his companions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776 Snakes. Chapter 776 Snakes. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. A giant gray net suddenly shot towards Kagura. This magical net was so large that it completely sealed off all directions she could possibly escape from. She could only fight against it. Sealing spell, gathering snow. The girl swung her sword around, casting a dense blue mist that spread towards the gray net. The gray net glowed with a black light that fought against the ice mist. However, part of the net was still frozen solid, causing those sections to collapse. At this moment, a yellow-clad man silently appeared to the right of the girl. This person waved his hand and tossed out some gray liquid. This was the real attack. The large gray net had been nothing but a distraction. Kagura didn't notice until it was too late. Her entire body was covered by the gray liquid. The man who wore a yellow jacket as his spiritual combat equipment chuckled under his helmet. However, he soon froze in surprise because the blue-clad girl suddenly seemed to shatter like an ice sculpture underneath the gray liquid as she disappeared. And then, an explosive amount of ice appeared. Killing curse, ice explosion. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a dense number of sharp icicles shot through the sky and covered the yellow-clad man. No, wait, he managed to dodge the attack. He had managed to dodge in time by using a spell, although he took some damage in the process. However, this was within Kagura's expectations. She cast her sealing spell gathering snow once again. A dense amount of blue mist appeared in a large AoE and instantly started freezing over. The yellow-clad man had to forcibly break free. Yet, this wasn't the end. A sharp blade aimed directly for his throat. The blade was as swift as lightning and as quiet as falling snow. If this blade managed to reach its target, it would surely pierce through his protective barrier and cut off his head. Asterisk clang, asterisk the yellow-clad man was forced to unsheath his sword. He managed to block this attack with the back of his sword. Kagura expressionlessly continued her assault against the yellow-clad man. The yellow-clad man continuously blocked her blows and kept retreating. But, suddenly, a gigantic black spiritual snake rose from behind his back and snapped at Kagura. Clack, the bite missed. You're not bad at fighting. The yellow-clad man chuckled at Kagura, who managed to dodge in time. You're an excellent woman. Why don't you become mine? Kagura responded with yet another ice explosion. Oh, you have a temper. I like that in my women. It makes me feel even more accomplished when I break a girl like you. I'm definitely going to capture you alive. The giant black snake behind the yellow-clad man transformed into numerous smaller black snakes that viciously struck at Kagura. Meanwhile, Keat had begun a fierce battle against a man wearing a white jacket. You're no match for me. You would have died many times over already if it weren't for me going easy on you. As the white-clad man blocked Keed's wind blades, he even casually struck up a conversation. If this continues any longer, you'll definitely be injured or even die. I don't wish to see someone as beautiful as you in such a pitiful state. Please, could you surrender? I promise that you won't come to any harm. His words sounded gentle, moving, and sincere. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Seiji. May I ask for your name? Keed responded with a particularly strong wind blade. I've already told you my name. Shouldn't you at least tell me your name as a show of good etiquette? The white-clad man spoke in a helpless tone after blocking this wind blade. Although I don't want to harm you, I still have a mission I must complete. It won't be up to me, so if you don't surrender, I'll be forced to become more violent. As he said this, a giant black spell formation suddenly appeared on his back, from which countless slender, long spiritual snakes emerged. These people were all real humans rather than spiritual creatures. Takagi confirmed this after he'd started fighting against them. Although he doubted that he would receive a response, he decided to try asking anyways. Who are you all? Are you from Soul Society? Who we are and where we're from isn't important. The red-clad female yin-yang master he was fighting against responded to his question. What's important is what's happening right now. This isn't a place that we will allow you to invade. Please leave. Her calm words were backed up by an iron will. Takagi could sense her determination. It seemed that he would be unable to convince these people to retreat. Nor was he going to give up on the organization's mission, so the only option left was to fight. Destruction Curse, Orochi Poison. Whoosh! Takagi cast a spell that created a torrential amount of dark green mist, which spread throughout an incredibly large area of effect that enveloped all the enemies he could see, but this was a supremely powerful spell that was impossible to block or cleanse. Natsuya instantly decided to use a life-saving spell she had prepared beforehand. Dodge spell, Paper Substitution. Natsuya, Mika, Mayuzumi, and Yukari all instantly vanished, replaced by some tiny paper figures. These paper figures were instantly corroded by the toxic mist and destroyed. Meanwhile, the four girls were all teleported outside the toxic mist's area of effect. Takagi's expression didn't change in the slightest after discovering that his enemies had escaped his spell. He created a hand seal. Instantly, the toxic mist started surging and heading in Natsuya and the others' direction. Natsuya's group could only continuously retreat. At this moment, two more members of Takagi's group arrived to help him block their retreat. Takagi's allies weren't affected by his toxic mist. They simply had to stall Natsuya's group so that their leader's toxic mist could devour them all to obtain victory. Right as it seemed like Natsuya's group was in a dangerous crisis, two beams of golden light attacked from the rear. Boom, boom. The two men blocking Natsuya's group's path, who wore a green robe and a blue military uniform, respectively, were both hit by these super-fast golden bullets, which exploded with a brilliant light. Both men were sent flying. Then, a person wearing white yin-yang master hunting attire appeared. He pointed the fan in his hand at the toxic mist, instantly creating a giant spell formation that released a blinding golden light. The light illuminated the toxic mist and started making a buzzing sound as it swiftly started cleansing the mist. Takagi furrowed his eyebrows at this sight. He changed to a different hand seal which allowed him to swiftly gather and condense the remaining toxic mist. The mist then formed a gigantic snake that tried to go around the spell formation to attack. The white-clad yin-yang master, or Seiji, opened up his fan and revealed the words "Dispel Evil" in large lettering. He then adjusted his spell formation, changing its position so that it continued illuminating and cleansing the toxic snake. After Takagi saw that it was impossible to go around the spell formation, he then had his toxic mist snake directly attack the spell formation. At the same time, the green-robed man and the blue military uniform man had recovered, and were counterattacking in a pincer movement from both left and right. Both of them released a large number of black snakes. Shing, Nika shot out numerous black blades to block the left side's black snakes. Whiz, Yukari shot out countless spiderweb strands to tangle the right side's black snakes. The toxic mist snake crashed into the golden spell formation. Seiji's expression didn't even flicker as he resisted the attack and swiftly cleansed the snake. Natsuya speedily uttered an incantation and created a seal to cast a powerful spell. Destruction Curse, Infinite Blades. A triangular spell formation appeared from which numerous red spiritual blades shot out. The red spiritual blades descended like a rainstorm upon the right side's blue military uniform man. This man wanted to retreat, but he suddenly felt his feet being stuck on the ground. Only then did he discover that his legs had been tangled up in invisible spiderweb without his realizing it. At this moment, Natsuya's infinite blades spell enveloped him. Takagi furrowed his eyebrows even further. At this moment, the blue military uniform man suddenly shattered and transformed into mist, which then disappeared. He died just like that? Both Natsuya and Yukari were rather surprised by this. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he also noticed this. By now, Seiji had finished cleansing the toxic mist snake. The left side's green-robed man saw that the situation wasn't going well, so he swiftly retreated. Seiji looked across and exchanged glances with the man wearing a black jacket. Although Seiji didn't know this man was Heikai Takagi, the leader of the assault forces sent to the temple where Chiaki was performing the ritual. Bam! Hisashi was viciously struck by a dark red longsword and sent flying backwards at a high speed. Hisashi-san, Hoshi couldn't help but call out upon witnessing this scene. You should be paying attention to me instead, young man, a female voice spoke right by his side. Damn it, Hoshi tried to dodge, but he was too late. A woman wearing a bright red dress suddenly struck with her powerful whip at a close distance, instantly destroying Hoshi's personal barrier and reaching right next to him. A spell on the whip then restrained Hoshi. Wah! Hoshi felt his entire body going numb and pained all over. Such a nice sound. Hee hee, the woman hugged the beautiful boy tightly from his back as if she was a predatory boa constrictor. Now then, what sounds will you make next, and what cute expressions will you have? Let me see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, Yamada no Orochi. Chapter 777, Yamada no Orochi. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Ah! A strong sensation of numbness and pain entered Hoshi's body. He felt as if countless venomous insects had crawled under his skin, all the way to bone marrow and even his soul. He wanted to activate a defensive spell, but was unable to do so. His consciousness faded, with him feeling like a tiny boat being rocked on the ocean by a powerful storm. It was as if the boat might be capsized at any moment. But in the darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared in Hoshi's mind. While the red-clad woman was enjoying the feeling of dominating her prey, she suddenly felt an abnormal sense of danger. Whoosh! Red thorns suddenly exploded out from the beautiful boy. The woman had been on guard, so she managed to dodge this attack in time without receiving any damage. A green arrow of light then shot towards her at tremendously high speed. This arrow was far too fast. The woman knew that she could no longer dodge it, so she would have to forcefully take the blow. She immediately used a spell to increase her speed to still dodge as fast as she could. This reaction was a correct move on her part. That was because a second, and then even more arrows of light accurately aimed exactly for her head. If it wasn't for her high-speed defense spell, this barrage of arrows would have surely killed her here. Hoshi's clothing had transformed into dark green light armor with a dark green cape. He was now wearing a cap with intricate runes on it, and had a cold and distant expression with a sharp glint in his eyes. It was as if he had turned into someone else entirely. After he finished this barrage of arrows, Hoshi then tossed out 2 red leaves with his left hand. The leaves let off a faint red glow before suddenly transforming into two giant wolves that kept releasing faint amounts of red mist. The wolves then charged directly at the woman who attacked Hoshi. The woman released a large number of black snakes to fight against the two wolves. Dense black mist also erupted from her body and concealed her location. Hoshi immediately nocked an arrow with a red leaf on it and shot it towards the location where the woman had just vanished. Right after that, a patch of red thorns exploded where the arrow landed, forcing the invisible woman to reveal herself. Hoshi aimed at the enemy woman and was about to continue firing arrows when a dark red greatsword descended from the sky, heavily slashing at him. Boom! The greatsword crashed into the ground with a powerful impact that shattered all the thorns. Hoshi managed to dodge this attack in time. He turned around to deal with the second ambusher, a large man who wore dark red armor. Hoshi shot a barrage of arrows of light at this man. The arrows pierced through the man's protective barrier and dealt some damage to his body. However, the man seemingly didn't react to this at all. The red-armored man then stepped forward with an astonishing speed, rushing toward the elf youth and slashing with his greatsword. Hoshi jumped up high and dodged the sword slash. The red-armored man twisted his sword and slashed upwards. Hoshi magically changed his direction in midair and dodged this attack. The dark red sword suddenly let out a large amount of scarlet mist. Yet, Hoshi's entire body transformed into a beam of green light that swiftly flew out of the red mist. While dodging the man's attack, Hoshi also left a present for him. Giant thorns several times thicker than the earlier patch suddenly rose beside the man's foot, completely devouring his tall and sturdy body. Hoshi's right hand began glowing green as he nocked another arrow. His entire bow started glowing brightly as Hoshi let off a powerful aura. It was quite evident that he was charging up for an ultimate attack. The red-clad woman noticed this and released even more black mist from her body as she transformed into a giant black snake. She then opened her mouth and tried to bite the elf boy. Hoshi shot out another red leaf with his left hand. The leaf let off a red glow as it transformed into a giant red bear. Roar! The bear stood up on its hind legs and roared as it forcefully stopped the black mist snake with a bear hug. However, the bear only lasted for 2 seconds. The snake was far stronger. It viciously bit the bear on its head and crushed its body. The bear collapsed back into mist and disappeared. Although it had only bought a short few seconds, that was enough for Hoshi. A green and white arrow of light had finished forming on Hoshi's bow. This arrow let off a gentle glow that seemed divine. Twang! The arrow of light shot out while spinning at high speed, heading directly towards its target. Bang! The large man suddenly broke free from the giant thorns restraining him at this moment. However, it was already too late. The arrow of light landed a direct hit on him, piercing deeply into his body and exploding with brilliant colors. The large man vanished in the explosion of light. The woman, who was now a large black snake, started attacking Hoshi even more viciously. The elf boy kept dodging and blocking with his thorns while constantly counterattacking with arrows. Yet, the snake woman suddenly stopped her fierce attacks as she transformed back into mist, which then vanished. Keed was heavily injured. The white-clad man named Seiji had been telling the truth about him being far more powerful than she was. Keed was unable to be anywhere near a match for him no matter how hard she tried. But, she didn't worry about this, because she still had her companions. Kagura was now fighting the white-clad man in her stead. Kagura's original opponent, the yellow-clad man, had now disappeared. Kagura had sliced him into two, causing him to transform into mist, which then vanished. This fight was now 2 against 1 in Kagura and Keed's favor. Although Keed was seriously injured, this didn't mean that she couldn't fight anymore. After resting for a short while, she intended on cooperating with Kagura to kill the white-clad man together. But just as Keed gritted her teeth and stood up again, the white-clad man suddenly transformed into mist and disappeared in an identical fashion to the yellow-clad man who had been slain. What was going on? Did the enemy retreat? Kagura looked all around her and remained vigilant. After several seconds of seeing no signs of enemy, she reported the situation to Seiji. A seven-headed giant snake monster was now spitting toxic mist at Seiji and his group. All the snake heads were viciously attacking with powerful force. Yamata no Orochi, well, this snake monster wasn't exactly the same, and it had one less head. Yet, Seiji wondered if they were perhaps related. It appeared that this seven-headed snake monster had been created when the enemies combined together. The black-clad man who appeared to be the enemy's leader first transformed himself into a giant snake. Right after that, the green-robed man transformed himself into a giant snake as well, and then combined his body with the first giant snake. Then, more snake heads kept appearing, until the monster grew 7 heads. Killing or slicing off any snake head was meaningless as it would swiftly regrow. It was as if the snake monster possessed limitless energy and stamina. Although Seiji cast a powerful barrier to forcefully absorb the snake monster's attacks, it was evident that fighting like this for a long period of time would be no good. "Let me maintain the barrier instead," Natsuya requested. She knew that she would last even shorter than Seiji. Natsuya had resolved herself to sacrifice herself if necessary so that Seiji could obtain enough time to cast a powerful spell. Seiji rejected her proposal and instead summoned all of his companions to him. Since this 7-headed snake monster seemed to consist of all 7 human enemies who'd combined together, then Seiji would summon all his companions to deal with this monster. Keiho and Kazuko were the first to arrive, followed by Hitaka and Rana, then Kagura and Kid, and finally Hoshi and Hisashi. Out of everyone, Kid and Hisashi were both seriously injured. After confirming everyone's condition, Seiji had everyone come close to him and simultaneously create seals for casting a spell and creating a barrier. Tremendous light. Instantly, there was the resounding sound of a bell as a giant mystical spell formation appeared between the sky and the ground. This was a multi-layered spell formation that started extending outward. Every place the spell formation touched started glowing golden with properties that cleansed the toxic mist and suppressed evil demons. Gaha! The 7-headed snake monster was illuminated by a powerful golden light, issuing a sizzling sound of something burning. The snake monster shrieked in agony. Meanwhile, Natsuya and the others felt some power swiftly healing their wounds and restoring their energy. Everyone started feeling a great warmth well up from within them which gradually filled their bodies. Keiho and Kagura, Seiji's 2 spirit-branded retainers, felt the effects even more strongly than everyone else. Both of them started glowing golden as the warm feeling in their bodies kept surging around inside them just like unstoppable ocean waves. Their bodies were filled with his special mana, to the point where they both wanted to utter certain sounds out loud. At the same time, Kid and Hisashi's serious injuries were swiftly being cured. "Let's go, everyone!" After fully healing and buffing his companions, Seiji pointed at the 7-headed snake monster with his fan and issued the command for an all-out attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, White Sakura Goddess. Chapter 778, White Sakura Goddess. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Everyone attacked in unison with their ultimate abilities and instantly defeated the snake monster. No, such a thing didn't happen at all. Although the tremendous light spell suppressed the snake monster somewhat, the 7-headed snake monster was still a powerful opponent that required caution when dealing with it. Keiho released an insect swarm and Kazuko summoned a tremendous number of Sakura samurai demons. Mika and Yukari used the insects and demons as cover to approach and attack the snakes' heads. Kid flew in the air while carrying Hisashi as they combined long-range magical wind and thunder-based attacks. Kagura and Idelia, Mayuzumi, teamed up to cast powerful AoE ice magic together. Hoshi swiftly shot out arrows of light that exploded into thorns. Natsuya created numerous spiritual blades that Hitaka and Rana rode on for a combination attack. Everyone worked together and fought fiercely against the snake monster. The snake monster seemed to go berserk as it furiously spat toxic mist, venomous liquid, mana bullets, and released countless smaller snakes. Each snake head was biting or swinging itself like a whip. The fight was so fierce that it would surely make for a good fantasy film fight scene if it was filmed. Seiji maintained everyone's formation and focused only on supporting and protecting his companions. Against a snake monster with such powerful regenerative abilities, it would be impossible to strike it down in one attack. A battle of attrition would be needed. Although the snake monster's energy seemed limitless right now, it was impossible for the humans who combined into this monster to have limitless energy and mana. As long as everyone in Seiji's group worked together and fought their hardest, winning would only be a matter of time. Chiaki was feeling so tired. She felt like her hands and feet were becoming like heavy wooden blocks. Her throat was becoming hoarse. She really wanted to stop and rest, or even just fall asleep right here. But she couldn't. The god's trial wasn't over yet. She had to persist. Chiaki knew that Seiji and the others were fighting for her sake right now. So, for their sake, she absolutely couldn't allow herself to collapse first. I have to go on, I must go on, I must persist. Chiaki's consciousness became hazy as she gradually lost her sense of self. Some unknown period of time later, she reached a previously unknown realm. Excellent job, a mysterious female voice spoke in her mind. You and your companions have all done an excellent job. You have passed my trial. Apart from what I promised you, your companions will also be rewarded. Thank you all for defeating that snake for me. Chiaki then suddenly felt a warm feeling enveloping her body as her consciousness was gradually restored. Chiaki, someone called out to her. Chiaki slowly opened her eyes to see a woman before her. This woman was wearing a one-piece dress and had long hair which was the same silver shade as Chiaki's. Chiaki instantly widened her eyes upon seeing this beautiful woman who had such a gentle smile. Lost memories suddenly flooded into Chiaki's mind as forgotten emotions welled up within her heart. Chiaki trembled all over as tears flowed unstoppably. Mom! Before her mind could even think of anything else, Chiaki's body started moving first as she shouted out and jumped over towards her mother. Chihiro welcomed her with open arms as they embraced. Tears also flowed unstoppably from her eyes. Mother and daughter tightly hugged each other as tears fell everywhere. Pure white cherry blossoms slowly fell around them in this void-like space. Seiji was currently standing beneath a large cherry blossom tree. He found himself teleported here after he'd finally managed to kill that seven-headed snake monster. The cherry blossoms were white. The falling flower petals made for a beautiful sight. Seiji opened up his fan to reveal the words peaceful heart and mind. He lightly fanned himself while calmly waiting. Please, become my protector, a young-sounding female voice spoke to him. What specifically do I need to do? Seiji inquired as he closed his fan. It will be very similar to what you just did. How frequently will this happen? I don't know. What payment will I receive? I will protect you and your companions. This goddess was requesting protection, yet she was also offering protection as payment. Although this sounded contradictory, this actually meant mutual assistance. Then we can sign a temporary contract for now. Seiji decided to agree for the time being and try things out. He could always refuse to carry on later if things didn't work out. The goddess had no objections to this. A certain flower petal started glowing as it floated before Seiji. Seiji reached out his hand and took the cherry blossom petal, which then transformed into a white mist that entered his hand. Thus, the temporary contract was formed. Back in the dojo at Seiji's spirit house, Natsuya and the others gradually woke up from visualization. They all felt like their minds were in a daze, with minor headache. It took quite a while for everyone to feel fully awake. Then, they noticed that both Seiji and Chiaki were still in a state of visualization. Sometime later, Seiji woke up from his visualization. Is everyone all right? He first checked on his companion's situation. Everyone was all right, albeit rather fatigued. Mika was worried about her best friend Chiaki. Seiji told her that Chiaki would likely be waking up soon and that she was probably fine with nothing to worry about. After passing the God's trial, everyone's spiritual power received a noticeable improvement with new realizations. If it wasn't for everyone's fatigue, they would have all wanted to immediately begin cultivating to transform their new realizations into actual abilities. Seiji told everyone about how he, or rather Seiji Kamiju, signed a temporary contract with the goddess. That goddess, she's called the White Sakura Goddess. Her protection is actually a blessing that will increase the quality of our future visualizations. In exchange, we need to protect her from her enemies and defeat them just like in the trial she gave us. She doesn't know who her enemies are or where they came from. However, my inference is that those enemies are from the Messenger's organization. That snake monster, those 7 people are highly likely to be from the Messengers. As for why they attacked the White Sakura Goddess, that's still unknown. However, Seiji Kamiju believes that we should intervene because the White Sakura Goddess is a kind goddess who is friendly towards humans. Seiji had a rather subtle relationship with Seiji Kamiju. Seiji himself was also Seiji Kamiju, but he also wasn't Seiji Kamiju. It was more like Seiji was acting as Seiji Kamiju. To use an analogy, it was just like a person who was acting as a character quite similar to himself in a movie. Or, it could even be said that the person was acting as himself. But no matter how similar, the character would only be a character, a person who existed in the movie, but not in reality. Deeply pursuing this topic would pertain to the philosophical, which was why Seiji didn't want to think about this too deeply. In summary, Seiji and Seiji Kamiju were basically the same, but not identical existences. Seiji himself would have been far more cautious regarding the White Sakura Goddess's request for protection. He might have even directly refused. However, Seiji Kamiju directly agreed. Hey, we might be dealing with the Messengers in real life as our enemies. Which is really a pain. Mr. Kamiju, you might not mind, but we'll all have so much trouble on our plates. Seiji couldn't help but make such a comment in his mind. He supposed that this was a side effect of acting as Seiji Kamiju. Well, since Seiji Kamiju had already signed a temporary contract in his place, Seiji could only try to carry it out. This trial wouldn't have been possible to pass without Seiji Kamiju's assistance. But in the end, not only did everyone pass, they even received the White Sakura Goddess's appreciation. Still, it was unknown if this would be a blessing or something even more troublesome in the end. But since Seiji had borrowed power from Seiji Kamiju, he decided to take responsibility for the results. The White Sakura Goddess is a friendly and kind goddess? Wasn't she the one who took away Chiaki's mother? Mika doubtingly asked this question. I don't know about this part, either. We should know more after Chiaki wakes up, Seiji told her. Right after he said this, Chiaki woke up. She blinked as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Everyone looked at her as they noticed that Chiaki had woken up. Chiaki, are you alright? Mika asked concernedly. I'm alright, Chiaki wiped her tears away and smiled at her best friend. Seiji took out his handkerchief and helped Chiaki to wipe her tears away. Chiaki also smiled at him. She then slowly stood up while looking around at everyone. Everyone. I'm truly so grateful to all of you. After standing up, she then bowed at a 90-degree angle towards everyone. It's all because of everyone that I was finally able to meet my mother again, and get back the memories about her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779 Evil White Sakura Goddess. Chapter 779 Evil White Sakura Goddess. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki had learned the truth of everything from her mother. When Chihiro Wakaba had gotten pregnant, she learned that she would die after giving birth to her daughter. Chihiro became afraid of this happening, not because of her own impending death, but rather because she was afraid of not being able to accompany her husband Shingo when seeing their daughter grow up together. That was why Chihiro prayed to her goddess, asking to be able to live just a little longer, long enough to at least raise her daughter for a while. Since Chihiro was descended from a bloodline that had the white Sakura goddess's favor, her prayer was answered and her wish was granted. The price for lengthening her life was her disappearing from existence. As a mother, Chihiro made a request that defied her fate, hence the heavy price of being forgotten by almost everyone, including the daughter she loved so much. Chihiro's husband Shingo was the only person who still remembered her due to their deep connection. However, even he forgot her name and appearance. That's how things were. Mom wasn't harmed by the goddess, but rather the opposite. The white Sakura goddess helped her and then protected her, Chiaki explained to everyone. Just as Seiji Kamiju had judged, the white Sakura goddess was a kind and friendly existence. However, the white Sakura goddess had an evil counterpart, who had vicious intentions towards humanity. That was the evil white Sakura goddess. The evil white Sakura goddess was the one who had been targeting Chiaki. Not only that, the evil white Sakura goddess was also the mastermind behind the realm of cherry blossoms manifesting in the human world. No, calling her the mastermind might not be the correct term. It would be more accurate to view the evil white Sakura goddess as the final boss in the realm of cherry blossoms. The white Sakura goddess was unable to fight back against the evil white Sakura goddess. It was precisely because the white Sakura goddess was weaker that the realm of cherry blossoms manifested. But although the white Sakura goddess was weaker, she could still at least interfere with the evil white Sakura goddess. With the white Sakura goddess's protection, Chiaki would no longer be targeted by the evil white Sakura goddess. Meaning, Chiaki's crisis was now resolved. Her mother had already passed away in the real world. It would be impossible to bring her back. However, Chiaki had now regained the memories of her mother, and escaped from being targeted by an evil goddess. Yet, the danger wasn't over yet, as the evil white Sakura goddess was about to descend upon the human world. The god-devouring mission failed. All of the Yamada no Orochi experimental subjects had died. This mission had an expected success rate of only roughly 40%. Failure was well within the realm of expectations. However, it came as a huge surprise to the organization that all 7 of their experimental subjects had died during the mission. Although none of these experimental subjects had been completed, they were some of the more stable Yamada no Orochi experimental subjects. They were all quite strong and possessed almost limitless regenerative abilities in their combined Orochi form. Even if the mission failed and they lost in battle, it was highly unlikely for them to have died. But, not only had they died, all 7 had died without a single survivor. Just what exactly had they met with? After repeated confirmation, the organization ascertained that there had been no mistake in identifying the mission target. Everything had been carried out according to the plan. Logically speaking, this type of result shouldn't have been possible. In that case, something unexpected must have occurred during the mission. The most likely possibility was that Soul Society had intervened. However, the organization's intelligence didn't indicate that Soul Society had done so. Had Soul Society superbly hidden their involvement in this incident? But, was there any reason for them to hide their involvement if so? The organization couldn't understand what had happened at all. An investigation would be necessary. Either Soul Society had an unknown trump card, or something else entirely was involved. But no matter what, this seemed rather interesting. The organization would remember this favor and pay it back later with interest. Still, it was rather troublesome that all the best Yamada no Orochi experimental subjects had died at this point in time. Although it was still possible to reproduce the experiment and create more test subjects, that would take a significant amount of time. The organization decided instead to use more forceful shortcuts. Why not be a little more reckless and try using some risky materials? Although the failure rate of the experiment would be much higher, succeeding might result in something incredible. If Soul Society had some sort of hidden trump card that was behind this, the organization really wanted to know what it was, or at least even some information about it. It was regrettable that there hadn't been a single survivor to bring back any information. Well, thinking too much about it would be useless. It was time to get to work. The next day was a dark and rainy one. Isamu Saima was currently drinking tea in a cafe. He was with someone else, Riho Haiju, who was currently sitting across from him. The brown-haired, red-eyed beauty was wearing a black jacket and black pants. The two had gotten closer ever since the incident where Isamu had saved her life. The two of them might seem like boyfriend and girlfriend as they were sitting at the same table in this cafe. However, they weren't. Riho thanked Isamu for saving her life, but there were no deeper feelings she had for him. The two of them were now simply friends. Riho was quite interested in the monster that they saw that day. She was certain that the monster was no illusion. Not only that, she kept insisting that Isamu must have some type of hidden power. Under her interrogation, Isamu admitted that he was a spiritual ability user. He told her a summarized version of what happened in his dreams and about White Knight. Riho then told Isamu that maybe due to the monster's influence, she awakened to a type of sensory ability similar to a mental mini-map. She could sense Isamu's presence, as well as the presence of certain people within a limited radius. Isamu and Riho carefully observed the people that she sensed for some unknown reason on her mental mini-map. They noticed that most of these individuals seemed to be in poor condition, as if they were sick. Some others appeared to be hoodlums if judging by appearance. However, there were also a few people that appeared perfectly ordinary and healthy. Riho inferred that these people who stood out on her mental mini-map were either spiritual ability users just like Isamu or potential monsters that might transform. Isamu wanted to contact White Knight and tell him about Riho's current situation. However, she stopped him from doing so. I think that White Knight person is suspicious. A sharp glint appeared in Riho's eyes. He saved you, but he refused to tell you the origins of the monster. Nor did he tell you how to become stronger. He just left you alone. White Knight isn't a bad person. I didn't say that he was a bad person. I just think that he's suspicious. Anyways, don't tell him anything about me. Isamu found it difficult to believe that Seigo was a bad or suspicious person. However, he obeyed Riho's wish. Isamu felt that not telling White Knight, also known as Seigo Harano, to him, wouldn't be a big deal. Although he trusted Seigo, Isamu was also slightly miffed that Seigo had just set him aside and left him to his own devices. He agreed with Riho on this. Riho wanted to investigate the incident behind the monster that appeared at the arcade. Isamu also wanted to investigate, but had no idea how to begin. The two of them could only do the best they could to observe the individuals who stood out for some reason in Riho's mental mini-map. They also tried searching for information on the internet. Meanwhile, Isamu talked to Ryuma Soramachi, who was Three-Eyed Cat back in the dream world, about the investigation, asking the latter for assistance. However, Ryuma instantly refused, and gave Isamu a warning. From what I can tell based on what you told me, it's quite obvious that Harano-kun doesn't want you to get involved. I think that it's best if we go along with that. Don't think that you're amazing or anything just because you awaken to having some powers. You're no superhero in an anime. You're just an ordinary person who will easily die. Nobody out there is hoping for you to do anything. Don't think that this is your destiny. If you must do something, why don't you train to become stronger instead? Acting on your own will be highly dangerous. You're not a policeman or a detective. You have no investigative skills whatsoever, so if you try and find the truth shrouded in shadow, that's nothing more than suicide. Why don't you try using your brain a little? I know all that. Isamu was angered from hearing all this put so bluntly. Of course I realize that this is dangerous. But, I can't do something like pretending monsters don't exist after meeting a monster like that in real life. Even I understand that Harano-kun doesn't want me to get involved for my own safety. But, is it really alright to just listen to him and stay away from danger? I don't think that's for the best. I don't want to do that. I want to know what happened. I want to do something to help out, even if it's insignificant. This is my justice. Isamu then turned around to leave right after saying this. Afterwards, he was quite embarrassed about everything he said to Ryuma. Although he was embarrassed, he wouldn't regret it. Isamu and Riho had yet to find out any relevant information even until now. However, Riho called him this morning, telling him that a certain individual in her mental mini-map sense became especially noticeable to her. She felt that this person would transform into a monster today. Isamu also felt a mysterious sense of frustration within himself, similar to the way he'd felt on the day he met the monster at the arcade. Isamu and Riho had agreed to meet up at this cafe because the potential monster individual was currently here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780 Existence Rating. Chapter 780 Existence Rating. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. That individual was the cafe's manager. He was an apparently ordinary middle-aged man who had a slightly dark appearance and evident dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. In Riho's mental minimap, his existence rating was so high that it reached a value of 2.3 points. This so-called existence rating was a term that Riho coined herself. It was a measurement of how strongly each individual appeared on her mental minimap. The existence rating would change depending on the individual and how far away that person was from her. The same person who was farther or closer to her would thus have lower or higher existence rating, respectively. And, different people who were the same distance from her would also have different existence rating. When Isamu stood 5 meters away from Riho, that gave Isamu an existence rating of 1, which Riho used as a standard for people who were spiritual ability users or had something special about them. Meanwhile, this store manager's existence rating was a whopping 2.3, far stronger than Isamu's rating. Meanwhile, all ordinary people that Riho sensed who likely had no special powers all had existence ratings of under 0.5 points. Those who had existence ratings of over 0.5 points in her system typically had poor complexions and appeared to be in bad condition. However, there were also exceptions. Very few people so far had exceeded 2 points in her mental mini-map existence rating. This manager was the only one they'd found so far who remained in a fixed location due to his job. That was why Riho and Isamu came here to this cafe to pay close attention to his condition. His existence rating is increasing right now, Riho said as she watched the manager. He's now at 2.5, no, he's now at 2.6, and the number is still increasing. It doesn't seem like anything is changing about him. Isamu was unable to tell any difference. As far as he could see, the manager appeared exactly the same as the first time Isamu had seen him. That would be for the best, but I highly doubt that's the case, Riho stated calmly. You think that he's going to transform into a monster? Yes. Then should we talk to him about it? What exactly would you say? Ask him how he's feeling, something like that. How would you react if a stranger suddenly asked you how you're feeling? I know that it would sound suspicious, but you're already sensing that he might transform into a monster. I don't think we should just sit by and watch that happen, Isamu told Riho. Riho fell silent for a moment. You're right, she agreed. Go and ask him. You want me to go? Who else? The girl looked at Isamu with such an expression. I think that a beautiful girl like you would be better suited for asking such a question. Isamu looked directly at her pretty face. Riho blinked in surprise and blushed as she averted her gaze. You go. She then picked up her teacup and sipped on some tea, acting like she couldn't be bothered. Seeing her like this, Isamu looked at the manager again and worked up his courage to walk over. But just at this exact moment, 2 customers, a man and a woman, walked into the cafe. Both of them were wearing black jackets and black pants along with sunglasses. However, it didn't seem like they were a couple wearing matching outfits, but rather that they were wearing uniforms. The man was tall and stocky with short blonde hair. He was holding a black cell phone in his hand. The woman was tall and slender, with a figure like a model's. Her scarlet hair was tied up in a ponytail. After the two entered the cafe, the black-clad woman looked all around the cafe, while the black-clad man held up his cell phone. It seemed that he was currently filming. Isamu couldn't help but stop in his tracks when he saw these two black-clad individuals who were clearly behaving in an abnormal manner. Riho also noticed these two people. A server greeted them, but the woman indicated that they didn't need anything. At this moment, the black-clad man stopped and pointed with his cell phone facing the manager. "He's the one," the black-clad man showed his cell phone screen to his companion. He then put away his cell phone and slowly walked towards the manager. The manager seemed to sense something as his expression became tense. The black-clad woman put her hand inside her jacket, seeming like she was holding onto something. She had a vigilant expression. The black-clad man walked over to the manager and showed him some type of identification. The black-clad man then said something to the manager. The man spoke in a low voice, so Isamu couldn't hear what he said. Isamu only saw that the manager's expression began distorting. "No. I didn't do anything." The middle-aged store manager suddenly began to shout loudly. He then backed away while clutching at his heart. His expression became even more distorted, with a complex expression that contained panic, fear, anger, and hatred. Blood-red runes also started appearing in his eyes. "His existence rating is increasing rapidly," Riho whispered to Isamu. "It's already past 3.5 and is still increasing." Bam! The black-clad man suddenly took a gun out from his jacket and directly shot the manager in the head. This gunshot startled Isamu and Riho, as well as scaring everyone else in the cafe. Blood spattered everywhere as the manager collapsed. Since this all happened so suddenly, everyone remained quiet for a second, until a server broke the silence with her scream. However, her scream was soon covered up by a far more frightening sound. Grack 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 grack. This sound came from the collapsed manager. His body started glowing red and rapidly expanded. His clothes soon tore off as the body changed shape. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk. The black-clad man shot several more times in succession into the manager's body. Every shot resulted in a small red mist explosion. The black-clad woman also took out a gun and started shooting the manager. Despite all this, the manager's transformation still continued rapidly. His hands transformed into giant claws that grabbed at the two black-clad individuals. These two were on guard and managed to dodge in time. "Run away! Get away from here!" The black-clad woman shouted to Isamu and the cafe's other customers as she loaded a new ammo clip into her gun. Meanwhile, the monster started standing up. "Let's get out of here!" Riho pulled Isamu and led the way in escaping. With someone leading, everyone else immediately followed after. Many people screamed in panic as they scurried out of the cafe. The two black-clad individuals kept firing their guns, attracting the monster's attention. This allowed everyone else to successfully escape. "Let me go." Out on the street, Isamu told Riho to let go of him. "Since someone else is dealing with this, don't think about going to fight," Riho told him. Right after she said that, there was a loud noise. Isamu and Riho turned around, only to see the black-clad man had collapsed on the street. The cafe's window had been shattered, so it was evident that the monster must have thrown him through the window. The black-clad woman ran out of the cafe and called out her companion's name. However, he didn't respond. The monster stepped out of the cafe. This monster was dark red and its body resembled a tree. Its legs were like tree roots, and its claws were like distorted tree branches tangled together. The monster didn't have a head, although it had bright red runes in a strange shape similar to a demon's face. The monster kept emanating a faint red mist that gave everyone a powerful pressuring sensation. This monster was stronger than the bird head monster from the arcade. Isamu had such a feeling. The humanoid tree monster walked over towards the two black-clad individuals. The black-clad woman kept shooting at the monster while swiftly retreating. The tree monster then swiped with its right claw, sending out a mist shock wave that the black-clad woman was unable to dodge. She was hit in midair and twisted several times before crashing onto the ground while uttering sounds of pain. There wasn't much time for Isamu to think. Activate my power. Isamu's hidden power rose up from deep within him as an owl mask appeared on his face. With a bright flash, red glasses appeared on his face as a black jacket suddenly materialized on him together with an exquisite revolver in his right hand. He aimed at the tree monster and began firing. Class President Riho, you should leave first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Carry Out My Justice. Chapter 781, Carry Out My Justice. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After hearing this, something flashed in Riho's eyes as she unhesitatingly turned around and ran away. Isamu continuously shot at the tree monster while approaching it. The tree monster turned around to deal with the boy that was injuring it with spiritual bullets. The monster waved its claws again, releasing another shock wave. Isamu dodged the shock wave by jumping into the air while continuing to shoot. Meanwhile, he took out his cell phone with his left hand and dialed a number while still shooting his gun with his right hand. This wasn't a monster that he could deal with on his own. He had to contact Seigo Harano. Although Isamu activated his powers and started this fight to try and save others, he was more aware of his own limits compared to last time. He knew that he should ask Seigo for assistance and simply try to stall the monster the best he could until Seigo arrived. But, before he could dial Seigo's number, the tree monster's claws suddenly lengthened and reached towards him. Isamu hurriedly retreated at full speed. However, a large patch of red mist explosively shot out from the monster's claws and enveloped his entire body. Isamu's vision instantly turned bright red as he smelled the scent of blood. An icy chill permeated his entire body as he froze solid and couldn't move. I'm going to die. Once again, Isamu felt the closeness of death. An unstoppable fear welled up within him. However, Isamu had already resolved himself. He controlled his own fear. And if he died just like this? He was unwilling. He couldn't even stall for time. He felt that he was truly too weak. He desired more power. At the very least, he wanted to stop this tree monster's rampage. Isamu gritted his teeth and resisted the chill the best he could. He forced his arm to move as he aimed his gun at the monster. Although he couldn't see anything anymore as his vision was covered in red, he could sense danger rapidly approaching him. A simple gunshot wouldn't be strong enough. He needed more power. Isamu concentrated fully, trying to muster up all his power. Maybe due to being in the life and death situation, Isamu actually accomplished this. Energy started swiftly gathering to his hand and being injected into his revolver. Meanwhile, he also felt the chill invading him even deeper as his consciousness went hazy. This would be the last time he ever shot this gun. No, this won't be the last. I can do this. I'll definitely succeed. Isamu roared in his mind. This wasn't going to be a final counterattack in despair. It would be the final attack containing hope and victory. Go, my bullet. My power. My soul. Carry out my justice. Isamu injected everything he had into his spiritual gun and shot out. Asterisk boom. Star. This was no ordinary gunshot. It sounded more like a bomb had gone off. Isamu didn't see what his gunshot looked like. That was because he fell unconscious the moment that he shot his gun. Isamu saw an unfamiliar ceiling above him when he woke up again. "You're awake, Saima-san," a familiar female voice spoke next to him. Isamu saw that Riho was sitting next to him. "This is a hospital," his classmate explained the situation to him. He had defeated the tree monster and then fallen unconscious. He was then brought to this hospital and given a checkup which determined that he was mostly alright. At this moment, the black-clad woman walked into Isamu's hospital room. Now that she wasn't wearing her sunglasses, it could be seen that she had a pretty face. She introduced herself to Isamu that her name was Shuko Hirase, a member of the Special Safety Department. Basically, she explained that she was a special type of cop who dealt with spiritual and supernatural affairs. "I've already learned about your situation from your classmate Haiju-san and reported it to my superiors. My superiors told me that both of you have talents that we need, so we'd like to invite you to assist us. We'll also pay you accordingly. Assist the Special Safety Department." Isamu was unable to come to a decision regarding this invitation. However, Riho instantly agreed. "Having an organization back us up will be far better than investigating by ourselves," Riho told him. Isamu felt like she was correct. However, he still had his doubts about this so-called Special Safety Department. He wanted to first talk things over with Seigo. Riho had only told Shuko about her and Isamu's situation. It seemed that Riho hadn't mentioned anything about Seigo Harano or White Knight. So, Isamu told Shuko that he wanted to think things over. Shuko looked at him and nodded. She then told him to take a good rest as she left his hospital room. "You didn't tell her about White Knight, did you?" Isamu asked Riho for confirmation. Riho shook her head. "Although I think that White Knight is somewhat suspicious, that doesn't mean that I'll just casually tell others about him," Riho told him. "And, you activated your powers right on the street in front of many people. It would be impossible to conceal, so I had to tell her about you. As for myself, I felt that joining an organization would be a good approach, which is why I told them about my new power." Isamu nodded in understanding. He then looked around for his cell phone. His cell phone had taken a beating, but luckily it was still in working condition. He dialed Seigo's number. Seigo soon picked up. "Harano-kun, I met another monster," Isamu explained the situation to Seigo. Seigo fell silent for a moment after hearing the full story. "You should decide for yourself whether or not to help this Special Safety Department organization," Seigo told him. "This is your path to choose. Whether you want to go deeper down this path or stop here, it's all up to you." Harano-kun. It's good to act for the sake of justice. But, never forget about yourself. While protecting others, you also need to know how to protect yourself, Isamu-kun. Seigo hung up the phone call after leaving that warning. After hanging up the phone call, Seiji grabbed onto a rope ladder and climbed into a helicopter. Just like the last time, he was working as a janitor for the messengers. Seiji was actually present all along while Isamu fought against the tree monster. Seiji was the one who finished the tree monster off with a killing blow. Seiji had read Kamitani's script on how Isamu was supposed to grow and develop into a hero. This incident caused Seiji to recall a famous movie he saw in his previous life, called The Truman Show. The main character of that movie lived in a completely fictional world, where all his relatives and friends were actually actors. Yet, the main character didn't know any of this. Of course, Isamu's experience wasn't anywhere near as exaggerated as in that movie. Seiji just felt that they were rather similar. But even though this was a script written for Isamu, that didn't change the fact that Isamu's sense of justice was real. His willpower and ability were also real. Although Isamu's final powered-up spiritual bullet wasn't strong enough to actually defeat the tree monster, the bullet still caused significant damage. As long as Isamu Saima managed to level up successfully, he would become a real hero. That was what Seiji believed. For now, Seiji decided not to think about what might happen in the future if Isamu grew sufficiently powerful and learned the truth about the messengers. Seiji simply resolved himself to accept the full responsibility in the future for what might happen. Monsters kept appearing everywhere today in this gloomy weather of overcast skies and rain. The new hero Blackwing that the messengers created fought all these monsters on camera, just like last time. The monsters that Seiji cleaned up for the messengers were obviously much stronger than last time. He felt that there were probably more monsters than last time, but he didn't know the specific numbers. Based on this level of strength increase, he could probably take care of the next round of monsters without a problem. Of course, the issue at hand was whether he would continue working for the messengers or not. The payment for his janitorial services this time was another piece of information. Kamitani said that this was top secret news even in Soul Society. Maybe you'll be happier off not knowing this information, just like the girl in that story I told you. Perhaps this information won't be worth anything to you, so it's fine even if you refuse. Do whatever you want. Kamitani expressed such an attitude. However, Seiji chose to accept the deal for that information and work for the messengers again. Seiji could guess at the type of information judging from Kamitani's words. Perhaps this information truly wasn't that valuable to him and he would be better off not knowing. Yet, Seiji wasn't the type to avert his gaze. There were many cruel things in the world. It would be impossible for Seiji to know about everything bad happening in the world. It would be similarly impossible for him to deal with all evil in the world. But, this didn't mean that he would avert his gaze, especially when the darkness was right on top of him. Standing on top of a tall building, watching the illuminated city in the rain, with cars coming and going, light and darkness, and the cold flow. Under the surface of this large and peaceful city was an indescribable cold flow that secretly ran through it. The darkness has always been present. Seiji couldn't help but recall this quote from Yui. Indeed, the darkness had never left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782 Looking at and Loving You. Chapter 782 Looking at and Loving You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After yesterday's dark and rainy day was a bright and sunny day. Just kidding. The rain had stopped, but dark clouds still hung everywhere in the sky. Today was yet another gloomy day that kept people's spirits low. However, a certain person was currently humming happily. This person was Chiaki, who was currently cooking breakfast in Seiji's apartment. The beautiful silver-haired girl was humming and cooking while wearing an apron. It was so evident that she was in a wonderful mood that even Seiji felt infected with her happiness. This was actually Chiaki's first time ever trying to cook breakfast. Chiaki was someone who always loved to sleep in late, which was why she was the type to always skip breakfast. Hence, this was truly her first time. After Chiaki regained the lost memories about her mother, she called her father and then had a face-to-face family meeting with him. After that, everyone noticed an obvious change in Chiaki. It was difficult to describe exactly how she had changed. The best word Seiji could come up with was that she seemed more real. Compared to the original Chiaki, she now seemed less flippant and slightly more serious, at least in Seiji's view. Seiji couldn't help but recall the female lead in a famous light novel he'd read in his previous world. That girl had many worries since she also lost the memories regarding her mother who had been taken away by the gods. That girl lost weight due to her worries, and only regained her weight after bringing back her mother. This was somewhat similar to Chiaki's experience. Chiaki also had such memories with her mother, and a god was involved, along with nostalgia and frustrations, and some things that couldn't be recovered anymore. Although Chiaki's mother couldn't be brought back to life anymore. Even if Chiaki's mother couldn't be brought back to life anymore, Chiaki had still recovered her important memories, thus recovering the weight that she in her life should have possessed. At this moment, Chiaki seemed to notice Seiji's attention as she turned around, exchanged glances with him, and smiled brilliantly. Seiji's heart skipped a beat upon seeing such a beautiful smile. He responded with his own smile. Ding! His system suddenly sent him a notification. A female individual's favorability rating towards you has reached 100. You have now obtained her character reward card. A character reward card. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. Obviously, this had to be Chiaki's character reward card. Right now, Chiaki's face was slightly red and there was an alluring expression in her eyes. But, before Seiji could get a better look, Chiaki looked away with evident shyness. Seiji's heart skipped another beat from seeing this. In fact, he even wanted to walk over right now and hug her from behind while doing intimate things with her. He couldn't help but imagine the scenario of doing certain sexy things with an apron-wearing newlywed wife. No! He had to stop thinking about this. If he imagined this scenario any longer, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself anymore. Seiji did his very best to suppress his desire. It felt like Chiaki became more charismatic, or, more accurately, she became the type that attracted him even more. While only exchanging glances and not words, her favorability rating towards him reached 100. Seiji felt like this was almost a natural accomplishment. Since Chiaki was now averting her gaze, Seiji took this opportunity to open up his system and check his new character reward card. Character reward card Chiaki Wakaba, looking at and loving you. This card will have an everlasting passive effect. This card cannot be used or disappear. All basic stats increased by a bonus of 2 points. Attack power against the divine is increased by 10%. Defense power against the divine is increased by 20%. Additional ability 1, Ultimate Performance. After using this ability, you can use any powerful ability that you can imagine. Limited to 1 use per day. Shut up and watch me perform. Additional ability 2, Character Roleplay. Prerequisite skill of beginner level concealment necessary. Increase the effects of the concealment skill. After using this ability, you can become just like whoever you want to be. It will be highly difficult for your real identity to be exposed. This effect will last for 33 minutes. Keeping this ability active will constantly consume mana and mental spirit. Limited to 2 uses per day. I'm actually an actor. Additional ability 3, Mother and Daughter Drawing. Prerequisite skill of drawing necessary. Increase the effects of your drawing ability. Drawing any artwork with a mother and daughter together will increase your drawing ability by 50%, increasing the effects of your drawing. Using this ability will require concentration. This daughter shall never forget her mother's love. Additional ability 4? Prerequisite conditions not met. Currently inactive. Additional ability 5? Prerequisite conditions not met. Currently inactive. For now, the increased effects of attack and defense against the divine didn't seem too useful as of yet, as Seiji had never fought against anything divine before. But, it would surely be useful when it was needed, perhaps even soon. It could even be said that these were passive skills just for godslaying. Meanwhile, Seiji was astonished by just how powerful the first and second abilities were. Casting any powerful ability that he could possibly imagine? Without even regarding how powerful the imagined ability would actually be, just the fact that he could now cast any ability he imagined caused Seiji's eyes to sparkle. It was exciting just to imagine being able to use any ability he wanted in reality. His otaku spirit started burning up and he wanted to try it out right away. As for being able to become just like whoever he wanted to be, this was just like the ability's name. It would be an amazing cosplay technique. Combined with the first skill, Seiji could now cosplay completely as anyone he wanted and use that anime character's ultimate skill in reality. That was just so cool. Seiji was unable to stop his imagination from running wild. After he finally calmed down, he thought more seriously about his newfound abilities. When experimenting, he could naturally use any ability that he could think of. But in practical combat, he would have to adapt according to the situation. And it was quite possible that copying an ultimate ability with ultimate performance wouldn't have the same power and effects what Seiji imagined, as it was only a performance in the end. Copying an imaginary ability might be powerful, but also limited. Judging from this, the best way to use the first ability would be adaptability. For instance, if the enemy had powerful attacks, Seiji could use any imaginary defensive technique to protect himself and his companions. If the enemy's defense was too tough, then he could imagine an ultimate attack for piercing through the enemy defenses. If the enemy was too fast, he could imagine a sealing spell that could stop the enemy's movements, something like that. The biggest selling point of this ability was how versatile it was. He could cast literally any ability that he could imagine, meaning that it could be adapted to all situations. And, of course, the second ability's greatest use was for disguise rather than cosplay. Being able to change into anyone he wanted meant that robbery and murder would be so simple, that wanting to do something without exposing his real identity would be quite simple. If all he wanted to do was disguise his identity, he could simply change his own appearance to anything else. And if he wanted to disguise himself as someone else, he would need to disguise himself to a sufficiently similar extent, along with having some acting skills. If his acting skills were good enough, he could even go be a phantom thief with this skill alone. Phantom thief Seiji, imagining it sounded really cool. Of course, Seiji would never actually go do such a thing. The third ability was an increased effect for drawing. Obviously, that would only be useful when drawing. Why not try using this ability to draw Chiaki and her mother together? Seiji suddenly had this idea. Although he didn't know what Chiaki's mother looked like, with his current high art ability thanks to his system, he would be able to draw Chiaki's mother simply by hearing a description. Logically speaking, this should have been done by Chiaki's father, as Shingo was a famous artist. But Seiji just wanted to try stealing this job. Alright then, Seiji made up his mind. He would mention this to Chiaki in a bit. Seiji mentally apologized a little to his future father-in-law as he smilingly looked over at Chiaki. After Chiaki finished cooking breakfast, everyone in Seiji's apartment ate together. Chiaki was tasting what bliss was truly like, especially whenever she looked at Seiji. Although her mother could no longer return, Chiaki had managed to regain her memories. She had also managed to reconcile with her father. Chiaki had told her father about how she recovered her memories with Seiji and the others' assistance. She told him her mother's name, and the truth of how Chihiro came to be spirited away. Shingo Wakaba kept crying right in front of his daughter while constantly muttering his wife's name. This scene etched itself deep into Chiaki's mind. She would remember it for the rest of her life. From then on, they became a normal father and daughter. They had taken a long path with many twists and turns to get there. It took this long to surpass all the lost memories in time, as well as sadness and disappointment, in order to finally reach this step. Although this still wasn't enough to truly become like a normal father and daughter, they would eventually reach that state for certain. It was impossible to regain what had been lost. But, fortunately, what was important had now been recovered, allowing for an even better future. And all of this was thanks to Seiji. Although Chiaki's father still wouldn't admit to recognizing him as his daughter's boyfriend, Chiaki figured this problem would be solved with the passing of time. That was because Seiji was the most wonderful boyfriend possible that she loved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783, Let's Have a Party. Chapter 783, Let's Have a Party. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After breakfast, Seiji broached the topic of drawing a picture of Chiaki and her mother together. Chiaki was rather surprised to hear him make such an offer. After a momentary pause of surprise, she happily accepted. What type of expression would her father have if she showed him a drawing that Seiji drew? Just imagining it amused Chiaki. Chiaki then described her mother's appearance to Seiji in his study. Seiji took detailed notes before starting to plan out his drawing. The background scenery would be beautiful falling cherry blossoms. Chiaki and her mother would be together, walking intimately side by side. Both of them would have happy smiles and appear to be chatting about something. Chiaki would have a bright smile, while her mother would have a gentle smile, making others feel the warmth of family upon seeing this drawing. After he finished planning out his drawing, Seiji started drawing seriously. He activated his new mother and daughter drawing skill. Chiaki remained by his side and quietly watched him draw. She then suddenly had a thought that this was the evidence that her mother had existed. If there was no evidence that my mother had existed, then he would create evidence. Seiji, is that what you thought? Chiaki wanted to ask her boyfriend this question while he was focusing on drawing. But then again, she felt like there was no need. The answer wasn't that important. What was important was what he was currently working on. Chiaki felt warmed in her heart as she thought about what this meant. After watching for quite a while, she secretly left quietly so as not to break his concentration. Later that afternoon, everyone trained in Kazuko's domain. A vicious demon-level large snake demon appeared. Seiji instantly used his new, ultimate performance, ability to cast the tremendous light spell. This spell was a huge help in killing the snake demon. Everyone else thought that Seiji had learned this spell through the visualization experience as Seiji Kamiju. While Seiji had indeed learned the tremendous light spell after that experience, he still needed some time to cultivate the spell through his system before truly learning it. This time, he was simply using ultimate performance to cast the spell Tremendous Light before he actually learned it. This was so that he could experiment and find out how powerful an ultimate performance spell would be. As for his other new ability, character roleplay, Seiji had already experimented earlier that morning. He found that the greater the difference between himself and the person he transformed into, the greater the amount of expended mana and mental spirit. Transforming felt rather subtle, as if he had truly changed bodies. Not only that, he was completely unable to tell that anything was fake when he looked at himself in a mirror, which seemed amazing. Furthermore, his transformed body would affect his base stats. For instance, if he changed himself to an ugly appearance, his charisma stat would decrease significantly. He supposed that it could be considered a temporary debuff. Seiji also wondered if he should try transforming into a girl, but decided against this idea in the end. He felt that if he really did so, he would lose something important: shame. System, you've already cosplayed as female before, so why are you hesitating? Bravely take your first step into a new world, young man. Seiji, I refuse. Of course, the conversation above was only imagined by Seiji. After the domain training ended, everyone returned to Natsuya's residence's living room to rest. Let's have a party, Seiji suggested to all his companions. Before the God's Trial battle had begun, Seiji Kamiju had promised to hold a party for everyone after the fight. Seiji wanted to keep this promise in reality. This would be a celebratory party for having resolved Chiaki's problem, as well as a motivational party before the major battle regarding the realm of cherry blossoms. Everyone agreed with the idea of having a party. Since the promise of having a party is still in effect, how about my promised payment? Natsuya smiled while asking Seiji. Of course, that's also effective, but like I said at that time, accompanying you doesn't really count as payment. Why don't you change it to something else? But that's all I want. Same for me, Mika immediately added. Keat hadn't joined this time's training, otherwise, she probably would have said the same thing. Hoshi opened his mouth, but then closed it again without saying anything else. That was because he sensed that something subtly changed in the atmosphere when he tried to speak. Yukari looked over between Natsuya and Mika while blinking. As a girl, she was even more sensitive than Hoshi to the tension in the air. She felt like something invisible was tightly wound. Could this be the legendary scene known as a Shiraba one? No, that didn't seem like it was the case. Things weren't that severe, were they? Alright, Seiji agreed after seeing how Natsuya and Mika insisted. I had wanted to pay you with something material, but if that's what you want, that's what we'll do. He could tell that both Natsuya and Mika were being a little emotional. It wasn't that they were unhappy about putting in so much effort for his third girlfriend Chiaki's problem. It was just that they wanted him to accompany them a little more after this. It wasn't that Seiji didn't want to accompany them. He just didn't want to do it as a method of payment. However, both girls adamantly insisted, so he could only go along with them. Seiji knew that such subtle situations would also likely arise again in the future. He would have to be cautious about dealing with everyone, and he would even save and load if it was necessary. This was all because he was a scumbag man who started a harem. Seeing how her boyfriend had agreed, Natsuya happily sipped on her tea. Mika also sipped on her tea. The twin-tailed girl and the student council president seemed oddly in sync. What was going on? Keiho and Kazuko, who also sensed the subtle atmosphere in the air, were filled with questions as they didn't know what was going on. Unlike Yukari, neither Keiho nor Kazuko knew about Seiji starting a harem. That was why they were unable to sense the currents flowing underneath the calm surface. They could only sense that something subtle was in the air. If I want to touch that invisible tension, I could ask for the exact same form of payment. But, I feel like I can sense some hidden danger. Kazuko adjusted her eyeglasses. But, it seemed like it would be rather fun. Should she behave recklessly here? No. Kazuko decided to forget about it. She didn't want to antagonize the student council president. Although I somewhat want the same type of payment, I think I'd better not. I'll ask for something when I have something I want. Kazuko listened to her instinct warning her of danger and went with a more conservative approach. Seiji nodded at her. What about all of you? He then looked at Yukari, Keiho, and Hoshi. I don't have anything that I want, so I don't need payment, Yukari told him. Same for me, Keiho agreed. Hoshi also agreed with this. Then I'll treat it as you all saving your payment for later. Seiji smiled. Just like Kazuko, feel free to tell me if there's anything that you want. He then asked everyone for opinions on when and where to hold the party. Later that night, it started raining again. It wasn't too cold, but still rather chilly. Seiji walked out into the rain and got onto Yui's car. Just like the last time, he reported to her about Kamitani and told her about the information he received as payment, the top secret information from Soul Society. This information basically said that Soul Society was unable to confirm the specific location that the realm of Cherry Blossom's spirit world number 1 would descend upon. Nor was Soul Society going to evacuate the entire city, because that might cause the realm of Cherry Blossoms to go out of control. After everything was taken into consideration, Soul Society decided to initiate the realm's descent instead. The price would be to sacrifice a minor portion of the city's population in order to forcefully summon the realm of Cherry Blossoms at a fixed location. This minor portion was relative to the entire city's population. But, the predicted civilian death count was more than 3,000. This meant that Soul Society intended to sacrifice the lives of at least 3,000 civilians in order to manipulate where the realm of Cherry Blossoms would descend. Is this news real? Seiji looked directly at Yui and spoke in a serious tone after he finished telling Kamitani's information to Yui. Yui responded with only silence. This meant that the information was real. Seiji also fell silent. Itsuki Kamitani's words, his little talk about the topic of peace, that interesting story, and his final question to Seiji, all of these kept echoing in Seiji's mind. Is there truly no other way? After a long silence, Seiji finally spoke up again. A method where nobody will die. There is, but it won't be used, Yui stated lightly. Her expression and tone of voice didn't express any emotion. But when discussing this type of topic, no emotion was also a type of emotion. Why's that? Because there will be too heavy a price to pay. What price? What price is heavier than so many lives? After saying this, Seiji knew that he was being so-called unreasonable. Human lives were priceless. Anyone could say that. However, the reality of the world was that human lives indeed had value that could be measured. When sacrificing a portion of the city's population could avoid even bigger losses, or if there were bigger benefits to be had, order would operate in such a manner. That was just how order was, from ancient times to the present. Soul Society was a faction that represented order. Anything that this faction wanted to do simply had to operate on cold logic as if the organization was a machine. As long as the logic was clear that making a sacrifice of few thousand citizens would bring more benefits than losses, then any amount of sacrifice would always be considered appropriate. That was just how things were. That was just how things were. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Nothing to Say. Chapter 784, Nothing to Say. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yui fell silent once again. Seiji wanted to say something else, but then he felt that there was nothing more to say. Would he be able to change Soul Society's decision just by saying a few words? That was likely impossible. Would he be able to change Soul Society's actions? That would also be impossible. If it was possible, he believed that Yui would have done so already. If there were anything that he could help with, Yui definitely would have mentioned it already. Yet, all she did was remain silent. There was nothing to say. The sacrifice of more than 3,000 lives was something unchangeable and set in stone. If there was anything else to say, that would be about the specifics of how to go about this cruel action, or if there would be any unexpected additional damage. There was also the matter of how Kamitani knew such top-secret information within Soul Society, and whether the messengers would be doing anything regarding this. But, after confirming how serious this matter was, Seiji didn't want to ask about it anymore. No matter what he learned, or what was going on behind the scenes, it all seemed meaningless to him in comparison to so many lives that were going to become a planned sacrifice. So many people would die. And he was helpless to do anything about it. He wasn't a superhero who could save everyone. There would always be people that he couldn't save. Seiji had understood this already long ago, and accepted it. Yet, he was unable to remain calm when faced with the reality of such a cruel, large sacrifice before him. Is there really nothing else that can be done? Seiji really wanted to ask this. Yet, it seemed meaningless to do so. There really wasn't anything else that could be done. Thinking too much on this would be meaningless. It wasn't his fault. His power was limited. It would be impossible to save everyone. It was good enough already to just protect the people important to him. Seiji Oniai-chan, want to play together? Seiji snapped back to his senses when he heard a little girl's voice asking him this. Only then did he notice that he was now back in his own apartment. Saying goodbye to Yui, getting off her car, and walking back to his apartment, it was as if this entire process had been erased from his mind. He couldn't remember any of it at all. Ryo was currently holding out a game controller to him. Keed was also by her side and looking directly at him. Both of them were worried about how he seemed to be giving off such a heavy aura. Sure. Seiji took the game controller and forced himself to smile as he sat down in front of the TV. On the television screen, Ryo's Player 1 character was shouting, "I shall protect this street." Her character was a chibi suit-wearing man with explosives strapped all over his body. He rushed towards a horde of cartoon-style hoodlums, and sent the hoodlums screaming and flying everywhere with his fists and explosives. Meanwhile, another chibi character with Player 2 over his head appeared in the battle. This character was a youth who wore a helicopter rotor on his head while carrying a large wooden sword. He shouted, "I shall create a legend," while also rushing at the hoodlums, waving his wooden sword and shooting out some cute little birds from the rotor to attack. The battle seemed fierce yet comical. This game seemed quite simple, but was actually surprisingly difficult. Seiji had only started playing for a few seconds when a blonde-haired hoodlum suddenly went berserk and dealt his character a mighty blow. The chibi youth made strange chirping sounds while flying backwards and smashing into a telephone pole on the street. Then, numerous other hoodlums ganged up on him with fists, kicks, projectiles, and blunt weapons. Seiji's character's HP bar was instantly decreased by half. Seeing this, Seiji started focusing more on the game and played it more seriously. He barely managed to dodge another vicious attack from the blonde hoodlum while counterattacking with his wooden sword. Seiji's character then knocked over a vending machine, revealing a fried chicken that he ate for some health restoration. Why exactly would a fried chicken appear under a vending machine? Well, this was only a video game, so there was no need to nitpick the details. Otherwise, Seiji would be stuck commenting for an entire day on how unrealistic video games could be. Just earlier, he had been thinking about such a serious topic, but now he was being distracted by such a small matter. Seiji almost wanted to laugh out loud. It seemed that rather than remaining quiet and thinking about everything on his own, doing something to distract his attention would be much better. After playing this video game for a while, Seiji suddenly recalled something. "Ryo, have you still been hearing those strange sounds like you previously told me about?" No, the little girl shook her head. "That's good. The last time that Ryo heard strange sounds in her dream was more than a week ago." Mayuzumi had experienced hearing strange sounds in her dream only once. Apart from hearing strange sounds, nothing else seemed to be unusual so far. Mayuzumi had also participated in everyone's training and grown stronger by absorbing the experience mist from the monsters. It didn't seem like Seiji needed to worry about Mayuzumi. Did he really not need to worry? Seiji suddenly felt uneasy. Although he hadn't asked about the specifics of how Soul Society intended to sacrifice people in order to forcibly summon the realm of cherry blossoms, he felt that it would likely be similar to the attempt at creating a spirit world during the blood wine ritual tournament. The assassin Yoshihara had to sacrifice his own life in order to start the spirit world creation ritual. Summoning the realm of cherry blossoms likely needed a sacrifice similar to Yoshihara, a sacrificial catalyst to begin the spell, in addition to just ordinary civilian sacrifices. If that was really the case, Ryo and Mayuzumi might become potential sacrificial candidates as they were all connected to the same mysterious power like Yoshihara and his deceased girlfriend were. Would Ryo and Mayuzumi be discovered and then captured and taken away by Soul Society? And even if not, would Ryo and Mayuzumi negatively be affected in some way by Soul Society's spell to summon the realm of cherry blossoms? Seiji suddenly became quite worried. At this time, a comical-sounding scream came from the TV. His helicopter rotor-wearing character had died from too many hoodlums ganging up on him. "Seiji Oniai-chan, I'm coming to save you." Ryo's explosives man character agilely dodged enemy attacks while rushing over to Seiji's side. She released a bolt of electricity from an explosive and revived Seiji's character. "Thank you." Seiji continued fighting the hoodlums, but he was no longer concentrating on the game at all. Should he contact Yui immediately and ask her some more questions? Or was he just overthinking things? If he tried to seriously consider every possibility, there were truly too many dangers to possibly ask about everything. If only he had been calmer during the discussion earlier, he should have been able to think of all this. Damn it all. I'll calmly think over things some more and then determine if I should call my older sister or not, Seiji decided. A new character's POV. Humans always make mistakes. Not only that, humans always make the same mistakes. The history of humanity is like the most frustrating story to read. Human history is filled with twisted, ugly, boring, and meaningless scum. From past to present, even right now at this very second, such trash is constantly being produced. That way of thinking is too overboard. There's still much that's interesting about humanity, a voice opposed his statement. He didn't care enough to counter such a shallow disagreement, because it would be meaningless. The existence of this youth named Kamitani who constantly talked about interesting and boring was a mistake to begin with. If it wasn't because of necessity, he would never even communicate with such a mistake. In fact, he would have instantly killed this type of thing on sight. Meanwhile, Kamitani spoke to him again. "We can finally make our move. You must be quite excited, Ashio-kun." "Shut up. Don't call me by that name, dot. My bad, I forgot that you hated your real name. By the way, what was your code name again? One day, I swear I'll kill you. Don't glare at me like that. It makes you look rather scary. I just simply forgot it for a moment. Just wait, I'll remember your code name. I'll kill you, and I'll kill everyone. Humans are mistaken existences, humans only make mistakes. It was a mistake for humanity to be born in this world. Everything is meaningless. Anything that's meaningless is garbage. Garbage should be disposed of. And, I am. A janitor? No, I was just joking, that's not it. Hey, don't hit me like that, it hurts. Ah, I remember now. I really do remember now, your code name is Voidfire. The emptiness of the void, the burning of fire. An empty yet fiery existence, hence he called himself Voidfire. He also hated his nickname of Voidfire. But Voidfire was slightly more acceptable to him because he loathed his real name even more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785 Runaway. Chapter 785 Runaway. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji was unable to get into contact with Yui. She didn't pick up her phone, nor did she respond to his texts. Thus, Seiji could only set this matter aside for the time being and wait for her to respond. The next day, everyone trained in Kazuko's domain, cultivated in Seiji's spirit house, and then had their party. The party was held in Natsuya's mansion. Natsuya's mansion was basically now the main base for Seiji's night order. It felt the most meaningful to hold the party here. Nobody had any objections to choosing this location for the party. Seiji paid for high-class food catering, along with some expensive drinks. Well, Seiji paid the money, but the maid Mai superbly took care of all the work for him. Cheers to us passing the god's trial. Seiji toasted everyone. Cheers. Everyone lifted their cups. After the toast, everyone started eating and chatting. The atmosphere was quite happy. Hisashi, Yukari, Hoshi, Keiho, and Mayuzumi chatted with each other about anime and manga. Mika, Chiaki, Kid, Kazuko, and Hitaka chatted with each other about fashion. Shika spoke to Shinobu, while Mai fed Rana some food. Seiji felt that all of this was wonderful to watch. He used the spell that Yomi previously taught him to consecrate some food for Shinobu so that the puppet girl could taste the wonders of food. He had already dealt with real gods by now, so Seiji no longer cared anymore about the religious meaning behind consecrating food for Shinobu. He cared more about helping Shinobu to experience the wonders of being alive. Seiji and Natsuya also started chatting about novels. Not only did they chat about light novels, they also chatted about traditional novels. Although it seemed like writing anything was fine in light novels, there was actually a surprising number of restrictions. In fact, it was the more traditional novels that sometimes had astonishing content within. Due to numerous reasons, there were only subtle differences between the story types. Seriously chatting about such topics was actually quite fun. Time passed unknowingly, just like that. Chiaki saw that it was good timing for her to volunteer to do a performance. I'm going to do a manzai performance. My partner will be Seiji. Hey, I never heard about this. Manzai was a type of stand-up comedy performance. The concept of commenting and retorting also originated from man's eye. It was just that this type of joking around was spread even further by anime and manga. Although he had never rehearsed such a thing with Chiaki before, he decided to cooperate with her since she had named him. Seiji went over to her side. You say that you don't want it, but your body is quite honest. Chiaki intentionally glanced at Seiji's lower half. I didn't say that I didn't want to, and where do you think you're looking at? I'm checking your little son's condition. It seems quite healthy. That's wonderful. I don't need you to confirm that for me. How would you even see it in the first place? Now, let us formally begin. Seiji, I have an important question to ask you. What's that? Suppose that you had a one-night stand with someone present today. Stop. I reject this supposition. Then, suppose that you had a physical relationship with someone here that went beyond friendship. You're just rephrasing things, and it somehow sounds even worse now. Rejected. Honestly, there's no helping you. Then, suppose that you had an incredibly sweet and sticky night with someone present. That's still no good. I said that I reject such suppositions. Seiji intentionally used more energy than normal in his retorts. We won't be able to continue this anymore if you keep refusing. Are you that against the idea of starting something with anyone present here? Why the hell do we have to start with such a kind of supposition? I feel like things will only become worse if I accept. That won't happen at all, because everyone present is quite willing to start that type of relationship with you. Isn't that right, everyone? Chiaki looked at everyone else. That's right. Everyone laughed and went along with it. What type of expression should I make here? Seiji intentionally acted as if he found this difficult. All you need to do is smile. Smile, the hell. This type of beginning is definitely a trap. I won't fall for this. Tisk, you're unnecessarily sharp in this area. You finally revealed your true self. Seiji and Chiaki kept joking around and acting in comical manner, giving everyone an interesting performance. In the end, they finished by singing a duet together, which was received by thunderous applause. After that, Hisashi gave a performance of his own. He emotionally sang the main theme song of Honey Candy Girl, and even danced a little dance of his own creation. Everyone could sense how passionate he was. However, Hisashi's singing was far too awful, and his dance seemed mysteriously disgusting. That was why his sister Keat unhesitatingly gave him a bad review with zero compassion. Yukari performed some poker card magic tricks. Her sleight of hand impressed everyone with how good it was. Yukari mentioned that she had been quite interested in magic tricks when she was younger and that she had practiced them before. Now that she had awakened, she felt that her new spiderweb ability was quite suitable for assisting sleight of hand magic tricks, so she started practicing magic again. Although using a spiritual ability to perform magic tricks felt somewhat like cheating, the performance was indeed wonderful and interesting. Kazuko showed off her ability to change clothes. She showed maid, nurse, policewoman, office worker, fashionable, idol, and other such styles. Every outfit she put on was incredibly beautiful, letting the boys have a taste of much eye candy, and causing the girls to sigh in praise. Apart from the individual performances, everyone also played some mini-games and had lots of fun together. Our future battles might be even more difficult than that God's trial. However, I believe that we can surpass them in the same way. Seiji then raised his cup in the end. Let's have more parties like this in the future. Cheers! Everyone raised their cups and responded, cheers. It would be best if you tell all your family and friends to leave this city as quickly as possible, even tomorrow. Seiji told this to everyone as the party ended. In the end, he found himself unable to tell them about Soul Society's cruel plan. He could only remind everyone like so. The sacrifice of more than 3,000 lives. Just knowing about this brought a heavy burden to him. Since he couldn't do anything about it, he would have preferred not to know about this at all. Seiji then returned to his own home. Seiji was practicing his new drawing skill in his study when he finally received a text back from Yui. Her text contained only 2 words, "Run away." Seiji was rather surprised to see such a message, which gave him a sense of impending danger. Why was he supposed to run away? What had happened? Was Yui alright? No matter what, it was quite likely that a huge danger was approaching. What should he do? Should he run away quickly as she told him to? But, to where? Was the danger targeting him specifically or everyone? Should he run away by himself or bring everyone with him? Various questions popped up in his mind. Seiji wanted to react somehow, but didn't know what to do. At this time, he suddenly felt an ominous sensation. Something cold and deep, an abnormal chill appeared in the air. Seiji immediately cast Astral Vision, which revealed a faint white mist in the air. This mist seemed quite similar to the white mist that he had seen during the God's trial. Was the God's trial now appearing in reality? No, wait, this seemed more like... Warning bells sounded in Seiji's mind as he rushed out of the study. "Shika, there's an emergency. Put on your clothes and get prepared as quickly as possible." He shouted this to his adopted younger sister, who was currently in the middle of a shower, as he then rushed to the living room. "Seiji Oniai-chan, I feel so cold," Ryo told him when she saw him. "Do you feel anything else apart from being cold?" Seiji went over to hug her and to check on her condition. "My head feels dizzy," Ryo had an expression of obvious discomfort. The white mist was beginning to thicken. Seiji was just about to open up his spirit house to take Ryo to safety, when he suddenly received a system notification. Due to an outside power's interference, the door to the spirit house cannot be opened up as normal. Hey, could his system please be a little more reliable at such a critical moment? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786, Tree. Chapter 786, Tree. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. As if his system heard his comment, another notification followed right after the first one. You can still open the door to the spirit house by paying an additional amount of points or inner world crystals. That was more like it. This made his system seem like a merchant who was raising prices during a time of crisis. Never mind, Seiji decided not to care too much about it. He instantly chose to pay an extra price to open the door to his spirit house. A gray crack appeared in midair and slowly opened up. This dimensional crack opened up far slower than normal, as if it was difficult for it to open up. Shika came over at this time, having interrupted her shower to put on her clothes. "Brother! Shika, go find Mika and the others, and summon all of them here." Seiji gave this order. Shika glanced at Ryo and nodded before heading out the door. After opening up the portal to the spirit house, Seiji had Ryo enter first. He then took out his cell phone, intending to contact everyone else. Actually, he really wanted to call Yui to ask about the specific situation, but he felt that it was likely she wouldn't pick up. An abnormal situation is occurring. Watch out for white mist. Seiji swiftly started writing a group text message, but his cell phone rang before he could even finish. Yukari was calling him. "Seiji, I'm seeing some white mist." He immediately heard her reporting on her situation. "I can also see some white mist. Right now, I don't know what's going on. I only know that it's highly likely to become a dangerous situation." Seiji paused for a moment. "If things over there seem abnormal, you should head over to Natsuya's place immediately. I'll be heading there as well." After he finished talking to Yukari, his cell phone rang right away again. At this time, Mika and her mother Nozomi arrived in his apartment. "Seiji, Mom says that she feels really cold." It seemed that Mika had also been in the middle of a shower. Her hair was still wet and rumpled, and her face had a worried expression. Meanwhile, Nozomi Uehara was hugging herself and trembling all over. Her face was pale white as if she was currently in an extremely cold environment. She had the same reaction as Rio? Hurry and take her into the spirit house. Seiji immediately indicated to Mika to bring her mother into the spirit house. Mika listened and started bringing her mother towards the portal. What's this? Nozomi couldn't help but ask since this was her first time seeing the mystical dimensional portal. This is the spirit house, a special space. Mika had her mother enter first, and then she followed right after. Seiji then took the second phone call. It was from Natsuya. Seiji, can you see it? Yeah, I see the white mist. Not only white mist, there's also a light. If you look outside your apartment towards the north, you should be able to see it. North, Seiji wanted to go outside and take a look, but his spirit house portal would automatically close if he left this room. It's not convenient for me to look right now. What's to the north? At this moment, outside Seiji's apartment, Shika, Chiaki, and Kid were all looking to the north. There was a certain light in that direction. A tremendous bright red pillar of light was rising from the ground to the sky. The red pillar of light was so large that even the biggest skyscraper would be dwarfed in comparison. At a rough estimate, the pillar was already 600 to 700 meters tall, and was still rising. It seemed like it would rise until it reached the heavens. All three girls sensed danger from that giant pillar of light. Although they didn't know what it was, they instinctively felt that it was something ominous, that it wasn't a good thing. I need to tell Brother Seiji immediately. Right as Shika thought this and was about to go inside again, she suddenly saw the top of the pillar of light explosively begin expanding. The entire pillar began transforming as if it was swiftly being sculpted. It was a tree. Shika and the others were soon able to identify that the pillar of light was rapidly changing into the shape of a tree, a towering, blood-red, magnificently blossoming cherry blossom tree. The crown of the tree started spreading into the skies, obscuring the blue sky with red branches. The scene was beautiful and breathtakingly majestic. Right after that, countless flower petals started falling down like rain. This was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, Shika and the others felt a bone-piercing chill. Chiaki felt the chill more than anyone. She instantly recalled what she'd experienced in her dreams and felt a deep sensation of terror. The evil white Sakura goddess, Chiaki muttered. The final boss of the realm of cherry blossoms, who had only malevolent intentions towards humanity, had appeared. We need to hurry and leave. Shika told the other two girls. She instinctively felt that it would be highly dangerous to come into contact with those bright red falling petals. The three girls hurriedly went back inside Seiji's apartment. Shika swiftly explained the situation to Seiji after she went back inside. All of you, go into the spirit house. Seiji told them. The three girls entered the spirit house through the portal. Right after that, Seiji's cell phone suddenly lost signal. At the same time, the lights in his room started flashing and then instantly went dark. Although Seiji was now in a completely dark room, he saw with his astral vision that the white mist was constantly thickening. He could feel a deep cold chill beginning to envelop him. His system then notified him that, due to outside interference, the door to the spirit house is about to close. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he entered his spirit house at the last moment. Outside, red cherry blossoms kept falling as the white mist thickened. The entire city sank into darkness. Rio and Nozomi were both fine. After entering the spirit house, they no longer felt cold or any type of discomfort. It was safe inside the spirit house. The outside environment didn't affect things inside at all. After confirming their condition, Seiji then tried to open the door to his spirit house again and go back into the outside world. However, his system informed him that, due to a powerful outside force's interference, a payment of 100 soul energy will be required to open the door unless the outside force disappears. You may pay also 999 points or 99 inner world crystals to level up the door to the spirit house so that it can be opened. Seiji was rather surprised to see this. He would have to pay 100 soul energy, or a large amount of points or crystals to level up the dimensional portal door. This powerful outside force had to be strong indeed. He had less than 300 soul energy saved up, so he didn't want to use 100 soul energy just like this. If he used his temporary recharge skill to obtain more temporary soul energy, that would consume his entire mana pool, which would also be disadvantageous for moving about. After some consideration, Seiji decided to use 99 inner world crystals to level up the dimensional portal door. He felt some heartache from being forced to use so many crystals in one go. Still, he decided to treat it the same as leveling up his spirit house and adding more rooms to it. Previously, his system had never even given him the option to level up the door to the spirit house. Judging from the much higher than usual crystal payment required, this was likely a higher level construction option. Maybe this counted as being able to access higher level options earlier than planned. Seiji confirmed in his system that he would use some crystals stored in his warehouse to level up the door. The system immediately notified him that spirit house door is now being leveled up. Current progress, 0%. Seiji frowned upon seeing this. Leveling up anything in the spirit house required time. However, he was quite worried about Natsuya and the others and wanted to go out as quickly as possible. Hey system, could you please increase the leveling speed? I'm already letting you build this option earlier than planned, yet you still want a rush job? Impossible. I can pay you even more if you want. This isn't a matter of money. Don't think that you can do anything you want just because you have money, Of course, that conversation was completely imagined by Seiji as his system remained silent as always. Seiji could only sigh as there seemed to be no method to increase the door's leveling speed. We won't be able to go out for a while. We'll have to stay here for the time being, he told Shika and the others. Why can't we go out? Chiaki asked him. Because the door to the spirit house is being interfered with, Seiji gave a summarized explanation. What's going on outside right now? Mika inquired. I don't know, either. But I know for sure that it's nothing good. Seiji sighed. He suddenly felt like maybe he should have stayed outside just now. I hope that everyone is alright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787 Anti-God Invisibility. Chapter 787 Anti-God Invisibility. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji decided to go visit the White Sakura Goddess. Although it was impossible to go out right now, he didn't want to just wait around while doing nothing. Seiji wanted to use visualization to visit the White Sakura Goddess and ask her about the current situation. He told this to Shika and the others before entering his dojo and beginning to visualize in front of the spirit image. He soon entered a state of visualization. Under a cherry blossom tree, Seiji Kamiju opened up his paper fan to reveal the words, "The world is full of suffering." He quietly waited for a moment. Then, a breeze started blowing through all the cherry blossoms. Your companions are all now in a deep sleep. They'll be all right for the time being with my protection, a young-sounding female voice spoke to him. Thank you, Seiji said sincerely. He then asked, everyone else, how is everyone in the city? Many people are now in a deep sleep. Are you able to do anything? No. The goddess was expressing that she didn't have the power to protect everyone. Seiji understood how it was. If she had the power to protect everyone, then this current incident wouldn't have happened. The me in the real world needs assistance. I can help you, but that will use up some of your mana in the real world. That's fine, I'll accept that. Seiji paused for a moment. Do you have any recommendations on dealing with the evil white Sakura goddess? Silence lasted several seconds. She's really strong, the female voice sighed. This basically meant that there was no special way to deal with the evil white Sakura goddess. Or, maybe there was a method, but she was unwilling to say it. The evil white Sakura goddess was still her counterpart, basically the equivalent of a sibling. Even if they had different personalities or natures, they were still the same kind. Seiji had no intention of making things difficult for the white Sakura goddess. He knew that she was already undertaking risk and pressure just by helping him. After sincerely thanking her once more, Seiji left the visualization world. When he returned to the Spirit House dojo, Seiji felt a warmth in his right hand. He saw that his hand was now glowing with a white mystical rune on his palm. The next instant, he had a realization about what ability he'd just received: invisibility. This invisibility wasn't true invisibility as commonly understood. Rather, it was a special type of invisibility that could conceal Seiji from the evil white Sakura goddess's senses. Basically, this was a special anti-god invisibility. This ability would allow him to walk around in the area under the evil white Sakura goddess's control much more safely. This familiar scenario caused Seiji to recall how he had obtained a power from Risa Kobayakawa during the blood wine ritual tournament. Once again, I've obtained the holy sword required to defeat the Demon King. I am the hero after all. Just joking. This ability would be unable to defeat the evil goddess, unlike the previous ability. This invisibility could only be used for self-protection. Not only that, there would be a constant drain on his mana to maintain this invisibility, which meant that there would be a time limit. Seiji could use this ability to rescue all his friends and bring them into his spirit house. However, he wouldn't be able to save everyone in the city. The white Sakura goddess had said that many people were in a deep sleep. This obviously wasn't death, so all the people were still living. But, if too much time passed, they would still die. Just how many people had fallen victim and entered this deep sleep? Seiji didn't dare to imagine. He hadn't personally seen how large an area was affected. But, he could imagine that the number of victims was far more than 3,000 or 4,000. If this incident wasn't resolved within the time that everyone was still alive, then this would become an incident with a tremendous number of deaths. It would be on the scale of a powerful earthquake, nuclear explosion, or meteor strike. The mystical society wouldn't be able to cover this up by simply saying that it was a terrorist attack. Seiji felt a chill just from imagining the worst outcome possible. He didn't know why things had suddenly become like this. Nor did he know if his older sister Yui was alright or not. Was she fighting somewhere? How many people were out there fighting against the evil white Sakura goddess? Would it be possible to resolve this incident? He didn't know anything. He needed more information. Even if he loaded back in time, he wouldn't be able to do anything without knowing more first. In the end, Seiji decided to wait for his spirit house door to finish leveling up so that he could rescue all his companions and bring them here before thinking about his next move. Seiji returned to the living room of his spirit house. As Shika and the others all looked at him, he told them about his conversation with the white Sakura goddess and the new power he just obtained. After I can go out, I'll immediately go to save Natsuya and the others. You all should remain here. I should be fine thanks to the invisibility power that the white Sakura goddess gave me, and if anything happens, I'll summon you all to help me. After I rescue everyone and bring them here, we can all think together on what to do next. Everyone remained silent for a while after Seiji said this. You have to be careful, brother, Shika said while looking directly at his face. She really wanted to be out there together with her adopted brother. However, there was a cost to his using that power of invisibility against the god. She knew that taking her would only be a burden. Of course I will be, Seiji responded with a smile. Seiji Oniai-chan, go. Ryo cheered him on. Seiji patted the little girl on the head. Chiaki had a dark expression. Mika was looking at her in worry. Chiaki, the incident will be resolved. Your father will also be alright. Thank you, Mika. Chiaki forced herself to smile for the sake of her best friend who was so worried about her. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he looked at Chiaki. This will absolutely be resolved. Seiji stated in an adamant tone. Your father will be fine. I guarantee it. Seiji. Chiaki looked at her boyfriend. Although logically she knew that his guarantee was a promise that was impossible to keep for certain, as there was no guarantee in reality, the way he said it with such confidence, willpower, and resolution struck her deep in her heart. Honestly. Just how much more can I love him? Chiaki's eyes became wet and she raised her hands to wipe them. I believe you. This time, she smiled from the bottom of her heart. Oh my, Nozomi blinked upon seeing this. She then looked over at her own daughter. Mika. Finally, the door of the spirit house finished leveling up. Seiji was long prepared for this. He immediately stood up and activated the anti-god invisibility power. His right hand instantly started glowing with a gentle white light that enveloped him entirely like flowing water would. His mana also began to decrease at a slow but steady rate. I'm going out now. After saying that to all the women, Seiji stepped outside back into the real world. The moment that he returned to reality, he felt a deep chill. Everything around him was as dark as if he was at the bottom of an ocean. Seiji cast astral vision and saw that white mist was everywhere as far as he could see. If it wasn't for the white Sakura goddess's protection, being enveloped by all this white mist would surely be terrible for him. It would be difficult to resist the white mist even with personal barriers. Not only that, if the evil white Sakura goddess noticed him, it was likely that he would receive even more dangerous attacks. This all felt similar to the blood wine ritual tournament incident. And judging by power level, the evil white Sakura goddess was far more powerful than that Kanzaki person. Luckily, Seiji had a god's protection. Seiji swiftly took out his equipment from his room and put it on. He also went to Shika's room, took out all her equipment, and stored it in his spirit house warehouse. He also took this opportunity to gather some resources that might be useful. After that, Seiji left his apartment, and noticed that a gigantic bright red cherry blossom tree was an indeterminable distance from him. This tree was grand and majestic, with its crown covering the skies, and its flowers replacing the stars. It was truly a breathtaking sight. Although this tree had brought a devastating calamity, although it was a terrifying existence, Seiji had to admit that this tree was indeed truly beautiful. Right now, it wasn't sprinkling flower petals. He figured that if cherry blossoms fell from it and covered the entire sky, it would surely be amazingly beautiful and stunning. Seiji admired the tree's beauty for only a second before swiftly beginning to take action. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788 Armageddon. Chapter 788 Armageddon. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Armageddon. Seiji had seen movies, manga, anime, and stories, and played games about the topic of the end of the world. He felt that they were quite fun and even immersive. The potential end of the world was scary, pitiful, tragic, and horrifying. Yet, why was this genre so popular and repeated so much in so many different forms? Because it was a warning? No. Although that would be a standard answer, it was too vague. In modern society where even entertainment was a form of business, the answer was far simpler. As someone who enjoyed this genre himself, Seiji's answer to this question was, because it was interesting. Yes, simply because it was interesting. Seeing such a story with a tragic background setting, or playing such a scary game was quite interesting. It wasn't that he was happy to see others' misfortune, even if it was only fictional. Yet, he couldn't deny that there was also some darkness in his own heart. In this way, although by only a tiny percent, he was similar to Atsuki Kamitani. Seiji was just like everyone else here. He would also have negative emotions. When he was in pain or feeling depressed, Seiji had also thought things like everything should all be destroyed before. But now that he was running by himself on a dark and icy street, feeling like the end of the world had truly arrived, Seiji could only sigh. Although he felt that Armageddon genre stories were interesting, this definitely didn't mean that he actually wanted to experience being in one. Even though this wasn't exactly a true Armageddon yet, it still felt quite serious. People had collapsed on the street. Cars were parked haphazardly in the streets. All drivers and passengers were slumped over in a deep sleep in their cars. Car accidents were everywhere. Fortunately, most of the accidents weren't serious. Whenever Seiji came upon a serious car accident, he stopped to help the injured, treating their wounds with healing magic. Although time and mana were both precious right now, Seiji couldn't bring himself not to save someone in need right in front of him. If he had to choose between random strangers or his friends, Seiji would naturally choose his friends. But, right now, he still had some time and mana to spare. He believed that his friends wouldn't blame him for it. Seiji wasn't cold or arrogant enough not to want to save these people just because he had the ability to save and load and go back in time to prevent this from happening in the first place. The random strangers who received his healing were lucky enough to be on the way between his apartment and Natsuya's mansion. He wasn't going to go around the entire city and check on every single severe accident. Neither was he able to care for those who were too seriously injured, or the corpses that he saw. Some people he saw were so seriously injured that even healing magic couldn't save them. Naturally, the same went for corpses. Although Seiji now had the power to even revive the dead, that wasn't something he could use on everyone, especially when he needed to preserve power right now. Even though Seiji saved whom he could, it was only a drop in the ocean compared to the havoc wreaked upon the entire city. He knew that he probably saved less than 1% of those who needed saving. So, was it meaningless? He didn't think so. Saving even a single person had meaning. But, in front of such tremendous misfortune and tragedy, it truly made him feel tiny in the grand scope of things. Damn it all! Seiji suppressed his emotions as he continued onward. Mayuzumi felt like she was floating in the middle of an icy, lonely darkness. A chill permeated her entire body down to the bones. She felt uncomfortable and scared. However, a gentle warmth remained in her head, protecting her mind. "He'll come to save you," a voice told her. Although she didn't know who was saying this to her, she knew who would come to save her. In this type of situation, he was the only one who would come save her. He would definitely come. That was why she didn't need to be scared or worried. She simply needed to quietly wait. Mayuzumi kept thinking this. But after quite a while, it seemed like something else was approaching, or maybe slowly appearing. That something appeared to be just as dark as the darkness itself, but it was also different. It was frightening, terrifying, and mysterious. It was something extraordinary. As long as she reached out and touched it, accepting it, she could wake up instantly. Mayuzumi had such a feeling. She didn't need to wait to be rescued. She could wake up immediately and gain immense power. Come, come, come. She didn't need to rely on anyone else. She only needed to reach out with her hand. Hearing this summon, Mayuzumi slowly extended her arm and reached out. That something suddenly became active as if it was excited, expectant, and eager. But right before Mayuzumi was about to touch it, she stopped. No. I shouldn't do this. He'll be here soon to save me. There's no need for me to touch something like this. Rather than this mysterious existence, he's far more reliable. Mayuzumi thought this to herself as she slowly pulled back her hand. That something fell silent for a moment, and then seemingly became frustrated. Come. 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 Don't you want to wake up? Mayuzumi's hand paused for a moment, but then she took her hand back completely and started hugging herself. You won't wake up. You'll die. Come to me. The mysterious existence became even more frustrated. It made an ear-piercing sound that resembled countless people screaming together. Hearing this sound, Mayuzumi had a faint realization as she hugged herself even tighter. I won't touch or accept you. I shall wait for him. He will be the one to wake me up, not you. Gagarararakakalalalalalalu. The screeching sound became even louder. Yet, Mayuzumi ignored it. She ignored whatever that something was. She didn't think about what it could be, nor was she curious. She only thought about him, waiting for him like a sleeping princess who awaited the prince who would wake her up. And then, he arrived. Her head was dizzy, and her vision was incredibly hazy. She couldn't hear anything clearly, and her body felt cold and stiff. However, the bone-piercing chill was dissipating. Her vision and hearing were gradually restored. Her mind began to work again. Seiji. It's wonderful that you woke up, Mayuzumi. She saw a handsome youth smiling and looking at her. Mayuzumi blinked and smiled. Seiji had now already rescued all of his companions and brought them to the spirit house. Due to the white Sakura goddess's protection, everyone was alright. Everyone had woken up soon after being brought to the spirit house. They all made full recovery. It was good that everyone had been rescued. However, the situation still wasn't good. No, saying that it wasn't good would be an understatement. The current situation is highly dangerous.